There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. This sound, emanating a bone-chilling cold, mingled with the stench of blood, filling the air and instantly igniting a wave of killing intent in everyone around. Every gaze, like lightning, focused on the teleportation array to the east. Gradually, the figure appearing within the array became clearer and more complete. This person was tall and slender, seemingly around 30 years old, dressed in white, yet lacking any sense of freedom, instead exuding a somber aura. Especially striking were his eyes, which revealed an icy arrogance, concealing a strong murderous intent. The teleportation array flashed with light, and the person stepped out. His appearance intensified the stench of blood, permeating the surroundings. A bunch of trash. The man's voice was calm, but when he spoke, it was like a resounding explosion, echoing loudly outside the Thunder Immortal Palace. The cultivators all around were prominent figures in the Luotia star domain. Hearing this, they all looked at the white-robed man, immediately sensing something was wrong. Wang Lin remained calm, withdrawing his gaze. This man's cultivation was the same as his, both at the early stage of the Nirvana realm, but Wang Lin felt a strange sensation emanating from him. He was certain he had never met this person before. While he was deep in thought, the white-robed young man's eyes suddenly flashed, piercing through the crowd and instantly spotting Wang Lin. Upon seeing Wang Lin, the young man licked his lips, revealing a sinister smile. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, calmly looking back. Their gazes seemed to pierce through the crowd, clashing in midair. Eyes are inherently illusory, but for cultivators, those eyes actually contain divine consciousness. The clash of their eyes was a battle of divine consciousness, like two sharp swords rapidly engaging in combat in midair. All of this happened in an instant. Their gazes met and then immediately withdrew. The young man in white's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, scrutinizing Wang Lin. Just now, during the clash of their divine consciousness, he not only failed to suppress his opponent, but also felt as if his opponent's consciousness had penetrated him. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, withdrawing his gaze. Although his opponent's cultivation was also at the early stage of the Nirvana realm, his divine consciousness possessed a very strange power. During their brief encounter, only 4 people among the surrounding cultivators could be identified. One was from the northern Luotia region, seemingly a middle-aged man with a fair, smooth complexion. Most peculiar was his right hand. Instead of 5 fingers, he had 6. An extra finger had grown on his thumb. Another person, also from the northern Luotia region, was a young boy. This boy had a very large head, appearing extremely disproportionate, yet the area around him was surprisingly empty, clearly indicating that no one wanted to approach him. A naive smile played on the boy's face. After glancing at Wang Lin, he focused his gaze on the young man in white, his naive expression deepening. The third person identified was from the western Luotia region. He was dressed entirely in blue, exceptionally handsome, and his eyes gleamed with intelligence when he blinked. He stared intently at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with contemplation. The last person was none other than Negong Han, who stood beside Wang Lin. At this moment, in the distant horizon, a swirling mass of red clouds appeared, rapidly condensing and flying towards them. Reaching the space before everyone's eyes, the clouds contracted, transforming into an old man. This old man had white hair and an air of immortal grace. Upon appearing, lightning flashed beneath his feet, as if he were standing on lightning. I am the guide of the Thunder Immortal Palace. Are you the one who killed the other qualified individuals from the Luotia Eastern region? After appearing, the old man emitted an boundless aura that permeated the surroundings. Judging from the elemental power emanating from him, his cultivation level must have reached the mid-stage Nirvana realm. He stared at the white-robed young man, his voice filled with authority. That's right. The white-robed young man's expression remained calm. What is your name, and which family do you belong to? The old man's expression betrayed no emotion as he softly shouted, "The Su family of Donglin Star, the one currently cultivating in the mortal world this generation, Su Ting." The young man in white finished speaking, his gaze fixed on Wang Lin, a sinister smile playing on his lips. As soon as these words were spoken, especially the 5 words Su family of Donglin Star, they resounded like thunder, echoing in all directions. A group of cultivators' faces changed drastically. Some even gasped for breath, instinctively taking a few steps back, their eyes filled with fear. In Donglin Star, the Xiang family might not be the most powerful force, but in terms of reputation, only the Su family could compare. The Su family's defining characteristic was their relentless slaughter. Each generation of Su family cultivators in Donglin Star created a massacre, and anyone who provoked them was instantly annihilated. The Su family's reputation was thoroughly enhanced during this bloody conflict. No wonder this person dared to simultaneously offend over 100 cultivation families. The Su family's worldly entrenchment in Donglin Star. It seems that in this battle for the immortal seal, encountering this person will undoubtedly lead to death. Well, the Su family in Donglin Star is ruthless and treacherous. If things don't go well, then I'll withdraw. A chorus of discussions arose. The Su family's reputation in Donglin Star was truly immense, especially their bloodthirsty killing style, which sent chills down people's spines. The guide from the Thunder Immortal Palace frowned and calmly said, "The battle for the 108 titles of the Luotia Star domain will begin at noon 3 days from now. Someone from the Thunder Immortal Palace will come to deliver the tokens and arrange accommodations for you." After saying this, the old man paused, his eyes flashing as he swept his gaze across the cultivators around him, then said, "Among you, who is Sumu?" As soon as these words were spoken, besides the cultivators of the southern Luotia region, the cultivators of the western and northern regions immediately froze, their eyes widening in surprise, each with different reactions. The name Sumu, to them, was no less significant than the Su family of Donglin Star. Many even suspected that this Sumu was a member of the Su family. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then raised his head and calmly said, "I am Sumu." In an instant, besides the cultivators of the southern Luotia region who showed complex expressions, all the cultivators of the western and northern regions turned their gaze towards Wang Lin. The demon Taoist Sumu. I didn't expect him to actually participate in this title competition. Sumu, Su Ting. I wonder if these two are related. This Sumu was hunted by the Yao family, yet not only did he not die, but he even managed to get here. He's truly extraordinary. So he is Sumu. The 6-fingered cultivator's eyes flashed with cold light as he cautiously glanced at Wang Lin. Even the big-headed boy's naive smile faded, his gaze fixed on Wang Lin, then brightened again. As for the extremely handsome man in the blue robe, after hearing the name Sumu, his whole demeanor was like a sword drawn from its sheath, revealing a sharp glint, intensely focused on Wang Lin. "Sumu, it's Sumu, the one my cousin Zifeng remembers so fondly." A murderous glint appeared in the young man's eyes. "Follow me, the palace lord is summoning you." The successor of the Thunder Immortal Palace glanced at Wang Lin, a rare gentle smile appearing on his face, and with a flash, he flew directly into the distance. Wang Lin hesitated for a moment, ignoring the gazes of the surrounding cultivators, and took a step, appearing in midair, heading forward. The old man from the Thunder Immortal Palace didn't fly fast. As they moved forward, the clouds ahead dispersed one after another. Wang Lin followed leisurely, his expression calm, not asking a single question along the way. The old man's eyes showed admiration as he smiled and said, "The Thunder Immortal Palace is vast. The place we just passed was merely the outer palace. The place I'm taking you to is the inner palace of my Thunder Immortal Palace." Wang Lin nodded, looking into the distance. Behind the drifting clouds, a magnificent complex of palaces appeared before him. There were many of these palaces, scattered and not densely packed, their boundaries seemingly endless. The imperial city of mortals was truly incomparable to this palace. A dense aura of immortal energy permeated the air, as if it were the celestial realm. Wang Lin's gaze was fixed on the palaces, and he noticed that they were extraordinary structures. Even the dense immortal energy in this place seemed to emanate from these palaces. The Thunder Immortal Palace has a total of 1,372 grand halls. All of these grand halls were brought back from the Thunder Immortal realm by successive palace lords of the Thunder Immortal Palace. The old man's words revealed a sense of pride. Wang Lin nodded, admiringly saying, "The Thunder Immortal Palace truly lives up to its reputation as the #1 palace in the Luotia Star Domain. This act of flattering others doesn't affect the overall situation." Wang Lin, having cultivated for 1,000 years, understood this well. The old man chuckled, saying, "Taoist Yu's future achievements will surely be significant, and he will definitely secure a worthy position in this Thunder Immortal Palace." Wang Lin smiled and chatted with him, his gaze also fixed ahead. He saw that the entire Thunder Immortal Palace was shrouded in a thin mist, with streaks of silver light flashing within, clearly indicating lightning divine abilities. Almost every corner of the Thunder Immortal Palace was protected by restrictions. Even on his journey here, Wang Lin had discovered numerous restrictions. If he hadn't followed this old man from the Thunder Immortal Palace, those restrictions alone would have been enough to stop everything. The two continued forward, gradually approaching the center of the Thunder Immortal Palace. There was a vast square, its ground covered in blue stone, with flashes of lightning constantly flickering above. The square was enormous, seemingly no less than 1,000 feet wide from afar, resembling a lake formed from lightning. As they drew closer, the lightning above the square surged, like a large mouth devouring them. The old man chuckled, patting his storage bag. Immediately, he pulled out a large handful of small red fruits and threw them into the devouring maw. A low growl emanated from the lightning above the square. The red fruits vanished, transforming into a liquid that merged into the lightning, calming it and no longer hindering their progress. Ascension fruits. Wang Lin glanced at the fruits. "Fellow Taoist Su, you must find them familiar, haha. This seal is a clone of the Thunder Spirit protecting the entrance to the Thunder Immortal Realm. In the Thunder Immortal Realm, anyone wishing to enter must offer a large quantity of Ascension fruits for this Thunder Spirit to consume. Otherwise, that beast will not allow anyone to enter." Successive Thunder Immortal Palace masters, using their powerful divine abilities, finally managed to extract a wisp from the Thunder Spirit's body after countless trials, releasing it into this place, making it one of the divine beasts protecting our Thunder Immortal Palace. Wang Lin carefully glanced at the vast, thunder pool-like square, then withdrew his gaze. Guided by the old man, he proceeded straight to the east of the Thunder Immortal Palace. In the distance, Wang Lin saw a grand hall several times larger than the others, resembling a gigantic beast lying prostrate on the ground. Even before approaching, an aura of immense power emanated from it. A few miles from the main hall, the old man stopped and smiled, saying, "Fellow Taoist Su, the Hall Master has summoned you. I cannot accompany you. You can enter by yourself." Wang Lin looked up at the main hall a few miles away, bowed to the old man, and said, "Thank you, Senior, for guiding me." "What senior am I, fellow Taoist Su, being summoned by the Hall Master? You are obviously not someone to be trifled with. At that time, even getting close to you will be difficult." The old man shook his head, bowed to Wang Lin in farewell, and turned to leave. Wang Lin cautiously spread out his divine consciousness and flew forward. Gradually, the distance to the main hall grew closer. When he got near, Wang Lin glanced and saw a person standing outside the main hall. This person had their back to him, but they stood there like a towering mountain. Yan Lazy. Wang Lin was completely taken aback. He flew closer and landed, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Yan Lazy. Nirvana Realm, not bad, very good." Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, showing no excessive excitement. He calmly said, "Whether it's Sumu or Wang Lin, Senior, you summoned me here just now, wasn't it because you discovered my true name?" Yan Lazy glanced at Wang Lin, a smile playing on his lips, a look of admiration in his eyes. He chuckled, "Good, you're indeed someone destined to meet me. I don't care whether you're Wang Lin or Sumu. I ask you, Do you wish to participate in the battle at the Star Alliance? My strength is still insufficient. Even if I participated, it wouldn't be of any use. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then slowly said, a Nirvana realm cultivator dares to say their strength is insufficient. Yan Lazy laughed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, since Senior Yan Lazy values me so highly, I will participate in this battle. Competing for the 108 immortal titles was precisely to participate in the war between the Luotia Star Domain and the Star Alliance. Very well, the token I gave you back then, you've accepted it, and it might be very useful to you in the future. Consider it a stroke of luck as promised. Yan Lazy waved his sleeve, and immediately a whirlwind erupted, forming a vortex in front of Wang Lin. Lightning flashed from within, creating a teleportation array. Use this array to leave. 3 days from now, I and several fellow Taoists will personally attend the battle for the immortal titles. Your senior brother Qing Shu will also be there. After Yan Lazy finished speaking, he turned and headed towards the main hall. Senior Yan Lazy, will my Thunder Beast be returned? Wang Lin looked at Yan Lazy and calmly asked, it will be returned to you after the passage opens. Yan Lazy's figure disappeared into the main hall. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, then stepped into the whirlwind of the teleportation array. When he reappeared, he was outside the Thunder Immortal Palace, beside for teleportation arrays. There was no one around. Obviously, everyone had been taken care of. As soon as Wang Lin appeared, he immediately turned around. Behind him stood a woman, her appearance extremely delicate and beautiful, like a jade figure, dressed in green silk. Senior, are you Sumu? The woman's voice was clear and pleasant to the ear. Wang Lin nodded. I am Chen Shan. I was ordered to wait here for you. This is your teleportation token for this immortal conquest competition. As for the accommodation, it was meticulously recorded in the token. Chen Sen, with a respectful expression, took out a palm-sized token from her storage bag. After handing it to Wang Lin, she hesitated for a moment, her face flushing, and softly said, in the coming days, if Senior needs a cauldron for dual cultivation, please send a message through this token. In this competition for the Immortal Seal, the Thunder Immortal Palace will provide maximum assistance to all participants. After saying this, her face flushed even more, and she bowed before leaving. Her figure was graceful, and as she departed, she subtly revealed a captivating charm. Wang Lin held the token, his divine consciousness scanning it. It resembled a jade slip, containing a simple topographical map of the Thunder Immortal Palace along with an unactivated teleportation array. After finding the accommodation, Wang Lin's body flashed, and he flew straight to the place. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Wang Lin remained seated in meditation, maintaining his cultivation. The next day, it was already noon, and the entire Thunder Immortal Palace was bustling with activity. Teleportation arrays flashed continuously, and groups of cultivators appeared one after another. This competition for the Immortal Seal attracted many spectators. First were the main star-level cultivation families of the 4 major star domains, who were allowed to watch from the sidelines. Following them were the cultivation families of the Luotia Star Domain. Though not as powerful as the Yao family, they were still higher than the main star domains, such as the Shangong family and the Zan family. Immediately after them were the 4 cultivation families whose lineage originated from the immortal realm. Finally, the clansmen of the 2 ancient cultivation families appeared, along with the Thunder Immortal Palace, who were organizing this battle for the title of Immortal. While the number of cultivators attending this battle wasn't overwhelming, it still numbered in the tens of thousands. Under the arrangement of the Thunder Immortal Palace, floating platforms were erected around the inner palace for these cultivators to sit and watch. The battlefield for the battle for the title of Immortal was the 1,000-foot-wide Thunder Pool Square within the inner palace. Outside the Thunder Pool Square were 10 white jade cushions, emitting waves of immortal energy. At this moment, Yan Lazy was sitting on one of these cushions, beside him Qing Shui Immortal Monarch, who was meditating with his eyes closed, seemingly uninterested in everything before him. As more and more cultivators came to watch the battle, an ancestor of the Xiang family also materialized from midair, bowed to Yan Lazy, and sat down on a cushion beside him. While the two were talking, the figure of a man with the double surname Gongsun, dressed entirely in black, materialized and sat down to one side. Soon after, the Yao family and other immortal cultivation families arrived. The Yao family's representative was Blood God's son. He and the elders of the other three families sat cross-legged on cushions, not even glancing at Qing Shui. After the Shangong and Zan families arrived, the Shangong family's patriarch and Lai Yongzi also came forward and sat cross-legged on cushions. Not long after, several more patriarchs of other cultivation families arrived and also sat down on cushions. At noon, Yan Leizi's eyes narrowed, and he calmly spoke. The competition for the 108 immortal titles of the Luotia Star Domain begins. His voice transformed into countless thunderclaps, reverberating throughout the Leishan Palace. Following the resounding sound, countless teleportation arrays instantly appeared in the air. These arrays were all of the same size, hundreds appearing simultaneously, each from which a cultivator emerged. Wang Lin was among them. Blood God's son raised his head, his eyes dark and sinister as he glanced at Wang Lin, then coldly snorted before withdrawing his gaze, his expression somewhat somber. Besides Blood God's son, among the onlookers in the distance, another gaze was fixed on Wang Lin. Shi Zifeng bit her lip, silently watching Wang Lin in the air, her heart throbbing, her eyes revealing a look of infatuation. After returning from the Thunder Immortal Realm, Wang Lin's image remained etched in her mind, impossible to forget. Especially upon hearing that Wang Lin was being hunted by the Yao family, her heart ached even more, yet she was powerless to help. After days of restless anxiety, she was overjoyed to learn that Wang Lin had escaped the pursuit, but behind this joy lay a deep bitterness. I fear he has even forgotten my name. Shi Zifeng was beautiful, a fact she herself knew well. Many talented young men from various cultivation families had expressed their admiration for her. Even her most outstanding cousin, Shi Zimo, held her in high regard. But she remained utterly indifferent to all of them. Even the idea of dual cultivation never crossed her mind. Her dream was the same as her family's ancestor, to become a female cultivator with unparalleled abilities. Everything changed completely after she met Wang Lin. Even she herself was somewhat mesmerized, her mind still reeling from the shouts of Meikwei as he led over 100 cultivators into the teleportation array of the Thunder Immortal Palace. The shock was so intense he couldn't shake it off. Shi Zifeng had thought that time would fade everything away, but today's encounter made her bite her lip until it bled without realizing it, gazing in astonishment at the familiar yet strange figure in the sky. Not far from Shi Zifeng sat an old woman. She obviously didn't have the right to sit on the cushion, but her status was that of an ancestor of the Shi family. She frowned, glancing at Shi Zifeng, sighing inwardly, accursed fate. Wang Lin sat in midair, his expression calm, observing the vast majority of the powerful cultivators of the Luotia Star Domain below. In particular, more than 10 people were seated on cushions, each with cultivation levels no less than that of the blood ancestor, and some even surpassing him. All 325 teleportation arrays had appeared in the sky, and all those vying for the title were revealing themselves. Yan Leizi, with a calm expression, slowly said, "This immortal conferment ceremony is divided into 3 stages, 6 paths, and 1 line of heaven. The 3 stages heaven, earth, and human are for testing cultivation. Passing through the 6 paths of reincarnation is for cultivating the Tao. After passing through the 3 stages and 6 paths, 108 people will be selected to enter the life and death slaughter of the 1 line of heaven, and 36 will be chosen to be appointed as heavenly generals. They will be granted the opportunity to have their names inscribed on the immortal conferment stone." As soon as these words were spoken, a fierce commotion erupted in the Leishan Palace. Even those seated on cushions around Yan Leizi showed signs of emotion, their eyes like lightning instantly fixed on Yan Leizi. Even the Xiang family patriarch and the man surnamed Gongsun were stunned, looking towards Yan Leizi. Even Qing Shui Immortal Lord's eyes flashed with intense cold light, and he said in a low voice, "Is that the Wind Immortal Stone that the ancient Immortal Realm left behind in the Thunder Immortal Realm?" "That's right," Yan Leizi said calmly and slowly. "It's rumored that this stone is a relic of the ancient Immortal Realm. Anyone whose name is inscribed on it can penetrate the void and be directly transported into the vanished ancient Immortal Realm. Unexpectedly, this Wind Immortal Stone is in the Thunder Immortal Palace." The old man surnamed Xiang's face darkened slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Although the ancient Immortal Realm has vanished, it is rumored that countless years later, the ancient Immortal Realm will open again." When it opens, it will only accept those whose names are inscribed on this wind immortal stone. Although it's just a rumor, it's the only remaining path to the ancient immortal realm. The middle-aged man surnamed Gomson, sitting beside him, opened his eyes, revealing a glint of intelligence, and calmly spoke. A silent atmosphere prevailed, except for a few. Almost no one knew what the wind immortal stone was. But through the words of the group around the old man surnamed Xiang, they immediately understood the importance of this wind immortal stone. However, most cultivators were unfamiliar with the name Ancient Star Domain, and all looked towards their family ancestors. The wind immortal stone shattered into countless fragments when the Thunder Immortal realm collapsed. My Thunder Immortal Palace didn't obtain it, so there's no need to discuss that this was because a senior, after acquiring the Moon Beast, came to me alone and gave me a palm-sized piece of wind immortal stone. Yanlazi said calmly. Upon hearing this, those seated on the cushions fell silent, no longer asking about the matter. The three gates are heaven, earth, and man. The first gate is the gate of man. Let's see which participant can persevere for 10 breaths to pass. Luosu, enter the thunder pool. Yanlazi's voice boomed. A beam of green light flew rapidly from the distant horizon, transforming into a figure before Yanlazi and his group, a middle-aged man dressed entirely in green. He bowed to everyone and said in a deep voice, "Lord of the palace, I obey." After saying this, he descended, landing on the 1,000-foot-wide square. He stood on the green stone square, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm but revealing a strong sense of arrogance. His appearance immediately drew the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Among them, it was clear that Luo Su's identity was known, but whispers of discussion arose. Luo Su of the Thunder Immortal Palace. It's rumored that this person, 300 years ago, reached the mid-stage of nirvana and has been in seclusion cultivating for 300 years. Unexpectedly, today he's guarding the human finger pass. This Luo Su is not simple at all, especially his ability to transform his divine consciousness. Even some established old masters have acknowledged his skill. A flurry of discussions filled the air. Luo Su raised his head, looking at the hundreds of young cultivators on the teleportation arrays in the air. His expression was calm as he spoke. In my eyes, none of you are qualified to become one of the 108 immortals, because killing you is no different than crushing an ant. Now, whoever I point to, come down here. As soon as Luo Su spoke, the vast majority of cultivators on the teleportation arrays in the air glared at him with gloomy eyes. Especially Su Ting, whose eyes flashed with red light, but he remained silent. Luo Su didn't waste any words. He casually pointed his right hand, stopping at a cultivator from the Luotian northern region. The cultivator hesitated for a moment upon being pointed at. But in that very moment of hesitation, Luo Su snorted coldly, his right hand grasping the void, instantly transforming into a giant hand that swept across with a howling gale. The cultivators all around could feel the gale striking their faces. The giant hand moved like lightning, almost instantly seizing the cultivator and mercilessly throwing him aside. The cultivator's face immediately turned pale. His cultivation level was yin void, and being grabbed by the giant hand, his entire body instantly turned icy cold, as if his elemental power had been frozen. After falling to the ground, he immediately sat down cross-legged without a second thought. Luo Su's eyes showed impatience. He didn't take this so-called sealing of immortals seriously at all. If it weren't for the sect master asking him to guard this gate, he would have truly refused, perhaps continuing his secluded cultivation to reach the late stage of the Nirvana realm as soon as possible. Besides, there was another important reason why he agreed to become the first gatekeeper. After grabbing the cultivator, the sternness in his eyes intensified, and he directly released his divine consciousness. Immediately, the surrounding sky and earth changed color. Luo Su's divine power was extremely miraculous. It couldn't be contained within his body, but instead spread out, instantly transforming into a giant figure clad in golden armor, standing in the air, emitting a resounding roar. After the giant appeared, without stopping, he charged towards the meditating monk with a thunderous roar, reaching him in just 3 steps. The giant in golden armor raised his right hand and suddenly punched forward. With this punch, the meditating monk's face turned pale, his eyes filled with terror. His clothes were blown backward as if by a whirlwind, and his hair flew in all directions. Wang Lin's eyes shone like torches as he watched this scene. Suddenly, just as the giant in golden armor's fist came down, the monk's body trembled. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flickered into a blur. And his soul was unexpectedly forced out of his body, violently ejected, carrying an expression of utter terror as it flew rapidly backward. With a cold snort, the giant in golden armor retracted his fist, stepped back a few paces, and stood motionless beside Luo Su. Trash, with your cultivation and strength, you're not worthy to compete for the title of immortal. You're not qualified. The impatience in Luo Su's eyes deepened. He felt that testing this person was a waste of his time. The cultivator's primordial spirit returned to his body, palely glancing at Luo Su, wanting to speak, but ultimately couldn't utter a word before retreating, bowing, and suddenly leaving. Back inside the teleportation array, the array flashed with light and disappeared along with the person. 325 people, one less. Luo Su frowned, his gaze sweeping over the cultivators in the air, casually pointing at one. The cultivator he pointed at gritted his teeth, directly descended to the square, back to Luo Su, and respectfully said, "Please enlighten me, senior." Luo Su's expression softened slightly, and he said nothing. However, the giant in golden armor beside him stepped forward, directly unleashing his divine power as before, launching a punch. There, cultivator gritted his teeth, his hands forming a hand seal, and immediately his entire body emitted a white light, spreading everywhere to block the giant in golden armor. But under the punch, this white light immediately collapsed. The cultivator immediately retreated a few steps, biting his tongue and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, which transformed into a blood mist to block the attack. The giant in golden armor's punch struck the blood mist, immediately producing a thunderous explosion, and the blood mist instantly collapsed. The cultivator's face turned pale, his body swayed, and more than half of his primordial spirit immediately escaped from his body. But at this moment, after a painful scream from the cultivator, thunderous explosions erupted from within his body, and his primordial spirit was suddenly pulled back. The only problem was that doing so obviously exceeded this cultivator's capabilities. Although his primordial spirit had entered his body, his physical body immediately became sluggish. Endure 10 breaths, and you can be considered to have passed. But even if you, a piece of trash like you, pass this test, you'll definitely be eliminated at the next one. Luo Su waved his sleeve, and the cultivator's body was instantly thrown out. The man's face was pale, and he bowed to Luo Su in midair before immediately returning to the teleportation array to meditate. The next group of people Luo Su pointed to all acted quickly and performed quite well. Only those who were slow were forcibly seized by Luo Su, just like the first cultivator, and were injured before even being tested. As a group of cultivators entered the square, the word trash echoed incessantly. Even those who were qualified could not escape being called trash. Gradually, Luo Su's patience ran out. Every time someone descended, the giant in golden armor would immediately unleash a punch. Time flew by. After the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, more than half of the cultivators had passed the test, with 4/10 of them qualified. The 6-fingered cultivator, the large-headed pupil, along with Nangung Han and several other high-level cultivators, had obviously all passed. Only after testing these people did Luo Su's expression soften slightly, and he didn't utter the word trash. "You, come down here." Luo Su pointed at a person in the teleportation array in midair. This person was Su Ting from Donglan Star. A red light flashed in his eyes, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Luo Su's gaze was icy cold. He grabbed at the void with his right hand, and immediately his large hand reappeared, reaching straight towards Su Ting. As soon as this claw approached, Su Ting's right hand formed a hand seal, and immediately black energy swirled around, unexpectedly transforming into something resembling a demon. Struggling with the other hand amidst howling screams, Su Ting, with a cold smile, suddenly lunged downwards. He didn't fly down to the square to await the test, but instead rushed forward, his hands clasped together in front of him, pulling outwards. Immediately, dense black energy roared, forming a long spear of black energy in front of him. A cold glint flashed in Luo Su's eyes. The giant in golden armor immediately stepped forward, charging straight at Su Ting. Su Ting, amidst his maniacal laughter, suddenly shifted his body, unexpectedly bypassing Luo Su, and instead took a step to stand beside the giant in golden armor. The long spear in his hand suddenly thrust forward. The giant in golden armor instantly threw a punch, but just as his fist was about to collide with the black spear, the spear twisted eerily. The tip of the spear vanished, and in an instant, it transformed into a bizarre black serpent. This serpent was long and slender, but upon opening its mouth, it instantly stretched to over 10 meters in length. This scene was utterly incongruous. The surrounding cultivators watching all watched with grave expressions. The serpent opened its mouth and swallowed the entire giant in golden armor. Seeing this, Wang Lin's pupils contracted. The Su family serpent devouring immortal technique. Old man Xiang nodded slightly, his eyes showing admiration. Not bad, this Xu Ting, perhaps among those vying for the title, is a very strong one. An old man beside him nodded and smiled. Not only them, but the cultivators watching from all sides had also learned about this divine technique through the guidance of their family ancestors. Snake devouring, one of the 4 great divine techniques of the Su family in Donglan Star. This technique is extremely mysterious. Just wait and see. If this snake devouring technique encounters a cultivator with weaker cultivation, after devouring them, it can often devour the opponent's cultivation as well, transforming into an illusion that gains the power of the devoured person. Qing Shui Immortal Lord's expression was calm, coldly glancing at Su Ting without saying anything. The cold light in Luo Su's eyes intensified, but he remembered that the other party was from the Su family in Donglan Star, suppressing his anger, and coldly snorted. Qualified. Having swallowed the giant in golden armor, Su Ting laughed maniacally. His body flashed, the long spear transforming back into black mist and being drawn into it. He took a step back to the teleportation array, his eyes filled with a mocking gaze directed at Wang Lin. Luo Su's face darkened as he pointed at the remaining people in the teleportation array in midair. His fingertip now rested on Wang Lin. "You, come down here." Luo Su's eyes flashed. He had long known Wang Lin's appearance. Another reason he came here to preside over the first gate was this Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he calmly took a step forward towards the square. Sensing Wang Lin's slow pace, Luo Su snorted coldly, his right hand grasping the void. Immediately, his large hand reappeared, grabbing directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned again. The huge hand reached out with all its might, stirring up a whirlwind. This whirlwind roared, sweeping towards Wang Lin. If he didn't dodge or resist, once caught by this huge hand, even if he managed to pass the human pass, he would be severely injured. Wang Lin wasn't the type to let others bully him. At this moment, his eyes flashed with cold light, and his third eye between his eyebrows immediately opened. A dense red light instantly fanned out as he turned, immediately enveloping the approaching huge hand. He didn't stop but continued forward, the red light covering it, and a series of rumbling sounds echoed. The huge hand that had been launching the attack shattered and dissipated amidst the continuous rumbling. Wang Lin stepped out, stopping above the square, back to Luo Su, and calmly said, "Please enlighten me." Sitting on a cushion, Yan Lazy observed the scene, his eyes flashing with brilliance as he stared intently at the crimson light. After understanding, he looked towards Wang Lin, his gaze filled with admiration. This person unexpectedly possesses such a divine ability. Although its power isn't yet sufficient, it contains boundless potential for growth. Qing Shui remained calm, glancing at Wang Lin before averting his gaze. Along with these two, the other old masters seated around them also had bright eyes. Only Zishenzi's expression was gloomy, a cold smile in his heart. Aside from them, very few of the onlookers could discern the extraordinary nature of the crimson light emitted by the third eye. The ancestor of Shi Zifeng sighed softly, muttering, "This person is so young yet possesses such cultivation, truly extraordinary." Luo Su's expression grew even more somber. The opponent's divine ability had startled him. He stared intently at Wang Lin. He suddenly released his divine consciousness, sweeping it across, and immediately the giant in golden armor reappeared. This giant's entire body flashed with golden light, radiating a dazzling brilliance. After appearing, it charged forward, carrying an attack capable of shaking the primordial spirit, heading straight towards Wang Lin. After 3 steps, the giant in golden armor clenched its fist and unleashed a punch containing a power specifically designed to strike the primordial spirit. Wang Lin had observed and understood this beforehand. At this moment, his eyes flashed, and he immediately formed hand seals, circling in front of him. A restrictive spell instantly condensed and appeared before him. This spell was densely layered, instantly multiplying into countless symbols, forming a vast expanse of densely packed restrictive symbols all around. As soon as the giant in golden armor approached, these restrictions, following Wang Lin's command, immediately erupted. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he said, "Seal." Countless restrictions surged up, engulfing the giant from all sides, instantly closing in, layer upon layer. The giant in golden armor couldn't move as soon as it got close to Wang Lin, completely locked in place by the restrictions. From the beginning, Wang Lin hadn't moved a single step since standing in the square. Now he coldly glanced at Luosu, not approaching the giant in golden armor, who was still 3 inches away from him, but instead turned and walked backward. His black hair fluttered with his movements, and his white robe was extremely unrestrained. Although his appearance was ordinary, he exuded an indescribable aura. This person passed the first gate so quickly and efficiently that the surrounding cultivators exchanged glances. Su Ting's eyes flashed, staring intently at Wang Lin, a red light gleaming in them. Shi Zifeng looked at Wang Lin, her heart pounding, her face flushed, and the image of him in the Thunder Immortal realm flashed before her eyes again. This person's restrictions are very strong. The 6-fingered cultivator looked at the giant in golden armor who was sealed off. And the big-headed pupil, although still displaying the same naive smile as before, now had an icy coldness in it. Luosu's expression was as gloomy as water, staring at Wang Lin, recalling the outrageous news he had heard 2 days ago after emerging from his seclusion. His clansmen had been killed outside the teleportation array in the Thunder Immortal realm by a man named Sumu. This Sumu was currently in the Thunder Immortal Palace, one of the contenders for the title. A cold glint flashed in Luosu's eyes. He didn't want to kill this person here, but he also didn't want to let him get past the first hurdle. Therefore, when Sumu prepared to use the teleportation array to fall out of the Thunder Immortal Palace, that would be his chance to kill him. With a cold snort, Luosu's consciousness surged in, and immediately the giant in golden armor burst into golden light, as if he had been infused with boundless power. Immediately, rumbling sounds emanated from his body, and the restrictions shattered in an instant. The giant in golden armor stepped forward, a large golden sword appearing in his right hand. He swung the sword down towards Wang Lin. At the same time, under Luosu's overwhelming divine consciousness, not only did the giant in golden armor wielding the sword suddenly grow to 100 feet tall, but 2 more giants in golden armor materialized in the 1,000-foot square, charging towards Wang Lin. These 3 giants in golden armor moved with incredible speed, creating a whirlwind as they rushed forward, roaring as they charged straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin forcefully turned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, retreating swiftly. He formed hand seals, and immediately several restrictions appeared in front of him, blocking one of the giants in golden armor. At the same time, he raised his right hand and fiercely slashed downwards. More than 10 slaying Luoju techniques instantly appeared, merging into the restrictions, piercing through and striking the second giant in golden armor. As for the third giant in golden armor, Wang Lin directly stepped forward, raising his right hand. The beast bone on the back of his hand twitched, suddenly transforming and appearing. As the beast bone appeared, a dark light flashed, instantly enveloping the heavens and earth in killing intent. The golden light on the third giant in golden armor immediately dimmed, a gray light flashing. Without hesitation, Wang Lin directly used his right fingers to form a sword and pointed it at the giant in golden armor. With a loud bang, the giant's body instantly collapsed. At the same time, the restriction and the slaying Luo technique struck, and amidst the resounding explosions, the other 2 giants in golden armor also collapsed simultaneously. But just as these 3 giants in golden armor collapsed, Luosu moved. This was the first time he had directly taken action, aside from using his divine consciousness. Like a flash of lightning, he took a step forward with unbelievable speed. His speed was too fast. As he approached Wang Lin, he unleashed a single finger strike. This single strike suddenly unleashed 10/10 of his mid-stage nirvana cultivation, instantly striking with tremendous force. Under this strike, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. At this moment, he naturally had no time to retreat, directly opening his mouth and spitting out the Wind Immortal seal to block in front of him. Luosu's finger strike on the Wind Immortal seal caused it to tremble slightly. Wang Lin, behind him, immediately felt a surge of immense power. This power did not injure his body but penetrated deep inside, causing his primordial spirit to fly out of his body. Although it only escaped 3 inches before being pulled back into his body, Luo Su's mouth curved into a sinister smile as he retracted his finger and retreated. Not qualified. Luo Su waved his sleeve, pointing at another person in the teleportation array in the air, saying, "You, come down here." Luo Su's actions were indeed risky, as the battle for the Immortal Seal was underway, with many onlookers. However, he held a special position in the Thunder Immortal Palace, and hadn't yet committed any outrageous acts, so he wasn't overly concerned. The cultivators in the formation in the air were stunned by his words and descended without a word. But at this moment, Wang Lin swept 10 meters away by Luo Su's sleeve, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Not qualified. Wang Lin was determined to win this battle for the Immortal Seal, to be the top contender. Luo Su's words had enraged him. If he truly wasn't qualified, that would be one thing, but Luo Su was clearly doing this intentionally. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he took a step forward, directly approaching, raising his right hand, without even glancing at the cultivators descending from the air. The monk felt a gust of wind strike his face. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated, inwardly lamenting. "Who are you saying is unqualified?" Wang Lin charged forward with all his might, a wave of overwhelming killing intent erupting from his body. A mid-stage Nirvana realm cultivator wasn't an unattainable level. Wang Lin, having cultivated his entire life and fought countless battles, had now reached the early-stage Nirvana realm. While he wasn't certain of victory against a mid-stage Nirvana realm cultivator, he wouldn't accept defeat if he left like this. Moreover, with Qing Shui present, Wang Lin had no fear. Charging forward with all his might, Wang Lin raised his right hand, and the wind summoning technique instantly filled the heavens and earth. A howling black wind immediately obscured the sun, and 2 black dragons materialized, their terrifying roars echoing throughout the land as they charged towards Luo Su in front of him. Luo Su's eyes flashed, and he sneered. "You dare defy the Thunder Immortal Palace?" He took a step forward, his entire consciousness spreading out, and in a short time, 9 giant figures clad in golden armor materialized. These 9 giants, each 100 feet tall, wielded great swords and charged towards Wang Lin with furious roars. Wang Lin laughed maniacally, his laughter revealing boundless coldness. He pointed his right hand to the sky, and immediately the Kanji Immortal materialized. With the roar of 2 black dragons, it lashed out, creating thunderous explosions. The Kanji Immortal swung wildly, unleashing its full power, causing 3 of the giant figures in golden armor to collapse instantly. Wang Lin, filled with killing intent, charged straight towards Luo Su. Luo Su stared at the Kanji Immortal, his expression changing drastically. Qing Shui's eyes flashed with cold light as he muttered, "Now this is a little more like a disciple of my master, Bai Fin." Luo Su's pupils contracted, and his divine consciousness suddenly spread out. The divine consciousness of a mid-stage Nirvana realm cultivator far surpassed that of an early-stage Nirvana realm cultivator. At this moment, this spread caused the remaining 7 golden armored giants to instantly burst into golden light, filling the area within 1,000 feet with Luo Su's divine consciousness, creating immense pressure. The 7 golden armored giants roared and charged straight at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he didn't hesitate for a moment as he charged forward. The Kanji Immortal Whip, circling in front of him, instantly magnified infinitely, finally transforming into a 100-foot-long whip. Wang Lin raised his right hand and grasped it. With a tremor, the Kanji Immortal Whip let out a piercing scream like a demon's howl, and lashed out. A deafening explosion was heard. One of the golden armored giants, who was charging forward with a punch, was struck by the Kanji Immortal Whip and instantly collapsed. Kinsisi Town was originally black, but this time, after continuously destroying 4 giants in golden armor, its body looked as if it had shed its skin, with layers of scales peeling off. A burst of golden light emanated from within, making Kanji Immortal seem to be absorbing the power of the sun and moon. The sun was gold, the moon was silver, and Kanji Immortal, carrying the golden light, followed Wang Lin forward like a dragon. A continuous, frenzied rumbling sound echoed as all the remaining giants in golden armor collapsed one after another. This scene caused a stir among the onlookers. Even the old masters sitting on their cushions were very interested. A beginner-level Nirvana cultivator fighting a middle-level Nirvana cultivator. This is unusual. I recognize this person. He's Sumu. Demon Taoist Sumu. No wonder this person dared to fight Luo Su, Lord. Shen Gong, who watched Wang Lin and Luo Su's battle, his mind shaken, a powerful surge of passion rising within him. He glared at Wang Lin, the reverence in his eyes once again transforming into reverence, though without the fanaticism. The level was equivalent. Zhang Kongli also took a deep breath at this scene. He could vaguely sense the intense fighting spirit emanating from that senior, a fighting spirit that, as the other party said, clearly stemmed from a will to win. Wang Lin's black hair fluttered, and he flew swiftly towards Luo Su. At this moment, under the pressure of Luo Su's divine consciousness within 1,000 jang radius, he felt as if he were in water. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, his left hand forming a hand seal and pointing. The two black dragons circling around him suddenly began to spin around Wang Lin's body, forming a huge vortex. This whirlwind almost instantly erupted into an endless frenzy, like a swirling vortex, with two black dragons roaring within. Wang Lin, inside the whirlwind, his white robe billowing, softly shouted, "Break!" As soon as he uttered these words, the whirlwind formed by the two black dragons outside his body immediately roared, wildly spreading outwards. Cracking sounds echoed, and under the force of the whirlwind and the attack of the two black dragons, the pressure of the divine consciousness within 1,000 jang radius was instantly shattered, creating a gap. Although Wang Lin's cultivation and divine consciousness were not equal to Luo Su's, his victory was due to his astonishing divine abilities and the magic treasure that suppressed the primordial spirit. With the gap in the 1,000 jang divine consciousness blockade broken, the Kanji immortal immediately swept out. A thunderous explosion resounded, and Luo Su's 1,000 jang divine consciousness blockade instantly collapsed and disintegrated, transforming into an invisible surge of power. Wang Lin's figure moved like lightning. The moment this 1,000-foot-long divine consciousness collapsed, he took a step forward. The two black dragons in front of him, roaring, unleashed a torrent of chilling wine directly towards Luo Su. This overwhelming chill instantly sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding cultivators, as if their entire bodies were frozen. Their expressions changed drastically. Luo Su's face darkened, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. He simply sat down cross-legged, his hands forming a hand seal. Completely ignoring the attacking black dragons and the chilling wine, he closed his eyes. My cultivation level is at the mid-stage Nirvana realm. If I can't kill you, my thousands of years of cultivation will be wasted. As Luo Su closed his eyes, an boundless stream of divine consciousness instantly condensed from his body, transforming into countless sharp needles. Around his body, the needles formed from his divine consciousness multiplied, becoming densely packed, numbering over 1,000. These sharp needles, having just formed, shot out with immense force, accompanied by a howling sound, flying straight towards Wang Lin. Each of these pointed dots conceals the transformation of Luo Su's divine consciousness. This type of divine ability is the skill he has relied on to achieve fame throughout his life, acknowledged by many seniors as a great divine technique. Among cultivators, almost all divine abilities are transformed from the power within the body. Very few attack techniques are created from the primordial spirit. However, when it comes to divine consciousness attack techniques, every cultivator's mind is shaken. Divine abilities transformed from the power within the body can be resisted, but techniques created from the primordial spirit are specifically designed to injure the primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit is injured, it can result in serious injury at best, and at worst, a decrease in cultivation or even direct death. Yao Bingyun's soul-shattering seal from back then was one such example. However, this soul-shattering seal was formed from the combination of primordial power and divine consciousness, and in some aspects, it was not a complete divine consciousness attack, still having some shortcomings. But the divine ability that Luo Su displayed at this moment was a complete divine consciousness technique, without using any elemental power, making its power even stronger. It was precisely because of this divine ability formed from divine consciousness that he, with his early nirvana stage cultivation, was able to attain such a high status in the Thunder Immortal Palace. You strike first, I, Luo, can only retaliate. If so, you will only meet your death. Luo Su shouted softly, his eyes widening. Immediately, countless divine consciousness needles covered the sky and earth, simultaneously approaching Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. With a cold snort, he formed hand seals and pushed forward. Immediately, two black dragons transformed from the wine summoning technique roared, spewing out dark wind. and the rapidly approaching divine consciousness needles clashed with each other as if transparent, directly piercing through. The black dragons roared angrily, charging straight towards Luo Su. Meanwhile, the cluster of spiritual needles quickly shot straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. If it were another cultivator at the mid-stage of the Nirvana realm, his battle would have been extremely difficult. After all, for true cultivators who have entered the second stage, the difference between each minor realm is enormous. But this Luo Su was using spiritual consciousness techniques. If it were someone else fighting against him, it would certainly be extremely troublesome, as the difference in cultivation level leads to different levels of spiritual strength. Therefore, when spiritual consciousness clashes, the difference in power will be immediately apparent. But Wang Lin didn't take this mental attack technique seriously. As the needles formed from mental energy flew rapidly towards him, the Kanji Immortal spun around, sweeping horizontally. With a thunderous roar, many of the mental energy needles shattered. However, there were many of these needles flying densely, and some still pierced through the Kanji Immortal, directly entering Wang Lin's body, transforming into a frenzied force that went straight to his primordial spirit. But it immediately struck the ancient god's armor, shattering it in an instant. For the ancient god's armor, this level of mental attack was completely insufficient. At this moment, the black dragon had approached Luo Su, his face ferocious. He formed a hand seal, pointing to his forehead, not looking at the two black dragons but staring intently at Wang Lin. Immediately, a green light flashed above his forehead, intensely radiating and transforming into a green snake. This ferocious green snake opened its mouth, revealing sharp, venomous fangs, and with a piercing shriek, it lunged forward. The Kanji Immortal swept across, and upon striking the snake, it was instantly split in two, dodging and into directions, instantly clinging to Wang Lin's body. The snake burrowed into his body, transforming into an unimaginable force of attack, hurtling towards Wang Lin's primordial spirit at incredible speed. Just as it approached Wang Lin's primordial spirit, it extended its venomous fangs to bite, but this bite also struck the ancient god's armor. With a loud bang, the snake's venomous fangs shattered, but its ferocity did not diminish, continuing to smash through. Upon reaching the ancient god's armor, the snake transformed into a cloud of green energy, frantically attempting to penetrate the armor and enter Wang Lin's primordial spirit. At this moment, another green snake approached, opening its mouth and ferociously biting and tearing. The ancient god's armor vibrated violently, and the green snake instantly shattered with a mournful grunt, transforming into a stream of energy that escaped through the armor. This perilous scene of the primordial spirit within the body was invisible to outsiders, but even the slightest mistake would be fatal. Wang Lin's face turned pale, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes, yet he stubbornly resisted. In a flash, his right hand formed a sword and lunged straight at Luo Su. Luo Su's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with terror. He exclaimed, "Impossible!" He couldn't believe that his mid-stage Nirvana-level spiritual attack had caused no damage to the opponent's body. This was beyond his expectations after thousands of years of cultivation. Even if he has a treasure protecting his spiritual sense, my cultivation is a small realm higher than his, and for thousands of years I have specialized in cultivating spiritual sense techniques. In this world, even if there were a divine treasure protecting the soul, it couldn't prevent this person from suffering even the slightest harm. While Luo Su was terrified, two black dragons roared and lunged forward, ferociously devouring him. Luo Su's face turned pale. His elemental power and divine abilities were far inferior to his spiritual techniques, but his cultivation was still at the mid-stage Nirvana realm, and he naturally possessed many magical artifacts. At this moment, he potted his storage bag, and a small drum immediately appeared in his hand, which he threw forward. The drum instantly grew larger, and as the two black dragons charged, a thunderous drumming sound emanated from it. This drumming created a whirlwind in all directions. However, when the ominous whine from the two black dragons blew, the drum immediately vibrated, and the drumming suddenly stopped. Luo Su quickly retreated, shouting towards the drum, "Ancient ice!" The vibrating drum instantly shattered, and a powerful force surged out from within, forming an attack that violently collided with one of the black dragons. A deafening explosion echoed in the ears of the surrounding monks. The drum vanished, and a black dragon was shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Wang Lin's figure moved like lightning. As soon as the drum disintegrated, he directly rushed out, stepping on the black dragon, carrying a wave of killing intent as he charged straight towards Luosu. Wang Lin knew that Luosu's divine consciousness technique had just been broken, and he was terrified, creating a vulnerability. If he didn't seize this opportunity, once Luosu's spirit recovered, another battle would surely ensue. Especially if Luosu unleashed his elemental power, even the slightest carelessness would lead to immediate defeat. Although Qing Shui was present, the chances of him losing his life were slim, but that would still mean losing his qualification. As he rushed out, Wang Lin raised his right hand, and the wind immortal seal instantly appeared, fiercely pressing towards Luosu with even greater speed. Luosu's face turned pale, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. He no longer considered the possibility of his divine consciousness technique being broken, and instead formed a hand seal. Immediately, an boundless surge of primal energy condensed within his body, transforming into a ball of lightning and fire on his palm. Just as he was about to unleash it, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he softly shouted, "Freeze!" With that single word, Luosu instantly felt countless thin threads of energy around him in the void. He struggled briefly, and although he immediately broke free, the immortal seal was now directly above his head. At the same time, 10,000 golden symbols surged out, frantically rushing towards Luosu. Luosu sighed inwardly. Primal energy techniques weren't his forte. His greatest strength was his divine consciousness technique. But now, attacking his opponent had no effect, leaving him utterly bitter. Breaking free from the immobilization technique, the lightning fire in Luosu's hand was thrown forward. Immediately, this lightning fire magnified with a roar, instantly reaching a height of over 10 meters, forming a huge fiery mouth. Amidst the thunderous roar, it continued to engulf the immortal seal. Swallowed by the flames, the entire immortal seal was instantly engulfed in fire. But under this fire, the immortal seal remained unharmed, instead fiercely suppressing it. With a loud bang, while the immortal seal was suppressed, Luosu flashed out, his face grim, his clothes slightly damaged, his eyes bloodshot. "I don't believe you can forever resist my divine consciousness technique." Luosu glared, directly charging towards Wang Lin. As he charged, he dispersed his divine consciousness, concentrating it in his hands, and rapidly pushed forward. Layers upon layers of divine consciousness waves surged towards Wang Lin. With the immobilization technique broken, Wang Lin's mind was shaken, and he retaliated. As he moved, he potted his storage bag, took out a primordial spirit from the soul banner, and directly stuffed it into his mouth to replenish his depleted primordial power. At this moment, Luosu did not retreat but advanced, waves of power surging towards Wang Lin. The kanji immortal swept across, continuously lashing out in front of Wang Lin, causing the approaching waves to collapse instantly. However, some also penetrated, striking Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's face turned slightly pale. Although the ancient god's armor was strong, the shock still penetrated his primordial spirit. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent as he stepped forward, concentrating primordial power in his hands. After forming a hand seal, his fingers formed a sword, and the Luo slaying technique appeared. Each Luo slaying technique followed him, unleashing a thunderous barrage. Seeing the speed of Luosu and Wang Lin increasing, the two were in midair, one attacking with divine consciousness and resisting with primordial power, the other attacking with primordial power and resisting with divine consciousness, engaging in a fierce and earth-shattering battle. The deafening roars continued incessantly as the two fought with increasing ferocity. Enough! At the moment of their most intense battle, Yanlazi frowned and let out a low shout. A massive surge of primal energy appeared, instantly intervening between the two, exploding with a loud bang, forcing both of them to retreat. Qing Shui's eyes flashed with killing intent, and with a cold snort, his right eye glowed intensely red, revealing his extreme realm. Wang Lin's face turned pale. He felt an unimaginable force suddenly erupt during the fierce battle, causing his entire body to tremble and be forced out. A mouthful of fresh blood surged up, and he spat it out. After falling to the ground, he stumbled back several steps. As for Luosu, he also spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, forced back several meters, staring intently at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Yanlazi separated the two, showing no favoritism, but Wang Lin's spitting out of blood caused the extreme realm in Qing Shui's eyes to flash. He is not someone you can kill. You don't have the right. As the extreme realm was unleashed, the heavens and earth changed color. A wave of icy cold air quickly enveloped the surroundings. From within this icy cold air emanated a brutal power, causing the faces of the old monsters sitting on the cushions to change drastically. This was the first time they had felt the most powerful divine ability of Qing Shui Immortal Monarch. Not only them, but all the cultivators around them instantly changed their expressions. Stop! Yan Lazy stood up abruptly, but his voice was too slow. Luo Su only felt an irresistible force surge into his body in an instant. He only saw his vision turn red, as if a red lightning bolt had entered his body. Immediately afterward, he heard the sound of his primordial spirit shattering. This sound reached his ears, and an unimaginable pain surged wildly through his body. Luo Su's primordial spirit, completely pierced by this red lightning bolt, had no power to resist and instantly shattered, turning into countless fragments that scattered from his body, causing him to immediately spew out a large cloud of blood mist. He struggled to turn and glance at his killer, but he only managed to do half of it. His eyes immediately dimmed, and he fell to the ground with a thud. His breath ceased, his body perished. A red light flashed on Luo Su's corpse, and this red light enveloped Luo Su's shattered primordial spirit, carrying it back into Qing Shui's body. Qing Shui's complexion became slightly healthier. Complete silence fell on all sides. This sudden scene caused all the cultivators to gasp for breath, seemingly losing their minds, fearfully observing the unimaginable events unfolding before them. Qing Shui! Yan Lazy's expression was ferocious, his face turning purple with anger, glaring at Qing Shui. You made Sumu spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, so I must take his life. Qing Shui calmly replied. I showed no favoritism just now. Qing Shui, what you did was against justice. If I were presiding over the conferment of immortality today, I would certainly have a duel with you. Yan Lazy stared at Qing Shui, his voice low and menacing. It was just an accident. If you want to fight, then fight. A crimson light flashed in Qing Shui's right eye. Since absorbing the demonic tribulation, his extreme realm had recovered, and his former way of acting was gradually resurfacing. Killing someone doesn't need a reason. If there really is a reason, it's to defend someone. He couldn't repay his master's kindness. Although his master was joking back then, he still truly cared about every word his master said. In his heart, Sumu was his junior brother, and with him here, he wouldn't let anyone disrespect Sumu. Moreover, Qing Shui had clearly seen the killing intent in Luo Su's eyes. Such a person, he absolutely had to kill. Wang Lin pondered, then looked at Qing Shui respectfully and said, Thank you, senior brother. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding silence was broken by a commotion. Senior brother. Is this Sumu the junior brother of senior Qing Shui? This is truly unbelievable. I never imagined Qing Shui and Sumu were fellow disciples. It's rumored that in the immortal realm, Qing Shui's master was immortal Emperor Bai Fan. This Sumu unexpectedly. He's also a disciple of Bai Fan. No wonder Sumu has been so arrogant in recent years. It turns out his senior brother is immortal Lord Qing Shui. Hemph, without immortal Lord Qing Shui, I'm afraid this Sumu would be nothing. Su Ting's face darkened. He licked his lips, staring intently at Wang Lin, his thoughts racing. However, he ultimately glanced cautiously at Qing Shui, having made his decision. As for the six-fingered cultivator and the big-headed boy, both were stunned by this, frowning, their minds filled with their own thoughts. Shi Zifeng's mouth dropped open. Her eyes showed disbelief at Wang Lin's relationship with Qing Shui, and while she was secretly delighted, she couldn't help but sigh. With my status, I'm afraid there's no future for me with him in this lifetime. The sect master is unexpectedly a disciple of immortal Emperor Bai Fan, the junior brother of Qing Shui Immortal Lord. Shan Gonghu took a deep breath, the reverence in his eyes once again becoming fervent, even more intense than before. His reverence for Wang Lin deepened, and this fervor seemed eternal. Zhan Kanlai stared blankly at the scene before him, making a firm decision in his heart. As for Non Gong Han, he smiled wryly, thinking to himself, this Sumu is a fellow disciple of Qing Shui Immortal Lord. It seems I should get closer to him in the future. That would be beneficial to me. Not only them, but even the old monsters sitting on the cushions above had their eyes flickering, obviously extremely terrified by this situation. Only Blood God's son inwardly sneered. The murmurs of discussion reached Yan Lazy's ears. He looked at Qing Shui, pondered for a moment, then laughed heartily and said, "If it was an accidental killing by the Immortal Lord, then let's let this matter go. However, I hope the Immortal Lord will consider the difficulty of our cultivation and not make such a mistake again." Qing Shui closed his eyes and remained silent. Yan Lacey sighed inwardly. He had invited Qing Shui after breaking the seal. Although the other party's cultivation hadn't fully recovered, from his careful observation, it seemed that Qing Shui now possessed a hidden power. This power wasn't at the extreme realm, but it still made him wary, and he truly didn't want a few small matters to affect their relationship. Moreover, and most importantly, even the senior who had obtained the Moon Beast, whom he held in extremely high regard, had once warned against easily provoking this Qing Shui. Even Bai Fan, back then, if it weren't for the master-disciple relationship he had, wouldn't have been able to forcefully subdue him. This Luo Su is too arrogant. He's dead anyway. It's just a pity about his divine consciousness technique. Yan Lazy's gaze fell on Wang Lin, secretly thinking, this Sumu must have a very powerful artifact protecting his primordial spirit. Perhaps it was given to him by Qing Shui. Sumu qualified. Yan Lazy's voice was calm. With Luo Su's death, Yan Lazy summoned another person to take charge of the first gate today, responsible for testing the remaining people. The person in charge was shaken by Luo Su's actions, and in the end, out of 196 out of 125 people, 196 remained, while the rest were expelled from the teleportation array. The second gate, the Earth Branch Gate. Yan Lazy raised his right hand, forming a hand seal and pressing it towards the Thunder Pool Square. Immediately, a phantom hand seal materialized from his hand, descending into the square with a thunderous roar. As soon as the hand seal landed, the entire 1,000-foot square instantly erupted. Amidst the deafening thunder, countless blue lightning bolts flashed and darted back and forth, seemingly transforming into a real thunder pool. These lightning bolts, like silver snakes, constantly flickered, densely converging amidst the thunder, then suddenly dispersing in all directions, leaving a 3-foot-long square empty space in the center of the 1,000-foot square. Endure 15 breaths to pass, otherwise, your qualification will be revoked. Inside the 1,000-jound thunder pool, roaring lightning echoed. A phantom thunder spirit, formed from countless lightning bolts, condensed in a 3-jound space, radiating an astonishing aura. The eyes of cultivators all turned to Wang Lin. Wang Lin had resolutely passed the first gate, and now almost all cultivators wanted to see how long Sumu could endure the second. Even some renowned old masters were paying close attention. The power within the thunder pool is absolutely unbearable for ordinary people. Sumu can only withstand 20 breaths, at most. Even if the Thunder Immortal Palace envoy cultivates lightning techniques and divine abilities under the power of the Thunder Spirit, not many can survive 20 breaths, as far as I know. This Thunder Pool of the Thunder Immortal Palace is one of the stages in the assessment for envoy titles. The messengers of the Thunder Immortal Palace are divided into 4 ranks. 20 breaths mark the 4th rank, 80 breaths mark the 1st rank, and if one can pass 100 breaths, they will attain the title of Inner Palace Messenger of the Thunder Immortal Palace. It's just unknown how long Sumu will persevere. Let's wait and see. The test in this Thunder Pool relies on true cultivation. Sumu probably won't produce another miracle. Compared to him, Su Ting from Donglan Star seems slightly better. The cultivators around whispered among themselves. Wang Lin looked at the Thunder Pool Square, especially at the Thunder Spirits running back and forth within it, a strange expression appearing in his eyes. If it were the human gate, it would be a little difficult, but this Earth Gate, the strange expression in Wang Lin's eyes deepened. Shi Zifeng pursed her lips, looking at Wang Lin standing among the crowd. Then at the Thunder Pool Square, a feeling of unease rising in her heart. She fumbled in her storage bag, pondered for a long time, gritted her teeth, and ignoring her blushing cheeks, uncontrollably leapt up. Her graceful figure, to the astonishment of the surrounding cultivators, flew towards the group participating in the title competition. Her already stunning beauty was now further enhanced by her flushed cheeks as she flew straight towards Wang Lin. Approaching, she bowed her head, took out a green jade slip from her storage bag, and whispered, "This is for you." After saying this, she placed the jade slip in Wang Lin's hand, blushing, and quickly flew back. As she returned, she could hear her heart pounding loudly. Upon reaching her seat, she immediately bowed her head, her mind blank. The ancestor of the Shi family watched this scene, sighed inwardly, and his gaze returned to its usual state. Enter the thunder pool. The sound of Yin Lazy instantly echoed throughout the heavens and earth, transforming into a thunderous roar, causing the lightning in the thunder pool to change dramatically. The 3-jang wide space in the center of the thunder pool square was instantly filled with lightning, almost in that very moment, transforming a 1,000-jang radius into a true thunder pool. Each lightning bolt formed a wave of flashing lightning, the 1,000-jang wide thunder pool radiating an astonishing power that made the hairs on the heads of most cultivators tremble. The snake-shaped thunder spirit, which had been moving back and forth, let out a series of roars as soon as its body solidified in the thunder pool. Su Ting snorted coldly and walked to the thunder pool first. As his feet entered the thunder pool, countless arcs of lightning instantly spread from his feet to his entire body. Almost immediately, he was completely engulfed in lightning. Su Ting's body trembled. He took a deep breath, walked 5 steps inward, and sat down cross-legged. Following him, Shen Gonghu took a step forward. His cultivation was related to lightning. He had often cultivated in places filled with lightning before, and even the thunder pool was not the first time he had entered it. At this moment, he was extremely calm. After entering the thunder pool, he sat down cross-legged. Immediately afterward, one by one, people entered the thunder pool and sat down around it. Only a few exceptional individuals, whose cultivation was insufficient, immediately trembled violently upon entering the thunder pool, hastily leaving with pale faces as if injured. Wang Lin held the jade slip given to him by Shi Zifeng, glancing at Shi Zifeng in the distance, whose face flushed red and dared not look at him, and sighed inwardly. He had already sensed from scanning this jade slip with his divine consciousness that it could withstand very strong thunder power, obviously a precious treasure for her to protect herself. After pondering, he placed the jade slip in his chest and entered the thunder pool. Although Shi Zifeng bowed her head, she could still see Wang Lin's actions. After seeing Wang Lin place the jade slip in his chest, her heart immediately began to beat faster. However, at this moment, she didn't see her cousin, the handsome man in the blue robe, who, after entering the thunder pool, had his gaze fixed on Wang Lin, harboring deep hostility. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he entered the thunder pool. The moment he stepped inside, he immediately felt a massive surge of lightning power directly entering his body from beneath his feet. An extremely pleasant sensation instantly spread throughout Wang Lin's entire being, as if this place were his home. However, outwardly, Wang Lin showed no change, continuing straight ahead. With each step, the lightning in the thunder pool flickered, constantly swirling around his body, creating rumbling thunder. Finding an empty spot, Wang Lin sat down cross-legged. Second gate, begin. Use the drum to time. As soon as Yin Lazy's voice rang out, 2 messengers from the Thunder Immortal Palace instantly flew across the sky in a rainbow. Upon approaching, these 2 figures flashed with black light, and a large drum immediately materialized. Boom! A drum sound echoed, suddenly reverberating through heaven and earth. This sound was so powerful it seemed capable of replacing thunder. Each drum beat was a breath. In the 1,000-foot deep thunder pool, nearly 200 cultivators were sitting cross-legged. When the first drum beat sounded, the lightning within the thunder pool seemed to be shaken, instantly rising 3 inches simultaneously. The thunder roared fiercely, transforming into endless lightning. It was as if a whirlwind of thunder and lightning had erupted within the thunder pool. Inside this whirlwind, the thunder spirit, formed from condensed lightning, circled around, scattering an unimaginable thunderous power that spread out for thousands of feet, causing the power of the thunder pool to undergo a shocking transformation in an instant. A large amount of lightning flashed out, frantically penetrating the bodies of the cultivators. These cultivators either concentrated their minds to defend themselves or brought out defensive magic artifacts. In a short time, the 1,000-foot thunder pool suddenly flashed with dazzling light. A black mist swirled around Su Ting's body, preventing the lightning from penetrating. The other cultivators also had methods of resistance. Wang Lin, sitting cross-legged, felt the thunder roaring outside his body, a large amount of powerful lightning entering his body, making his primordial spirit feel comfortable, allowing the depletion of his primordial spirit from the previous battle with Luosu to quickly recover. This feeling made him extremely comfortable. At this moment, he closed his eyes, no longer looking at everyone. Boom! The second drum sounded. In an instant, the power of the thunder pool intensified. The thunder spirit roared, unleashing massive bolts of lightning like whips, each strike causing a cultivator's body to tremble. The drums sounded again, the third, the fourth, until after the 10th. The power within the 1,000-Jang thunder pool reached earth-shattering levels. Countless bolts of lightning simultaneously rose 3 Jang, engulfing the entire pool. Immediately, a cultivator from the Luocha southern region turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body, struck by a powerful force and carrying a large amount of lightning, was directly thrown back, blood splattering everywhere, clearly injured. The mist surrounding Su Ting's body thickened, seemingly shielding him from the lightning. His expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Lin in the distance. He had been observing Wang Lin for a long time, and he found the other party's actions after entering this thunder pool extremely bizarre. This Sumu unexpectedly offered no resistance, nor did he take out any magical artifacts, simply sitting calmly there as if this were his secluded retreat. Even more bizarre was that the immense power of the thunder that entered his body had vanished without a trace. Su Ting became increasingly horrified as he watched, his mind racing with speculations, but he couldn't guess the true answer. One of the 2 Thunder Immortal Palace envoys in the sky swept his right hand across the black drum. Immediately, the 11th drumbeat resounded. Inside the 1,000-Jang thunder pool, the lightning strikes instantly shook violently, converging towards one spot, forming a colossal, 100-Jang tall serpent-like object. This object resembled a snake, yet had dragon-like features. It was formed from lightning, its entire body radiating a powerful aura of heaven and earth thunder. It was the Thunder Spirit. As the Thunder Spirit materialized, it let out a roar. This roar echoed like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth, and unsettling the minds of all the cultivators. Even Su Ting, whose body was shrouded in black mist, nearly collapsed. His eyes showed terror, and as he formed hand seals, more mist poured from his forehead, swirling around him. If Su Ting reacted this way, imagine the other cultivators. Following this earth-shattering roar, more than 10 people spat out blood, their bodies being flung back. As the 12th, 13th, and 14th drumbeats sounded, the Thunder Spirit roared even more fiercely. Finally, when the 15th drumbeat sounded, the entire Thunder Spirit lunged out, heading towards the 1,000-foot thunder pool, opening its mouth wide and spewing out a massive bolt of lightning. The deafening roar caused the heavens and earth to change color. The cultivators watching from all sides all had their expressions change slightly. Although they were outside, they could still feel an irresistible divine power in each of the Thunder Spirit's roars. This power condensed, and when the Thunder Spirit spewed out the lightning, it reached its peak. Instantly, more than 10 people in the 1,000-foot thunder pool spat out fresh blood, simultaneously being thrown out, their eyes filled with terror. Shan Gong, who struggled in agony, his limit back then was 15 breaths, but now, a belief kept him going. Zhang Kongli took a deep breath, gritting his teeth and enduring. Even the 6-fingered monk and the big-headed pupil were the same. But these 2 clearly hadn't unleashed their full power yet, still maintaining a certain composure. However, this composure was insignificant compared to Wang Lin's current state. While sitting cross-legged, a massive bolt of lightning merged into Wang Lin's body, making his primordial spirit feel comfortable. His previous injuries were completely healed within these 10 breaths. Not only that, even the hidden dangers from his battle with Yao Bingyun years ago were completely eliminated. As for the roaring lightning power of the Thunder Spirit, it rested on Wang Lin like a crying child. Although the feeling was somewhat strange, that's exactly how he felt at this moment. Although this child was incredibly powerful in the eyes of many, to Wang Lin, the opponent was just a child constantly evolving into a thunder dragon. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, ignoring everything around him, calmly absorbing the thunder power of this place with his eyes closed, causing the primordial thunder dragon's primordial spirit to gradually become more powerful. 15 drumbeats had passed, and the Thunder Spirit seemed to have broken free from its restraints. With a loud roar, its body swept across, instantly creating a wave of lightning that swept through. Immediately afterward, more than a dozen cultivators were directly struck, their faces turning pale as they were swept away. The Thunder Spirit seemed extremely pleased, and with a roar, its body swept across again. This time, Wang Lin was among those swept away. Just as the 100-foot-long body of the Thunder Spirit swept past, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, coldly glaring at the Thunder Spirit. That gaze was like an adult looking at a mischievous, clueless child. Lei Ling, feeling smug, suddenly caught Wang Lin's eye. This gaze pierced through the lightning, falling directly into its lightning soul. Immediately, a powerful, deeply inherited will within its lightning soul erupted, engulfing its entire body and nearly causing it to lose its mind. In panic, Lei Ling gasped, its body trembling violently. Wang Lin's gaze swept across its body, then surged back. Everything that happened made it instinctively feel a force striking deep within its body, forcing it to retreat. Wang Lin closed his eyes, ignoring this thunder spirit. He vaguely sensed that this thunder spirit was merely a small, separated wisp of thunder soul. The true guardian thunder spirit of the thunder immortal realm was absolutely not like this. The thunder spirit's body turned away, its eyes revealing a look of terror. It had long since developed sentience and originally didn't care about this cultivator. But in that instant, it seemed to feel the sensation of encountering its ancestor. This feeling was deeply ingrained in its thunder soul, present in its inherited memories since birth. In the ancient times, the heavenly Tao entrusted the thunder dragon with controlling the power of thunder. The thunder dragon was thus born, possessing the essence of all thunder. All the thunder power in heaven and earth belonged to the thunder dragon. But the thunder dragon was not without life and death. It was born from thunder, died in thunder, transformed into a thunder spirit, returned to the void, and once again became a force of thunder. It just so happened that within the thunder immortal realm there was a thunder spirit, and it's unknown what method the immortals used to prevent it from dissipating, turning it into a guardian spirit beast of the thunder immortal realm. Since the collapse of the thunder immortal realm, the thunder spirit of the thunder immortal palace felt an unprecedented tremor upon encountering Wang Lin. Fortunately, after Wang Lin closed his eyes, the majestic aura of the primordial thunder dragon ceased to spread, focusing instead on absorbing the lightning. Only then did the thunder spirit breathe a sigh of relief, its unspeakable rage surging as it roared and charged towards the surrounding cultivators. Su Ting, shrouded in black mist, his eyes like torches, witnessed the scene firsthand. His mind was greatly shaken, almost unable to believe his eyes. He realized that this sumo was truly something else. It was beyond imagination. How could he, with just a glance, have instilled such fear in the thunder spirit? Moreover, judging by its demeanor, it seemed like a junior member of the family had seen their ancestor and was hastily paying their respects. Another person who noticed this was Shen Gonghu. His eyes showed fervent reverence, and he couldn't help but recall his first encounter with Wang Lin in the thunder prison years ago. He could never forget the man with the black hair blown about by the lightning, and the gaze that nearly caused his entire being to collapse. He could never forget this for the rest of his life. Lord! The fervent look in Shen Gonghu's eyes intensified. Zhang Kongli took a deep breath, looking at Wang Lin, recalling the battle he had fought with Shen Gonghu in the lightning prison years ago. Under Wang Lin's guidance, Shen Gonghu had grasped a type of fundamental lightning power. Not only them, but several cultivators around them had also discovered it. Their minds were greatly shaken, their eyes showing astonishment. Wang Lin, however, seemed oblivious to all of this. At this moment, he sat cross-legged, studying the rules of lightning, gradually becoming immersed in it, forgetting everything else. Qing Shui, sitting on a cushion 1,000 feet away, stared in astonishment, a smile playing on his lips. Yin Lazy was also startled, then gave a wry smile, thinking to himself how he had forgotten that Sumu, without his help, had almost cultivated a lightning spirit. For him, this battle would probably be no problem at all, like taking a stroll in his own garden. Forget it, consider it compensation for keeping his thunder beast, and also to satisfy Qing Shui. Yin Lazy shook his head with a bitter smile and stopped thinking about it. Meanwhile, Lei Ling, having been intimidated by Wang Lin, was filled with anger, like a child scolded by an elder, venting his rage on the others, roaring and charging towards the cultivators all around. The one bearing the brunt was Xi Zifeng's cousin, the handsome man in the green robe. He formed hand seals, and 3 green jade slips flew out in front of him. All the lightning that reached him was absorbed by these 3 jade slips. Lei Ling roared and struck straight forward. A terrifying thunderclap resounded. The man in the green robe was struck by a powerful force, his face changing drastically. He wanted to retreat but ultimately gritted his teeth and endured. Immediately, Lei Ling's 100-foot-tall body slammed closer, striking the man in the green robe. A deafening roar erupted, causing the lightning within the thunder pool to spin wildly, spreading in all directions. The 3 jade slips instantly shattered, breaking into countless fragments with a resounding crash. The man in the green robe spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and quickly retreated. The enraged thunder spirit, far from stopping, continued its pursuit like a child, opening its mouth wide and unleashing endless lightning. Being chased, the man in the green robe's speed increased dramatically, instantly escaping the 1,000-foot thunder pool and glaring fiercely at the thunder spirit. The thunder spirit's body flashed and it plunged downwards. The sound of drums echoed across the sky, 16, 17, 18 thunderous roars erupting. With a roar, the thunder spirit moved again. This time it was the turn of Zhang Kongli and Shen Gonghu. The two men smiled wryly, automatically dodging and fleeing from the enraged thunder spirit. Even the big-headed disciple and the six-fingered monk immediately left after the 19th drumbeat, unwilling to provoke the clearly enraged thunder spirit. At this moment, only two people remained in the 1,000-foot deep thunder pool. A thick black mist enveloped Su Ting's body. With him at the center, the area within 3 feet was almost completely obscured by the fog. The lightning was blocked by this mist. Opposite him, 100 feet away, sat calmly cross-legged in the thunder pool. He kept his eyes closed, and streaks of lightning emanated from his body, swirling around him, causing his long hair to flutter, giving him the appearance of a thunder immortal. Su Ting was inwardly lamenting his misfortune. The surrounding lightning power was growing increasingly intense, even he couldn't withstand it. However, when he saw Wang Lin opposite him, he felt extremely unwilling to accept his fate. How could he endure for so long? I suffered terribly, just barely managing to bear it, yet he showed not the slightest discomfort. I refused to accept this. Su Ting's face was ferocious, the dark aura between his eyebrows intensifying. Lei Ling spun around. It didn't dare provoke Wang Lin, instead staring intently at Su Ting, growling softly as it lunged forward. Its 100-foot-long body shot out, instantly causing the 1,000-foot-wide lightning pool to erupt with intense lightning, marching into Lei Ling's body and filling it with an ancient lightning power. It lunged forward, opening its mouth to devour Su Ting. The dark aura surrounding Su Ting's body immediately dissipated wildly. His face turned pale, and he was forced to retreat. This single step was unexpectedly over 1,000 feet, sending him flying directly out of the lightning pool. I refuse to accept this. This Sumu must be treacherous. Su Ting roared as he fell out of the lightning pool. The thunder spirit glanced at Su Ting, its body flashing before turning back to look at Wang Lin. A look of bewilderment appeared in its eyes, yet it still let out a low growl, not daring to approach. It still felt an aura emanating from the other party that made it tremble. Wang Lin opened his eyes. The moment they opened, 2 bolts of lightning shot out from them, emitting a rumbling sound. He stood up, pondered for a moment, then looked around before entering the center of the thunder pool. Just now, while sitting cross-legged, he vaguely felt as if he had grasped something. This time, upon reaching the center, he immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. This scene left the surrounding cultivators wide-eyed and open-mouthed. This Sumu is not only unaffected by the lightning, but is even extremely calm. What kind of cultivation technique is he practicing? The thunder spirit seemed extremely afraid of Sumu. This was rather strange. This Sumu was definitely not simple. Su Ting took another deep breath. He stared for a long time before turning and leaving. He now truly knew that this Sumu was nothing like himself. The drumming in the sky did not stop. Amidst the booming sounds, Wang Lin's body remained motionless, but the fierce glint in the eyes of the thunder spirit circling him grew stronger and stronger. The stimulation from the drumming gave the thunder spirit a feeling of wanting to pounce and tear its opponent apart. This feeling grew stronger and stronger, finally overshadowing all its thoughts. Swallow him, and you can transform into a thunder dragon. It seemed as if a voice was frantically screaming and howling within its soul. This greedy thought stimulated the thunder spirit's body, causing it to tremble. It continuously let out low growls. The lightning in the 1,000-foot-wide thunder pool frantically condensed around its body. Its howling grew more intense. Finally, the thunder spirit roared, its body lunging forward. As soon as its body moved, the lightning in the 1,000-foot-wide thunder pool instantly transformed into a continuous series of thunderous roars, converging around its body. Large cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the 1,000-foot-wide rock below. Roar! The snake-shaped thunder spirit lunged out, carrying an overwhelming greed and a determination to transform into a dragon, heading towards Wang Lin. Its charge caused the 1,000-foot-wide thunder pool to surge with waves, carrying an unimaginable force as it struck. In the blink of an eye, as it approached Wang Lin, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. The primordial thunder dragon's primordial spirit instantly surged out. The primordial thunder dragon had the power to control all lightning forces in heaven and earth. Wang Lin hadn't completely fused with it yet, but he was close to it, gaining immense benefits. Once fully fused, he could control all lightning power. The moment the primordial thunder dragon appeared and surged out, the thunder spirit's body trembled violently. It felt an irresistible aura emanating from Wang Lin's primordial spirit. This feeling came from the deep inheritance within its soul. It could devour any cultivator, but it had not the slightest courage against the aura of its ancestor. However, the roaring in its soul only intensified. Swallow him, and you will become a thunder dragon." The primordial thunder dragon's spirit let out a roar, opening its mouth to devour the thunder spirit. The thunder spirit trembled violently, its voice within its soul almost frantic, causing it to struggle and shout, also opening its mouth to devour. The primordial thunder dragon and the thunder spirit devoured each other, immediately causing a massive wave of lightning to rise in the thunder pool, emitting earth-shattering thunder. The primordial thunder dragon's spirit, transformed by Wang Lin, struggled against the thunder spirit, constantly devouring each other. This kind of devouring was a fusion of lightning. Although the thunder spirit was powerful, it was not enough. The thunder dragon was also powerful, but Wang Lin had not yet fully fused it, so this devouring was a battle of equal strength. A furious roar echoed, and the primordial thunder dragon, transformed by Wang Lin, swallowed half of the thunder spirit's body in one gulp. The thunder spirit struggled, lightning flashing all over its body as it frantically tried to bite back. With another furious roar, the primordial thunder dragon, formed from Wang Lin's primordial spirit, revealed a bone-chilling cold light in its eyes. Ignoring the thunder spirit as attempts to bite, it opened its mouth wide and devoured it. Wang Lin's primordial spirit already possessed the soul-devouring characteristic, and after merging with the primordial thunder dragon, this characteristic became even more powerful. Furthermore, his 1,000 years of cultivation had resulted in a ruthless and vicious aura. At this moment, it continuously devoured, instantly swallowing the remaining half of the thunder spirit's body, completely crushing it. The snake-shaped thunder spirit, with a mournful groan, quickly retreated. With only half its body remaining, its eyes revealed a look of madness as it roared. Inside this 1,000-foot-wide thunder pool, the lightning rising from the ground instantly intensified. As if an extremely vast amount of lightning was hidden beneath this 1,000-foot-wide expanse of blue stone. Each furious roar transformed into thunderclaps that shook the heavens and earth, striking repeatedly and creating earth-shattering tremors. Amidst these rumbling sounds, a powerful, frenzied whirlwind formed, suddenly sweeping outwards, shattering large blue rocks and sending them flying into clouds of dust. But this dust, as soon as it rose, instantly dissipated. Even the fragments of rock, upon being swept up, were immediately enveloped in lightning and completely shattered, almost in an instant. Except for the blue rock where Wang Lin was sitting cross-legged, all the rocks within a 1,000-foot radius were shattered. But this whirlwind did not stop, continuing its outward assault. At the same time, an extremely massive surge of lightning power, hidden deep beneath the ground, erupted, heading straight towards the thunder spirit. This scene instantly resembled a heavenly tribulation descending upon the Thunder Immortal Palace. The faces of all the cultivators around changed drastically, and they all retreated. Even some of the patriarchs of the various clans had glints of light in their eyes. In that instant, the whirlwind attacked in all directions, and the old monsters sitting on cushions 1,000 feet away all watched intently. With a wry smile, Yan Lazy raised his right hand and pressed downwards. Immediately, the furiously attacking whirlwind collided with it, and after a deafening explosion, disappeared within 1,000 feet. At that very moment, as the endless lightning on the ground powerfully entered the thunder spirit, the primordial thunder dragon formed from Wang Lin's primordial spirit. After devouring half of the thunder spirit's body, also immediately felt a surge of power. Wang Lin had never seen this kind of power before, but now, half of the thunder spirit within his primordial spirit transformed into a colossal force of lightning moving within his primordial spirit. Under the impact of this surge of power, the primordial spirit finally couldn't withstand it. As if a force had burst forth from within his body, he looked up to the sky and let out a roar. This roar, the first to appear since Wang Lin transformed into the primordial thunder dragon, was an unprecedented thunderous roar. It seemed that the moment this angry roar erupted, it pierced through the Thunder Immortal Palace, merging with heaven and earth, becoming a thunderous sound that had existed eternally alongside heaven and earth from time immemorial. At this moment, this sound was the sound of all thunder and lightning in the heavens and earth, making all thunder and lightning obey its command. The primordial thunder dragon was able to wield the power of thunder and lightning precisely because of this roar. Wang Lin had previously devoured the thunder dragon, but hadn't fully integrated it, unable to unleash its true power to utilize the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. But now, after integrating half of the thunder spirit, he had finally been able to condense this roar. Grow! This roar caused the heavens and earth to change color. The colossal lightning that had been surging across the ground, converging towards the thunder spirit, suddenly seemed to tremble, changing direction in unison, as if paying homage. Enveloping the primordial thunder dragon formed from Wang Lin's primordial spirit. The expressions of the cultivators all around changed drastically. Even many of the old monsters sitting on the cushions showed expressions of fear. Even Blood God Sun's eyes flashed, revealing a cold glint. Qing Shui laughed loudly for the first time, saying, "Good." The primordial thunder dragon's primordial spirit. Yan Leizi's eyes widened in terror, veins bulging on his face. He wanted to stand up and stop him, but hesitated, sighing inwardly. With Qing Shui present, he could only let Wang Lin devour it at will, having no reason to intervene. Otherwise, if he disrupted this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for Sumu, Qing Shui would surely turn against him. If even these old monsters are like this, let alone outsiders. Su Ting stared blankly at the scene, a sense of dread rising in his heart, and he fell silent. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to provoke him. Shan Gonghu's eyes showed extreme excitement, finally unable to restrain himself any longer, looking at Wang Lin. The fanaticism in his eyes intensified. Zhang Kongli was also stunned for a moment for the first time. Like Shan Gonghu, his eyes revealed a look of fervent reverence. As for the big-headed boy and the six-fingered cultivator, both were greatly shaken, their eyes showing fear, and they were certain that Sumu was not someone to be trifled with. This person even dared to swallow a thunder spirit, and with a single roar, he could make all the thunder in the thunder pool obey his command. This kind of divine power made their scalps tingle. Not only did the thunder within 1,000 jang radius have to pay homage, but even the thunder spirit, after a roar using the power of heaven and earth's thunder, immediately trembled violently. There was a power that made it unable to help but pay homage, unable to help but submit. This was the power of the primordial thunder dragon. Endless lightning merged into Wang Lin's primordial spirit, and his primordial spirit surged out, directly opening its mouth and fiercely swallowing. The remaining half of the thunder spirit also dared not resist, being completely devoured by Wang Lin. Previously, Wang Lin and the primordial thunder dragon had only merged 1/5, but now, having swallowed the thunder spirit and absorbed the endless thunder from all sides, a whirlwind seemed to erupt within his primordial spirit. The process of mutual fusion, amidst the resounding roar, intensified wildly, reaching nearly half. The primordial spirit transformed into the ancient thunder dragon, instantly expanding to a colossal size of 100 feet, forming a powerful oppressive force that enveloped the heavens and earth. Its cold gaze swept across the surroundings, then retracted back into Wang Lin's body through his forehead. In that instant, all the remaining lightning within 1,000-foot radius frantically contracted, converging towards Wang Lin. Amidst the violent thunderclaps, Wang Lin opened his eyes, lightning flashing all over his body, a powerful feeling of being able to control all the lightning power in the world surging within him. Wang Lin stood up. The 1,000-foot radius around him was a desolate wasteland, devoid of any lightning. Yan Leizi's face was extremely grim, his heart aching. He gazed at Wang Lin for a long time without speaking, finally sighing. Complete silence reigned all around. This silence was exactly the same as when Luo Su was killed earlier. Wang Lin's entire body flashed with lightning, and in the silence, clear crackling sounds emanated from him. He walked silently forward, stepping on the shattered blue stones, making a clattering sound. As soon as he stepped out of the 1,000-foot thunder pool, several cultivators participating in the title competition at the front instinctively retreated, looking at Wang Lin with expressions of fear. After a moment of silence, the cultivators around him began to discuss in astonishment. Everything had exceeded their expectations. Sumu's actions before them had left an indelible impression on all the cultivators. The human realm's battle with Luo Su, the earth realm's devouring of the thunder spirit, these actions were certainly not those of an ordinary cultivator. I just don't know what Sumu will be like in the next round at the Heavenly Pass. The demonic Taoist Sumu is indeed formidable. The rumors from before, I now completely believe them. I'm impressed. This person is unapproachable, and even more so, unprovoked. Among the 108 immortal titles this time, this person must definitely reach the top 3. Even some of the old monsters sitting on the cushions had glints in their eyes, looking towards Wang Lin with admiration. Their Luotia Star Domain needed young cultivators like Wang Lin, especially the old man surnamed Xiang, who nodded, his admiration for Wang Lin growing even stronger. He disregarded the losses of the Thunder Immortal Palace, feeling that Sumu perfectly matched the characteristics of his clan, possessing astonishing killing intent. The 2 messengers from the Thunder Immortal Palace in the sky were speechless at this moment, having long since stopped beating their drums. They thought that if Sumu persisted, even smashing the drums would be useless. At this moment, the 2 looked at each other, a wry smile on their faces, but their gaze towards Wang Lin was not one of envy, but of admiration. Wang Lin acted as if he didn't see any of this, walking out of the square. He bowed respectfully to Yan Lazy and said, "This junior accidentally made a mistake. Please don't mind, senior." His words were somewhat similar to those of his senior brother Qing Shui earlier. Qing Shui, Immortal Lord, also smiled upon hearing this. Yan Lazy laughed heartily, saying, "Don't worry, just taking a small thunder pool and a small thunder spirit clone to gain a powerful junior for our Luotia Star Domain is well worth it. As for Lei Qi, later when you fight in the Star Alliance, just achieve as many victories as possible." After speaking, he pointed his right hand forward. With a single gesture, the heavens and earth seemed to change color. An endless stream of primal energy roared and condensed in front of his finger, instantly forming a symbol. This symbol was brimming with vitality. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. He clearly felt a very faint trace of primal energy within the symbol. Although it was only a trace, it instantly made the symbol's power boundless. Yan Lazy flicked his right hand, and the symbol flashed and flew out, landing in the 1,000-foot-wide ruins. As soon as the symbol hit the ground, it instantly transformed into scattered primal energy, filling the 1,000-foot radius. The trace of primal energy within merged into it, and amidst the astonished cries of the surrounding cultivators, the shattered rocks on the ground seemed to reverse time, all coalescing together. Although these blue stones had undoubtedly been reduced to dust, they instantly materialized from nothingness, condensing on the ground to form new stones. All of this happened in a short time. The entire 1,000-jang-wide blue stone ground was restored to its original perfect state, only without the lightning. Wang Lin watched all of this as if he had realized something. Next is the final gate in the 3 gates, the Gate of Heaven. Yan Lazy said, then turned to look at Lai Yunzi of the Zan family, smiling. Lai Yunzi. Please, Lai Yunzi raised his right hand, grasping at the void, and immediately a crack appeared in the void before him, from which gusts of cold wind blew out. Lai Yunzi reached into the crack and finally pulled out a large scroll. This scroll was extremely ancient, exuding an aura of desolation. After taking out the scroll, Lai Yunzi swung it forward, and it immediately flew away. In midair, a black light suddenly flashed, slowly unfolding to reveal a white painting inside. The painting contained only one word: war. Although it was just one word, it exuded a terrifying killing intent, making anyone who saw it feel as if they were standing in a Shura battlefield. The War Clan's treasure, the War Character Scroll. One of the 10 great treasures of the Luotia Star Domain, the War Character Scroll. Only members of the War Clan have the opportunity to see this. It has truly opened my eyes, that's it. It's rumored that the War Clan wasn't originally surnamed War. Their ancestors accidentally obtained this treasure, the War Character Scroll, and after arduous cultivation, they changed their surname to War, thus becoming the War Clan of the Luotia Star Domain. As the discussions continued, Lai Venti's eyes remained calm as he spoke. The Heavenly Gate is presided over by me, he said calmly, casually waving his right hand forward. A gentle breeze blew, and among the cultivators vying for the title, a dozen or so immediately recoiled, unable to resist, and were swept into the teleportation array in the air. The array flashed, and they vanished completely. These were all those who had persevered at least through the second gate. Now only 147 remained. The heavenly gate is determined by comprehending 10 breaths under my war character scroll. After 10 breaths, without a word, I will know whether you are qualified or not. Lai Yunzi's words were somewhat unclear, but Lai Yunzi's illustrious reputation caused everyone to fall silent. Zan Kongli, you go first. Lai Yunzi glanced at Zan Kongli and said slowly, "Yes, ancestor." Zan Kongli took a deep breath, stepped forward onto the newly formed blue rocks, and looked up at the motionless Zan Zitai in midair. His entire being seemed immersed in a strange realm, as if being drawn in by the Zan Zitai. Wang Lin stared at Zan Kongli for about half a moment, his face showing a serious expression. Zan Kongli stood there, and with the first breath, his consciousness seemed to split in two, one of which merged into the Zan Zitai. In that instant, an extremely faint stream of power, almost 100 times thinner than the original power of Yan Lei, surged from the Zan Zitai, forcefully entering Zan Kongli's body. But by the 10th breath, it collapsed. Zan Kongli's body seemed unable to contain this extremely faint stream of original power. This transformation was completely undetectable to ordinary cultivators. If Wang Lin hadn't been inside the heaven-defying pearl and seen the third step, he definitely wouldn't have been able to discern the clues within at this moment. But at this moment, the scene before him stirred up a great wave of emotion. This war character scroll unexpectedly contains primordial power. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Zan Kongli, you are qualified. Lai Yunzi's voice was calm and slow. As soon as these words were spoken, Zan Kongli immediately awoke from his strange state. Upon waking, his body was drenched in sweat, his face pale and bloodless, and he took several deep breaths. He looked as if he had just fought a battle, extremely weak, and retreated a few steps, respectfully bowing and leaving the 1,000-foot-high blue rock. The cultivators from all sides, especially those participating in the title competition, could hardly discern the hidden mystery within. They had varying opinions about how easily Zan Kongli passed. Next, more people stepped onto the blue stone, standing beneath the war scroll and gazing intently. However, after more than 10 people entered, 8 of them were instantly swept into the teleportation array by Lai Yunzi's wave of his sleeve. Therefore, the cultivators from all sides were even more astonished. They truly couldn't understand how Lai Yunzi was evaluating this third stage. Wang Lin's eyes grew more serious as he watched. All the eliminated cultivators were beneath this scroll, completely unable to penetrate it with their consciousness. It seemed as if the war scroll possessed a soul of its own, and its acceptance depended on its miraculous judgment. Lai had been to use this point to evaluate the heavenly gate. Those who were qualified were like Qin King Liat. Their consciousness was accepted by the word Qin integrating into it, and a faint trace of primordial energy appeared. However, none of them could retain this trace of primordial energy within their bodies. There were also a few others, according to Wang Lin's observation, who, between the 9th and 10th breaths, only barely managed to integrate into the Qin character inscription. Very few were like Qin King Liat, who integrated it by the 8th breath. Su Ting's eyes flashed. He seemed to have noticed a clue, but he wasn't entirely sure. He was somewhat gloomy. After the person in front of him finished their test, he immediately stepped forward, entering the 1,000-foot-high rock, and looked at Zan Zitai. Lai Yunzi glanced at Su Ting. He had a slight impression of this young man, and nodded slightly without speaking. Su Ting's expression was serious as he looked up at Zan Zitai, his eyes revealing a strange light. A mass of black energy instantly appeared between his eyebrows, transforming into a swirling mass of energy. At the 5th breath, his consciousness suddenly dispersed, and was immediately absorbed by Zan Zitai. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, the 5th breath. This person doesn't have the same fortuitous opportunity as me, but to be able to enter meditation in the 5th breath. This person's talent is truly astonishing. Lai Yunzi's eyes lit up, and at this moment, he seemed to become extremely focused, staring at Su Ting, silently nodding. In their Zan family, no more than 10 people could enter meditation in the 5th breath. These people had all cultivated under the Zan Zitai for a long time before gradually reaching the level of meditation in 5 breaths. And to see someone enter meditation so quickly in the entire Zan family for the first time, there were only 3 such people. This person is extraordinary. Lai Yunzi's eyes showed a rare expression of admiration. Not only Light VNT, but the old master sitting on the cushions around him could also see the clues inside, knowing that within this treasure of the Qin family there was a strange power. The faster the meditation time, the greater the chance of receiving this inherited power. However, very few of them knew that this power was the key to entering the third stage that they had painstakingly sought. A strange light shone in Vien Lai Ti's eyes. He didn't look at the Qin Tithip but stared at Hao Hun, muttering to himself, "This person has talent after 10 breaths." Hao Hun suddenly woke up. At this moment, a faint glimmer of primordial power surged out from within Hai Chun's body. Unexpectedly, a very small portion of it had remained inside Hai Chun's body. This discovery greatly shocked Wang Lin. He understood the effect of this primordial force very well. Perhaps Su Ting wouldn't discover it in the short term, but only when his cultivation reached the peak of the second stage would this trace of primordial force have an unimaginable impact on him. Su Ting has shown me an inexplicable hostility towards me on Donglin Star. This person cannot be allowed to live. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but a murderous intent arose in his heart. Su Ting had shown murderous intent towards Wang Lin more than once. With Wang Lin's temperament, he would absolutely not allow this person to obtain that trace of primordial force. Su Ting is qualified. Lai Yunzi also remembered Su Ting's signature, nodded towards him, and said, "There are a total of 3 of these war character tokens. After opening the passage to the Star Alliance, come find me, and I will show you the second one." As soon as these words were spoken, many cultivators around felt a surge of envy, but they didn't show it on their faces. Su Ting glanced at Lai Yunzi, and with his stubborn nature, he respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior Lai Yunzi." Even Zhang Kongli felt a little envious. He knew that among the clan members, only fewer than 10 were qualified to see the second invitation, and as for the third invitation in the clan, besides the patriarch and 2 elders, no 4th person was allowed to see it. Su Ting nodded respectfully and withdrew, standing to the side, his eyes filled with gloom as he stared intently at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked back, coldly glanced at Su Ting, and then walked towards the 1,000-foot-tall rock. After Su Ting, there was another cultivator named Shi, who was about to enter the rock, but upon seeing Wang Lin's actions, he immediately retreated, his face showing embarrassment. This was the same person who, before Wang Lin and Luo Su's battle, had been pointed at by Luo Su, but was swept away by Wang Lin's wave of his sleeve. At this moment, he secretly cursed his bad luck and hurriedly retreated. As soon as Wang Lin stepped out, he immediately attracted the attention of all the cultivators around him. After all, in this immortal conferment event, Wang Lin could be said to have made a name for himself throughout the world, fighting Luo Su in the human realm and devouring the thunder spirit in the earth realm. Therefore, all the cultivators around were eagerly waiting to see what Su Mu would show in the third gate. This expectation was extremely intense. Even the patriarchs of the cultivation families looked back, not only remembering the name Su Mu, but also remembering Wang Lin's appearance very well. Besides them, the dozen or so top-ranking old monsters in the Luotia star domain sitting on the cushions all smiled as they looked back. Only Blood God's son inwardly snorted coldly, pondering for a while, his gaze also fixed on Wang Lin. Flame Thunderson chuckled inwardly. He was truly a headache dealing with Wang Lin. No matter what, this young man seemed to have some connection with him, and his relationship with Qing Shui was indeed something not to be trifled with. In the human and earth passes, the Thunder Immortal Palace suffered losses, but this third pass was presided over by Lai Yunzi. Even if something unexpected happened, the loss wouldn't be his, but Lai Yunzi's. At this moment, he also held great expectations, looking towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin stepped onto the 1,000-foot-high rock, bowed to Lai Yunzi, and looked up at the war character scroll in midair. At first glance, the war character in the scroll seemed extremely ordinary, but upon closer inspection, an unimaginable, overwhelming aura of killing intent seemed to emanate from it like a mountain crashing down. At this moment, a hallucination seemed to appear in Wang Lin's eyes. It was as if the heavens and earth before him were collapsing, crumbling and disintegrating. Everything between heaven and earth vanished. The 1,000-foot-tall blue rock, the surrounding cultivators, even the Thunder Immortal Palace all were gone, leaving only the single word war. Wang Lin felt his entire body tremble, instantly falling into a state of panic. It was as if a power suddenly erupted from within that word war, directly descending and seizing his mind, causing his primordial spirit and body to be separated, losing all connection. A terrifying aura of killing intent permeated the air. Wang Lin felt like a mortal in the harsh winter without a single piece of clothing. The bone-chilling cold threatened to extinguish the flame of his life. At this moment, Wang Lin, in his panic, felt as if he had returned to the time when the heaven-defying pearl was perfected. The gate of heaven and earth within transformed and opened, and as soon as it opened, a surge of primal energy erupted. The third eye on his forehead also transformed in a short time, slowly opening, though without revealing any red light. At this moment, Wang Lin remained motionless, but his mind trembled violently. The feeling he had when facing the gate of the heaven-defying pearl all those years ago surged again. However, compared to that feeling, this feeling was countless times weaker. Back then, Wang Lin almost collapsed with just a glance, but now, looking at this character war, while still terrifying, he could still persevere. Obviously, the primal energy contained in this single character war was completely incomparable to that of the heaven-defying pearl. For Wang Lin, the heaven-defying pearl was too mysterious, but this single character war was something he could explore. All of this would take a long time to describe, but in reality, it all happened the moment Wang Lin looked up, in just a single breath. Lai Yunzi didn't think much of Wang Lin. In his view, Sumu's ability to fight Luo Su was indeed astonishing, but without Qing Shui's intervention, Sumu would have been the loser in the end. As for the second stage, his swallowing the thunder spirit was also due to a coincidence. Overall, it was mainly due to chance. Lai Yunzi had cultivated his entire life, reaching this point entirely through his own strength. He disliked those who relied on chance the most. In his eyes, Sumu was such a person. However, in this instant, his eyes blazed with unimaginable brilliance, and he took 3 steps forward, glaring at Wang Lin, a roar seemingly echoing in his heart. One breath. Unexpectedly, Sumu was able to enter a meditative state in just one breath. Even Lai Yunzi's heart pounded at this moment. No member of his Zan family had ever been able to enter a meditative state in a single breath before. Even the most talented ancestors of the past took 2 breaths. At this moment, Lai Yunzi had completely erased his previous impressions of Su Ting from his mind, replacing them entirely with Wang Lin. Not only him, but the old masters sitting on the cushions were also terrified. Like Lai Yunzi, they hadn't taken Wang Lin seriously in the previous 2 rounds, only finding him interesting, but now he had made them all truly take him seriously. Blood God's eyes narrowed, staring intently at Wang Lin, his heart filled with fear and murderous intent. This guy can enter a meditative state in a single breath. He absolutely cannot be allowed to live. As he pondered, he suddenly felt a surge of killing intent directed at him. Turning his head, he saw Qing Shui giving him a cold, icy glance. Blood God's son snorted, suppressing his killing intent and hiding it deep within his heart. Except for Blood God's son, all the other ancestors of the cultivation families inherited from the immortal realm were watching intently. The admiration in the eyes of the Xiang family's ancestor grew even stronger. The more he looked at Wang Lin, the more pleased he found him, secretly thinking, "This man is definitely not an ordinary person." Yan Lazy's lips curved into a smile as he looked at the terrified Lai Yunzi, his smugness growing even more pronounced. Zan Kongli understood the family's affairs, and at this moment, seeing Wang Lin enter a state of deep meditation, he immediately gasped for breath, standing there stunned. As for Su Ting, he frowned, his heart extremely complicated. He originally possessed extraordinary talent, but unexpectedly, all his prominence at the human realm was stolen by Sumu, and he was far inferior at the earth realm. Now at the heaven realm, he had been praised by Lai Yunzi, but he never expected that all of this would vanish in an instant. It seemed that Sumu was his nemesis. Wang Lin's entire consciousness split in 2, merging into the character Zan. Immediately, he felt a trace of primordial power from the character Zan slowly merging into his body, rotating once, and just as it was about to retract, it stopped. This trace of primordial power instantly rushed towards Wang Lin's forehead at a frantic speed. The third eye between his eyebrows instantly flashed with intense crimson light. A powerful surge of primordial energy entered, and Wang Lin's third eye glowed with an almost blinding crimson light. 10 breaths passed in a flash. At the 10th breath, as Wang Lin awoke, the crimson light within his third eye, seemingly suppressed, suddenly erupted, instantly bursting out in a fan-shaped burst. The flashing crimson light caused the surrounding cultivators to gasp in astonishment. The fin-shaped crimson light completely enveloped the scroll with the word war. In that instant, Wang Lin vaguely saw a strange scene within the scroll. In a distant place in the starry sky, an old man in white robes raised his right index finger and wrote in the air, instantly forming the word war. This word war instantly split into 6 parts, becoming 6 scrolls of the scroll. A dense surge of primordial power emanated from the old man, who carried a look of melancholy, regret, and unwillingness. He lingered, glancing at the word war once more, then looked up at the starry sky, his eyes momentarily revealing disbelief. Wang Lin's body trembled, the red light in his third eye vanished, and he came to his senses. The scene he had just witnessed was something he had vaguely seen through the third eye's divine power after forming a connection with the painting. It seemed like an illusion, yet it was real. After the red light disappeared, Wang Lin's third eye gradually closed, but it didn't dissipate, seemingly forever becoming a red line lingering on his forehead. At this moment, Wang Lin looked utterly bizarre. Did you see it? Lai Yunzi took a step forward, instantly appearing before Wang Lin, staring intently at him. His voice was filled with excitement. Wang Lin remained silent, nodding his head. He could clearly feel the power hidden within the red line on his forehead, a power that even he found terrifying. At this moment, he had an extremely profound feeling, as if this power did not want to stop, but wanted to erupt. Lai Yunzi stared at Wang Lin, and after a long time, he laughed loudly, saying, "Very well, Sumu. After the conferment of immortality is over, come find me, and I will show you the remaining 2 war character tablets." Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but his heart suddenly awakened. In the illusion, he could clearly see the character war 6 times. Wang Lin remained calm, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, "Thank you, Senior Yunzi." Lai Yunzi laughed heartily, glanced at Wang Lin, then waved his sleeve, immediately drawing someone from outside the rock to continue the day's test. Wang Lin turned and walked outside. Out of the 1,000-foot-wide rock, he sat down cross-legged in an open space. He paid no attention to the gazes of the surrounding monks, remaining seated. During the breathing exercise, he felt a sharp, uncontrollable pain in his forehead. Suddenly, Wang Lin realized that a powerful change had occurred in his third eye after absorbing the primordial energy. Whether this change was good or bad, he couldn't predict. However, he could be certain that if the pain in his forehead continued, once that power surged out of his body and he lost control of it, it would inevitably backfire. He took a deep breath and unleashed several annihilation seals. Each seal slowly transformed into 3-hand seals, sealing his forehead. However, the power of the third eye in his forehead was too strong. The seal was only temporary. For long-term use, he would have to reinforce it every few days. Despite saying that, Wang Lin didn't feel troubled at all. No matter what, the third eye's divine ability is a life-saving technique. After Wang Lin, the cultivators proceeded to the third gate one by one. 2 incense sticks quickly passed, and soon all the cultivators had completed the test at this third gate. Lai Yunzi reached out and grabbed at the void. Instantly, a battle character card flew into his hand. He turned around, and a whirlwind spread in all directions. All those who were not qualified were sent away on the teleportation array in the sky. Of the 147 people who had arrived, only 112 remained. After Lai Yunzi returned to his seat, Yin Lizi's gaze swept over the 112 people. His eyes shone like stars, and he spoke slowly. Those who passed through the third gate and remain are all talented individuals among the younger generation of our Luotia star domain. Next, you will enter the 6 paths of reincarnation, testing your Tao principles. However, as you approach, the 6 paths of reincarnation will be erased, allowing your spirit to enter the first path of heaven. The first path of heaven is the final gate to immortality, where the one with the highest killing power becomes one of the 36 heavenly generals, the top of the 108 immortals. In the first path of heaven, only your illusory bodies can enter. Even death will have only a minimal impact on your physical body. After saying this, Yan Lazy potted his storage bag with his right hand, and 8 pieces of wood instantly appeared. He tossed them high into the air, and in an instant, the 8 pieces of wood expanded infinitely. In a flash, they transformed into 10 jang tall, brightly glowing spheres, rotating in the sky. Enter the 1,000 jang tall rock. Yan Lazy whispered. 112 monks stepped onto the rock and sat down cross-legged. Immediately afterward, Yanlazi unleashed a hand seal, and multicolored light emanated from the 8 pieces of wood, illuminating the bodies of the 112 monks sitting on the rock. In the instant the multicolored light merged, all the monks, including Wang Lin, were shaken and lost consciousness. This was a densely forested area. A gigantic ancient tree spread its branches and leaves like a large net, separating this place from the sky. Only a little sunlight penetrated through the gaps, creating columns of light that gave a mystical feeling. On the ground was a layer of decaying leaves, on which a few poisonous insects scurried about, avoiding the sunlight, a chilling sight. The surrounding space was not entirely silent, with the rustling of leaves and the sounds of insects on the ground. In addition, occasional roars could be heard from afar. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly emanated from the ancient tree. Within that light, Wang Lin's figure appeared. The instant he appeared, he leapt up and stood on a branch. His eyes gleamed, and he quickly employed the hard sealing technique, completely concealing his breath. Compared to Wang Lin's countless life and death experiences, this kind of one-path heaven was still inferior to the demon spirit land. Therefore, after appearing, he made no mistake in spreading his divine consciousness to investigate. At this moment, a divine consciousness swept from afar, passing by Wang Lin without stopping, continuing to spread. But at that precise moment, the spreading divine consciousness suddenly retracted. In an instant, the divine consciousness vanished, and simultaneously, a mournful cry echoed from afar. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Without absolute power, one cannot project their divine consciousness here. Otherwise, it will allow others to pinpoint their location, leading to fatal consequences. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, circulating his elemental energy to observe himself. At a glance, he could see that what Yanlazi had said was true. Only a clone appeared here. Although indistinguishable from the original body, even death wouldn't significantly affect the main body. This path to heaven and earth is a true death trap. Surely, the true purpose of the Thunder Immortal Palace is to let these inexperienced cultivators experience a life or death situation, thereby creating a true cultivator. Wang Lin frowned, trying to merge with the heavens and earth to perform the shrinking ground into inches technique. But since this wasn't the real heavens and earth, it was ineffective. After a moment of thought, he transformed into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. The third gate is merely a test. Only this first heaven gate is the true battle for the title. There is no heaven or evil here. To seize the number 1 position, you must kill the most people. As Wang Lin ran, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, another divine consciousness appeared from afar, spreading in all directions. Wang Lin's gaze became focused, and he flew forward. His speed was extremely fast, and in almost an instant, he saw the cultivator spreading his divine consciousness in the distance. It was none other than Zhao Yidao, the person whose trials Wang Lin had interrupted twice. He had just appeared and was completely bewildered by his surroundings. Because he only cultivated within his family, he unconsciously spread his divine consciousness to observe. However, as soon as his divine consciousness spread out, a very strong sense of danger suddenly appeared, causing him to turn pale, realizing he had made a grave mistake. He hurriedly tried to leave, but at that moment, a cloud of black smoke spread from behind him, emitting a dense aura of killing intent. In a short time, it engulfed Zhao Yidao, who was trying to escape. A blood-curdling scream rang out, and Wang Lin stopped, standing outside the black smoke and watching. The swirling mist swallowed the cultivator surnamed Zhao, not even leaving a piece of his cloth behind. A moment later, a person emerged from the black smoke. That person was Su Teng. He licked his lips and stared intently at Wang Lin. The two stood 100 yards apart, their eyes meeting, producing faint sounds. "Can we let our battle last until the end?" Su Teng was very apprehensive of Wang Lin. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't want to provoke him, so he made the suggestion. Wang Lin coldly glanced at Su Ting, then turned and disappeared. Compared to killing Su Ding, the more important thing now was to kill enough people. Su Ding breathed a sigh of relief, retreated, and disappeared into the mist, then flew in another direction. The two of them seemed to have established a boundary between them, not encroaching on each other's territory. Wang Lin didn't bother searching either. He found a large tree and sat down cross-legged. Then his divine consciousness suddenly spread out. The moment his divine consciousness expanded, more than 10 streams of divine consciousness erupted and rushed straight towards Wang Lin. In this place, if you don't kill others, others will come to kill you. Wang Lin sat cross-legged, opened his mouth, and spat out an object. That object was the immortal seal. The small seal floated in front of Wang Lin, emitting waves of golden light. Back then, 2 of the 10,000 runes sealed the primordial spirit of a cultivator. Their power was completely different. This time, I wonder if my clone can seal him. Wang Lin calmly waited for the first person to come to their death. After a breath, a figure like a flash of lightning darted from the trees to the right. However, when the figure was 100 yards away, it stopped. Seeing that the person he intended to kill was Wang Lin, a look of panic appeared in his eyes, and without hesitation, he turned and fled. Wang Lin's expression remained calm from beginning to end. When the cultivator appeared, the wind immortal seal in front of him flew out. Its speed was extremely fast, chasing after the fleeing cultivator. The cultivator was terrified, his hands forming a hand seal to unleash his divine power. But when the divine power entered the wind immortal seal, it didn't stop it for a moment. Almost instantly, the wind immortal seal magnified as it approached. A loud explosion resounded, and it pressed down heavily on the cultivator's head. At the same time, countless yellow symbols flew out, completely sealing off the person's escape route. The monk's eyes were filled with utter despair as he potted his storage bag. Immediately, over 100 flying swords appeared, ready to resist. A series of deafening explosions followed, shattering the flying swords completely. The wind immortal seal descended with a mournful groan. The moment the monk vanished, a golden symbol flashed and merged into him. After a short while, the golden symbol became sentient and entered the wind immortal seal. Wang Lin's gaze was fixed as he retrieved the wind immortal seal, carefully surveying his surroundings. Then he slowly raised his head, looking at the distant trees, and calmly said, "When do you intend to attack?" The trees before him remained completely silent. A moment later, 4 figures emerged from the trees. All 4 possessed young realm cultivation and were gathered together, seemingly intending to confront Wang Lin. The 4 exchanged glances, and a cruel glint appeared in one of their eyes. Without a word, he potted his storage bag. Suddenly, a gourd appeared in his hand. He formed a hand seal, and the gourd spewed out a red flame that flew straight towards Wang Lin. The 3 people beside him gritted their teeth. If they didn't act, they would surely die. One person formed a hand seal, and immediately the surrounding vegetation grew rapidly, spreading towards Wang Lin. Another opened his mouth and spat out a black bead, emitting a foul stench that flew towards Wang Lin. Finally, the remaining cultivator also formed a hand seal. Instantly, more than 100 puppets appeared, attacking Wang Lin. However, at this moment, the cultivator who produced the gourd suddenly retreated. Simultaneously, in the instant he retreated, the other 3 quickly followed suit. The 4 of them split into 4 directions and rushed forward at incredible speed. A flash of light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. The wind immortal seal hovering before him suddenly transformed into a Tenjun call seal. All the incoming sword attacks shattered upon encountering the wind immortal seal. Then, the wind immortal seal flew away, chasing after a person. A loud explosion resounded as the wind immortal seal pressed down on a fleeing individual. Over 10,000 golden symbols radiated across the land. Among them, 4 symbols now possessed sentience. Wang Lin stared intently at these 4 special symbols, a bold thought forming in his mind. If the soul banner and the wind immortal seal were combined, Wang Lin trembled at this thought. A deafening explosion echoed all around. A moment later, the wind immortal seal returned, the number of sentient symbols around it increasing from 4 to 7. Embracing the wind immortal seal, Wang Lin vanished without a trace. Shen Gonghu's face turned pale as he flew out from the trees. Just moments ago, the moment he appeared, he was enveloped in a wave of killing intent. If he hadn't reacted so quickly, dodging in an instant, he would have surely died the moment he emerged. Even so, he was still injured while dodging. His face was pale and bloodless as he hurried away. Behind him, a large-headed boy chased after him. A foolish smile always played on his face as he stared intently at Shen Gonghu running ahead. He raised his right hand, and a purple light instantly appeared, which he threw forward. In an instant, the purple light transformed into a purple ant several meters long. The ferocious ant shrieked upon appearing. Its mouth, like the pincers, opened wide and lunged forward at incredible speed. It overtook Shen Gonghu and clamped down on him. The smile on the boy's face grew even colder. He could almost see the monk before him being torn in half by the heavenly Ming ants he had nurtured. It's a pity I can't open the storage bag here. If I didn't use a magic treasure to capture this person's soul, there would be no need to release the heavenly ant facing the danger. Shen Gonghu turned towards the ant and spat out a lightning ball. As soon as the lightning ball appeared, it roared with thunder and hurtled towards the ant. However, the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. The lightning ball was crushed by the ant's pincers as it approached, resulting in a loud explosion. The sound of the explosion echoed everywhere. The giant ant ignored it and continued to charge forward. Its pincers opened, trapping Shen Gonghu. Shen Gonghu let out a bitter laugh. From the moment he arrived here until he faced life and death, less than half an incense stick's time had passed. He hadn't even achieved a single victory before having to leave this place. But at this moment, a mixture of joy and fear appeared in Shen Gonghu's eyes. He sensed a familiar aura. Suddenly, a golden light filled the sky, and at the same time, a cold voice rang out, "Wind." As soon as the voice finished, the golden symbols in the sky and earth condensed, enveloping Shen Gonghu. With a loud bang, two pincers clamped down on the golden symbols. The golden symbols flashed and merged, transforming into a whirlwind that caused the body of the heavenly Ming ant to tremble and retreat. The smile on the big-headed boy's face froze, staring straight ahead, his expression turning grim. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated. From the trees behind Shen Gonghu, Wang Lin appeared. The winged immortal seal fluttered before him, emitting a gentle golden light. "Lord." Shen Gonghu's face showed fervent respect as he spoke. Wang Lin nodded, glancing at the big-headed boy, and coldly said, trying to escape. Taking a step forward, Wang Lin covered a distance of 10 meters. The winged immortal seal hissed and flew out. The big-headed boy's cultivation was the same as Wang Lin's, both at the early stage of the Nirvana realm. He had witnessed Wang Lin's performance at the three gates of heaven, earth, and humanity, so he was very wary and had no intention of provoking him. "Taoist Sumu, I can leave here. There's no need to pursue me to the death. Our cultivation levels are comparable. If we fight, even if you win, you'll be injured, giving Su Ting an opportunity." The naive smile on the big-headed boy's face vanished as he hastily shouted. Wang Lin's gaze was cold. As he stepped forward, his right hand rose. In an instant, the slaying Luo technique appeared, slashing forward. The big-headed boy's expression changed drastically, and he retreated. At the same time, the heavenly Ming ant appeared, hissing loudly as it blocked the way. Just as the slaying Luo technique reached its target, it vanished. The winged immortal seal flashed, and a golden symbol flew out from it, hurtling straight towards the disappearing ant. A golden light suddenly flashed, and the symbol became sentient. The big-headed boy's face turned pale, and he hastily retreated. He formed a hand seal and shouted, "Immortal technique of vastness." As soon as he finished speaking, ripples spread around him, instantly altering the heavens and earth. Another ferocious beast appeared, roaring ferociously and charging towards Wang Lin. "I'll use you to test my mastery of controlling heavenly lightning." Wang Lin's voice was cold, like a gust of winter wind, striking the eyes of the large-headed boy. His body trembled as he recalled how, in the previous stages, the opponent had devoured the lightning element's primordial spirit. The large-headed boy, worried, quickly retreated after unleashing his divine abilities. At that moment, a change occurred in Wang Lin's eyes. The will of the heavenly lightning appeared in his gaze, striking fear into those who saw it. "Everything belonging to the lightning element is under my control." Wang Lin didn't look at the large-headed boy, but instead tilted his head back to look at the sky. On his forehead, the primordial lightning dragon's primordial spirit surged forth, roaring. Grow the primordial lightning dragon, controlling the lightning element, let out a furious roar that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The roar was like the creation of heaven and earth, creating a tremor that caused all the cultivators frantically fighting on the battlefield to tremble. In an instant, the entire battlefield felt like it was experiencing an earthquake. The heavens and earth were turned upside down, the sun and moon dimmed. Su Ting was immersed in a black smoke, chasing after a cultivator. He had just bared his teeth in a grin, preparing to devour him, when he heard the faint sound of thunder. Sensing the shock in the battlefield, the black smoke surrounding his body made a sound and then dissipated, revealing his body. His face was filled with terror as he stared into the distance. The fleeing cultivator was even more severely affected, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was pale, as if the sky had fallen on him. In the trees, the six-fingered cultivator was hiding, waiting for the cultivator to pass by, intending to ambush him. But at that moment, in an instant, the earth-shattering thunder made his face drain of all color. It was as if some force had jumped into his soul, forcing him out of his hiding place. He looked into the distance in terror. This is the roar of Sumu at the gate of the underworld. Chin King Liat, running through the trees, heard the screeching sound and trembled. He sat down cross-legged, cultivating his internal energy to resist. A moment later, a flash of light appeared in his eyes. His face lit up with ecstatic joy as he rushed straight towards the source of the roar. At this moment, every cultivator present on the battlefield felt the terrifying power of the lightning. It was as if anything struck by it would vanish, especially the sky, which suddenly changed. Columns of lightning several meters high, resembling rapidly condensing dragons, appeared. The ground shook violently, as if preparing for the end of the world. Not only on the battlefield, but also in the outside world, in the Thunder Immortal Palace, the 8 wooden pillars in the sky above the 1,000-meter-wide rock were shaking. Lightning suddenly appeared, flashing in the air. The sky seemed to be covered with a condensed net of lightning. It was as if all the thunder and lightning in the world had been summoned here, preparing to pay homage. Yanlazi stood up abruptly, staring intently at the 8 wooden pillars, his expression grim. He formed hand seals, rapidly casting countless hand gestures to stabilize the 8 pillars. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were silently assessing the situation. After a roar, the primordial thunder dragon's primordial spirit on Wang Lin's forehead re-entered his body. Outside his body, thousands upon thousands of lightning bolts condensed, turning the area within 1,000 miles into a thunderous hell. In the deafening explosions, the giant trees shattered, turning into countless fireballs. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with thousands upon thousands of lightning bolts. Even his body was like that, giving off the aura of a supreme master of the lightning element. Raising his right hand, Wang Lin pointed towards the large-headed boy who was frantically fleeing. Lightning, annihilate, a deafening thunderclap resounded. Following Wang Lin's gesture, all the surrounding lightning bolts rushed towards the boy's head. If viewed from midair, the scene would show lightning bolts within a 1,000-mile radius instantly retracting towards the large-headed pupil. The speed of the lightning bolt's contraction was so rapid that they condensed in a split second. The large-headed pupil's eyes were filled with despair. He felt as if he were facing all the lightning in the world. In the instant despair set in, the lightning bolts within a 1,000-mile radius merged into one. A terrifying explosion shook the entire battlefield. The large-headed pupil's entire body was like a torch, burned to ashes, leaving not a single bone behind. All the cultivators on the battlefield looked up at the flames created by the lightning in the sky, their hearts filled with fear. This is truly the divine power of the demonic path. It's terrifying. Meeting this person is certain death. With my current strength, I can't possibly contend with that person. I've never even heard of such divine power. Su Ting stared blankly at the scene before him, his hands clenched tightly. However, he didn't realize that his hands were trembling. Inside the Thunder Immortal Palace, on a 1,000-foot-wide rock, the large-headed boy suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, becoming weak. His face turned ferocious as he stood up abruptly, looking around. His eyes widened slightly, then showed a look of terror. "Nothing. Sit down," Yanlazi whispered. The large-headed boy trembled, quickly sitting down, his heart pounding. He had originally intended to go out and search for Wang Lin's body to take revenge. But as soon as he stood up and looked around, he realized that there were only 108 people here, 4 missing. Could it be that the 4 people who entered through the One Path Heaven Gate weren't clones but his true form? The large-headed boy felt a numbness in his head, secretly thinking how fortunate it was that it wasn't his true form. Thinking about this, his whole body was drenched in sweat, and his fear intensified. No wonder the storage bag couldn't be opened. Only a magic treasure that has merged with the primordial spirit can be used. The big-headed boy took a deep breath, the thought of it filling him with fear. In the battlefield, a yellow light flashed in the sky. Then a symbol appeared, merging into the wind immortal seal. That symbol had absorbed the big-headed boy's fragmented spirit. making it full of sentience. Wang Lin retrieved the Wind Immortal seal, glancing at Shen Gonghu, who was standing dazed not far away. He potted his storage bag, took out some pills, and gave them to Shen Gonghu. Find a secluded place and sit quietly. Shen Gonghu received the pills and was about to swallow them when his eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Wang Lin's storage bag. After hesitating for a moment, he opened his mouth and said, "Lord, can you open the storage bag?" Wang Lin was stunned, his eyes darkening. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. With his intelligence, he understood the problem immediately after hearing the words. "You can't open it." Wang Lin looked at Shen Gonghu with a somber expression. Shen Gonghu nodded and tried right in front of Wang Lin. His divine consciousness entered the storage bag and he lightly tapped it, but there was no reaction. Wang Lin remained silent, turning and gliding through the air. Shen Gonghu pondered for a moment, then followed Wang Lin's instructions and found a hiding place. Wang Lin moved through the battlefield, a cold smile playing on his lips. Excellent, a battlefield of slaughter. Truth and falsehood intertwine. Yunlei is truly cunning and devious. I admire him. 112 people entered here, except for 108. 4 remain. I killed 2 of them earlier and obtained their storage bags. Now, besides me, there's 1 more person. I wonder who that unlucky last person is. Wang Lin flew while simultaneously spreading out his divine consciousness. Whenever he detected the presence of a cultivator, he would appear. Along the way, Wang Lin showed no mercy. This was a battlefield of slaughter. If one chose to continue, they should also be prepared to be killed. And even if they died, it wouldn't be a real death. Therefore, along the way, all cultivators found it difficult to escape Wang Lin's grasp. However, before striking, Wang Lin always checked to see if the opponent's storage bag could be opened. If it couldn't be opened, he would strike immediately. Elsewhere, the slaughter was also taking place. Su Ting transformed into mist, spreading out and devouring. By this time, many cultivators, after achieving a certain accomplishment through killing, committed suicide, not leaving their achievements to others. Time slowly passed, and the number of cultivators on the battlefield dwindled. Wang Lin's actions were still somewhat advantageous. If a cultivator committed suicide, Wang Lin wouldn't intervene, but would silently use a golden talisman to seize a portion of their consciousness. However, Su Ting was different. Even if he committed suicide at a slightly slower pace, he could still devour him. Night fell over the battlefield. After darkness enveloped everything, there were few people left. Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out, slowly moving towards Su Ting. Su Ting was the one he needed to kill. Especially a trace of the opponent's essence, Wang Lin couldn't let it go. At the same time, Su Ting's divine consciousness also spread out, focusing on Wang Lin. The black mist surrounding him quickly moved towards his opponent. In his area, all the cultivators were dead, leaving only him alone. His speed increased rapidly, like a rainbow streaking through the air. A thick wave of murderous intent surged forth, spreading across the heavens and earth. Sumu, Su Ting roared, his voice shaking the very foundations of the world. Wang Lin's gaze remained calm as he watched Su Ting rushing towards him from afar at incredible speed. He could see that Su Ting's body was enveloped in black mist. Behind him, a colossal phantom was roaring and charging towards him. Hopefully, he'll be the last one to open the storage bag. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. Su Ting's speed increased even further, causing explosions in the air as he lunged towards Wang Lin. Just as Su Ting approached, a loud explosion rang out. The phantom behind him opened its mouth wide and lunged towards Wang Lin. The Wind Immortal seal in front of Wang Lin suddenly expanded to hundreds of meters. The symbols appearing around it created a golden light that dispelled the darkness. Loud explosions resounded, and the two began their battle in midair. On the ground, Shen Gonghu emerged from his hiding place and stood atop a large tree, gazing at the battle in the sky. His eyes were fixed intently, not blinking. Just then, a hand patted his shoulder. Startled, Shen Gonghu lunged forward, about to unleash his divine power, when he heard a laugh. "Don't worry, actually, your running away just now startled me too," Nangong Han chuckled, sitting down where Shen Gonghu had been standing, admiring the battle in the sky, and remarked, "Watching a battle like this at night is truly delightful." He took a gourd of wine from his storage bag and took a sip. Shen Gonghu stared intently at Nangong Han's storage bag. Then, he went to a nearby large tree and sat down. Haha, you've discovered me. There's nothing I can do about it. I was unlucky enough to find my true form here. Luckily, I discovered it early, otherwise, I would have been in a chaotic fight and lost my life. That's why I found a hiding place and waited until the battle was over before rushing here to ensure my safety. Nangang Han took a deep breath, speaking with frustration. A considerable distance away, the six-fingered cultivator sat silently on a large tree, watching the battle in the sky. His eyes occasionally flashed with a glint of light. The two strongest fighting. Only then will I have a chance. He licked his lips, a cold smile playing on his face. The phantom of Su Ting and the wind immortal seal of Wang Lin clashed, producing an earth-shattering explosion that shook the entire battlefield. Su Ting's body was pushed back several meters. The phantom behind him followed closely. Wang Lin retreated 3 meters, although his expression remained calm. His killing intent was undeniable. As Su Ting retreated, he raised both hands to form a hand seal, and his elemental power quickly spread throughout his body. A black vortex shot out from his forehead at an extremely fast speed. Snake devouring. No sooner had he finished speaking than the black shadow behind him flew up, transforming into 100 snakes. They all hissed and lunged towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin had seen this divine ability before and knew its power. Therefore, he raised his right hand, formed a hand seal, and shouted in a low voice, "Summon wind." In an instant, a black wind emanated from Wang Lin's right hand, spreading across the land and sky, transforming into 2 black dragons. Both dragons hissed and charged straight towards the swarm of snakes. Cold winds emanated from their bodies, attacking and devouring each other. But summon wind was a divine ability of an immortal emperor. At this moment, the large snake that had just swallowed a dragon roared in pain. Its body rapidly expanded and then exploded. In the instant the giant snake's body exploded, the black dragon it had swallowed reappeared. The 2 dragons flew straight towards Su Ting. Su Ting formed a hand seal, pointing to his forehead, and shouted, "Mountain forest." A thick black mist emerged from behind his neck, spreading out and filling the sky, transforming into a gigantic black mountain. The mountain seemed to fill the space, overwhelming the sky, and, following Su Ting's movements, pressed down on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he stared intently at Su Ting. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. As the 2 black dragons created by the wind summoning spell flew away, he raised his right hand and placed it on his forehead. At this moment, he no longer intended to struggle with Su Ting. "Third seal, open." Wang Lin's voice was calm, yet it sent shivers down the listener's spine. A pink thread stretched from the center of his forehead to both sides. His third eye suddenly opened, emitting a pink light. The pink light fanned out, rapidly spreading. The extremely terrifying force that Wang Lin had sealed was unleashed for the first time. At the same time, it released 1/3 of its power, merging into the pink light. In an instant, the black mountain pressing down was enveloped in the pink light and disintegrated in a bizarre way. In about half a breath, it turned into black gas and disappeared. Fear appeared in Su Ting's eyes. An never-before-seen sense of danger immediately enveloped his entire body, causing him to hastily retreat. But he was still a little too slow. The pink light flashed, and after dissolving the mountain, it shone on Su Ting. Su Ting felt his body tremble, as if thousands upon thousands of lightning bolts had exploded. In his eyes, everything vanished. Only deafening explosions filled his ears, and his heart pounded wildly. Thump, thump, thump. The speed of his heartbeat reached an extreme limit, as if it were about to explode. His blood and vital energy surged throughout his body, almost beyond his control. The wisp of black mist at his forehead trembled as if about to burst out. What kind of divine power is this? Su Ting's entire body was drenched in sweat, his clothes completely soaked. But at this moment, under the pink light, he couldn't move, as if some force was holding him down. A wave of panic surged through his soul, quickly engulfing him. The force hidden within the pink light rapidly ravaged and penetrated his body, causing Su Ting to feel his body slowly disintegrating. First, his skin, flesh, and joints everything instantly reverted to its original state. Immediately afterward, his primordial spirit was also affected, degenerating into a golden core. The degeneration continued, and finally, the golden core shattered and transformed back into its original spiritual power. However, the process was far from over. His spiritual power continued to dissipate within his body. Finally, he let out a heart-wrenching scream, followed by a resounding explosion, and his entire body vanished without a trace. Even a tiny bit of his original essence within his clone was pulled out and disappeared in the pink light. As the pink light faded, Wang Lin, his face weary, descended to the base of a large tree. He sat cross-legged, quickly sealing the power at his forehead. This bizarre scene caused Nangong Han, who was drinking wine a considerable distance away, to spit it all out, his eyes filled with horror. "I couldn't defeat him," Shen Gonghu said, taking a deep breath and looking at Wang Lin. The pink light reminded him of the scene from years ago when his body and spirit had fully recovered. At the same time, the six-fingered cultivator's eyes flashed with fear, yet still held a murderous glint. He charged straight towards Wang Lin. At this moment, he must be injured. This is the best opportunity to kill him. Once I can kill Sumu, even if it's just his clone, my name, Chu Xingdao, will become famous throughout Luotia. His heart pounded, and the six-fingered cultivator's speed was like lightning. His right hand, with 6 fingers, rose. From the sixth finger, a dazzling blue light suddenly appeared. His speed was too fast. In an instant, he was close to Wang Lin. Shen Gonghu's expression changed as he was about to rush out, but it was too late. Nangong Han stood up abruptly and quickly disappeared. Just as the six-fingered cultivator approached, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with nothing but murderous intent. "Get out!" The words had barely left his mouth when thunder rumbled through the air. Countless lightning bolts suddenly struck the six-fingered cultivator. His face changed drastically. Just one sentence from Wang Lin had unleashed a torrent of lightning, shattering his spirit. Wang Lin's reputation was overwhelming. Before he could even react, terror surged within him. His eyes were filled with fear as he hastily retreated. In that instant, countless lightning bolts rained down from the sky, causing the six-fingered cultivator to cry out in agony and struggle. But in a flash, the lightning bolts multiplied. Eventually, they almost formed a curtain of lightning, no different from a heavenly tribulation. The six-fingered cultivator panicked and retreated further. But in that moment, Wang Lin stood up and stepped forward. With each step, flashes of lightning erupted, accompanied by deafening explosions. Wang Lin, with astonishing momentum, pursued the retreating six-fingered cultivator. His 2 fingers closed like swords, pointing forward. Instantly, lightning bolts condensed from all directions, hurtling straight towards the six-fingered cultivator. The countless lightning strikes caused the cultivator's face to turn pale. He instinctively raised his hands to resist, but Wang Lin merely countered with a single strike. In an instant, his fingers absorbed thousands upon thousands of lightning bolts from all sides, forming a single beam that shot straight towards the six-fingered cultivator. The lightning bolt destroyed all his divine abilities, shattering his flesh, blood, and soul. The six-fingered cultivator only managed a pathetic groan before his entire body's energy dissipated and vanished. A golden symbol flashed, flying out to absorb the fragmented soul, becoming sentient, and returning to the immortal seal. All of this happened in a flash. The six-fingered cultivator, who had just arrived, was instantly killed by Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin's face turned pale, and the seal on his forehead slowly closed. His third eye slowly disappeared, turning into a thin thread. He turned and stared at Nangong Han, who had appeared a short distance away. "You also want to fight me?" Nangong Han's expression was heavy as he cautiously glanced at Wang Lin. After a moment, he laughed heartily, shaking his head and saying, "I can't beat you. Actually, I came to help you deal with that sneak attacker." Wang Lin looked away, crossed his legs, and began to cultivate. At this moment, clouds rose in the sky. From within the clouds, a dazzling light emanated. The light descended, splitting into 3 parts, enveloping Wang Lin, Nangong Han, and Shen Gonghu. Shen Gonghu's body trembled and then disappeared into the multicolored light. Only Wang Lin and Nangong Han were enveloped by the multicolored light, lifted towards the horizon. At this moment, Wang Lin was still conscious and saw a crack suddenly appear before him. Immediately, he was sucked into it. His vision blurred, and after a moment of clarity, he saw a 1,000-foot-tall rock and a large number of cultivators. Wang Lin descended from midair, and Nangong Han also descended at the same time. On the 1,000-foot-tall rock, all 108 cultivators had awakened. Su Ting's face was grim as he stared at Wang Lin, silently. The six-fingered cultivator also glared at Wang Lin with malicious eyes. Yanlazi smiled, stood up, and said slowly, "Our Leishan Palace has bestowed the title of 108 Immortals." As he spoke, he lightly grasped the void with his right hand. Instantly, the heavens and earth around Leishan Palace trembled. A wondrous sound suddenly appeared, echoing in the space. The magnificent sound was like the sound of a celestial flute. In the midst of the music, a large cloud condensed and descended. A dense aura of immortal energy permeated the space, making the place resemble a celestial realm. Several immortal cranes danced in the air, their cries echoing in the hearts of those who beheld them. From afar, countless palaces of the immortal realm, along with the Thunder Immortal Palace, were hidden within the clouds, creating a scene reminiscent of the celestial world. Cultivators from all sides, led by the patriarchs of their respective clans, rose to their feet, respectfully observing from a distance. Not only them, but even the old masters seated on cushions stood up, their faces solemn. Furthermore, in the sky, the messengers of the Thunder Immortal Palace appeared simultaneously, standing upright with respectful expressions. At this moment, not only the Thunder Immortal Palace, but also the entire Luotia Star Domain used a special teleportation method to transmit all these images outwards. On every cultivation planet, the cultivation clans and all the cultivators looked up at the sky. Each cultivation planet had a Thunder Immortal Palace sound transmission stone. The sound transmission stone of the Thunder Immortal Palace not only transmits sound, but also projects images of the Wind Immortal within the Thunder Immortal Palace. The purpose of the Thunder Immortal Palace's sound transmission stone, besides transmitting images of the Wind Immortal, was to mobilize the Alliance for a decisive battle. At this moment, almost all cultivators in the Luotia Star Domain witnessed the scene of the Wind Immortal thanks to the images in the sky. The Thunder Immortal Palace is located in the center of the Luotia Star Domain. Beyond the sphere of influence of the Thunder Immortal Palace, a wave of killing intent permeated all directions. In the eastern region, countless cultivators gathered, numbering no less than 10,000. Their clothing varied, clearly indicating they came from different cultivation families. At this moment, they were all silently gazing forward. Ahead of them stood a man with white hair, clad in pink armor. His expression was calm, and in his hand he held a sound-transmitting stone. At this moment, the scene of the Wind Immortal in the Thunder Immortal Palace emanated from within, spreading across the sky. The same scene unfolded in the southern region. Over 10,000 cultivators sat cross-legged in the starry sky, each with an old man holding a sound-transmitting stone in front of them, looking up. Similar armies of cultivators also appeared in the west and north. At this moment, throughout the entire Luotia region, the Wind Immortal scene of the Thunder Immortal Palace attracted the attention of thousands. A celestial crane flew into the Thunder Immortal Palace, its beak holding a golden silk cloth. It circled around Yanlazi before dropping it. The cloth landed in Yanlazi's hand. With a slight shake of his hand, the cloth unfolded before everyone. From it emanated a very strong aura of immortal energy, clearly a treasure of the immortals. Among you, there are a total of 110 people. 2 of you have passed the test and been appointed as the Chief and Deputy Thunder Immortals. The remaining 108 include 36 Heavenly Gang Immortals and 72 Earthly Fiend Immortals. Yanlazi paused here. His gaze swept over the cultivators standing on the 1,000-foot-high rock, and he shouted, "Sumu, step forward." Wang Lin's eyes focused, and he leapt forward, bowing and saying, "Yes." Yanlazi's expression was serious, and he said in a deep voice, "The 3 gates of heaven, earth, and man, the test of the first path of heaven. Sumu, I appoint you as the principal Thunder Immortal of the Luotia Star Domain. You will lead an army of 3,000 cultivators, the #1 vanguard of our Luotia Star Domain." As Yanlazi spoke, he lightly waved his right hand, and a celestial brush appeared in his hand. The brush danced, writing the first line on the silk cloth, "Principal Thunder Immortal, Sumu." As soon as the 6 characters were written, they immediately emitted a golden light. A thunderous explosion resounded, and the 6 characters seemed to pierce through the silk cloth, flying out and merging together to form a tiger. The tiger was about 10 jang tall, and after appearing, it roared towards the sky. Then it charged straight towards Wang Lin. But when it was 1 jang away from Wang Lin, it quickly shrunk, finally transforming into a small flag 3 inches wide. On the flag, the image of the tiger flickered in and out of view. I reward you with the Heavenly Tiger Banner. With this banner, you can control 3,000 cultivators in the Luotia star domain, forming a separate region. Yanleizi's voice boomed like thunder, spreading in all directions. Wang Lin accepted the Heavenly Tiger Banner, took a deep breath, and bowed, saying, I obey. At this moment, Wang Lin's image was clearly visible to everyone in the Luotia star domain. A whirlwind seemed to rise everywhere. He is Sumo, the demon Taoist Sumo, a genuine thunder immortal. This person surpasses 108 immortals. He must possess astonishing cultivation in Ren Yun Star. A beautiful female cultivator looked up at the scene of the immortal's arrival in the sky. She hadn't paid much attention and was about to lower her head and sit down when she suddenly froze. Her gaze fixed on Wang Lin, a hint of unease in her eyes. She felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had met him somewhere before. Not only her, but all the cultivators on the Nyanyan star were astonished to see Wang Lin appear in the sky. A powerful tremor ran through everyone's hearts, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. On the Kingling star, numerous cultivators also looked up at the sky. But at this moment, the senior cultivators of the various families all exclaimed in surprise, Ancestor! On the peak of Hengyun, Xi Qinkang awoke and looked up at the sky. His eyes were filled with excitement. He took a deep breath and murmured, Master. On a distant planet, Yao Bingyun sat cross-legged on the highest ice mountain, looking up at the sky with a complex expression. I never expected him to become a thunder immortal. In the northern region, half of the abandoned cultivation planets have recently been emitting a foul stench. But cultivators can't figure out the cause. At this moment, in a mountain valley on a cultivation planet, Demlang raised his head and looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with cruelty. Unexpectedly, he has achieved such a high position in the Luotia star domain. At this moment, anyone in the entire Luotia star domain who knew Wang Lin had a hint of fear in their eyes. In the Thunder Immortal Palace, Yanleizi softly shouted, Su Ting, step forward. Su Ting took a deep breath and immediately stepped forward, standing respectfully. I appoint you as a Deputy Thunder Immortal, leading an army of 2,000 cultivators. The second vanguard of the Luotia star domain. Although unwilling, at this moment, Su Ting had no choice but to submit. After a moment of silence, he respectfully said, Yes, sir. Following this, Yanleizi spoke one after another, appointing 108 immortals. Each received a spirit banner, becoming an immortal in their own place. Chief, Deputy Thunder Immortal, and 36 Heavenly Gang Immortals enter the immortal pool. Yanleizi waved his hand, and the golden silk cloth disappeared. The clouds in the sky swirled for a moment before condensing, forming a pool that descended from the heavens. Within this cloud-formed pool lay a blue stream of water, emanating an aura that shook the spirits of those who beheld it. Entering the immortal pool, transforming one's realm of consciousness, allowing the heavenly origin to merge with the immortal, becoming a true immortal. The voice of Yanleizi echoed through the heavens and earth. Immortals do not cultivate realms of consciousness. True immortals have no enlightenment. Wang Lin understood this perfectly. Waves of energy began to ripple within the ascension pool, emitting streams of immortal energy. The cultivators all around fell silent. The ascension pool had both advantages and disadvantages. To enter or not to enter was a choice without a definitive answer in each person's heart. Yanleizi did not urge them, calmly observing the young cultivators before him. Not only him, but all the onlookers and numerous messengers from the Lei Immortal Palace watched intently. At the same time, throughout the entire Luotia star domain, all cultivators watched intently. It was as if the entire Luotia star domain was completely silent at this moment. Every cultivator on every cultivation planet was quiet. This was a difficult choice. No one dared say who was right and who was wrong. It could only be said that there were two paths. One was cultivating immortality, the other was cultivating the Tao. As for who was stronger or weaker, no one could say for sure until the final step. In ancient times, ancient Che practitioners pursued immortality and becoming immortals. Therefore, entering the immortal realm and stepping into the ascension pool was a great honor, transforming their primal energy into immortal essence, truly becoming a true immortal. This was what ancient Che practitioners always pursued. Without cultivating their mental state or enlightenment, their cultivation level increased entirely based on rare treasures, immortal energy, and elixirs. After the collapse of the immortal realm, cultivators emerged who no longer sought immortality. Because the immortal realm was gone, their cultivation focused on the Tao, thus enabling them to attain enlightenment. Enlightenment, sudden enlightenment, clear enlightenment all revolve around the word enlightenment. The most important aspect of the Tao cultivation path is enlightenment. Having attained the heavenly Tao, one must either follow it or resist it. If one's cultivation level increases without enlightenment, progress becomes extremely difficult. At this moment, including Wang Lin, the 110 cultivators faced a different choice: the ancient path or the present. Qing Shui calmly looked at Wang Lin. He hoped Wang Lin could enter the Thunder Pool, transform his realm of consciousness, and become a true immortal, a formal disciple of his master, Bai Fan. Su Ting pondered for a moment, then glanced at Wang Lin. Afterward, he gritted his teeth and resolutely stepped onto the ascension pool. Throughout his life, he had been arrogant, never paying attention to those of the same caliber. Since leaving Donglin Star, he had never encountered a worthy opponent. But in the battle at Leishan Palace, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Wang Lin. His death in Yitangxia was unacceptable to him. Yet, similarly, Su Ting held a deep respect for Wang Lin. However, that respect was vastly inferior to his resentment. He knew that if he continued like this, it would be very difficult for him to surpass his opponent. A complete transformation was necessary for him to have a chance. Therefore, he resolutely abandoned the path of immortality and chose the path of becoming an immortal. Stepping into the ascension pool, Su Ting felt an unbearable pain surging from the outside into his body. The pool water seemed to be boiling, seeping into his body. Beads of sweat appeared on Su Ting's forehead. The excruciating pain felt like a knife slicing away at his flesh and bones. It quickly absorbed all the profound insights he had painstakingly cultivated for 1,000 years. Countless immortal forces merged into his body, converging with his primal energy to form a unique power, condensing within him. In just about half an incense stick's time, Su Ting tilted his head back and let out a howl. His hair fluttered without wind, and his entire body crackled with explosions. A powerful surge of immortal energy emanated from him. His strength at this moment was a notch higher than before. Su Ting's eyes shone like stars, and an overwhelming sense of comfort spread throughout his body. His clenched fists felt as if he could grasp the power of heaven and earth. All the immortal techniques he had learned could be freely unleashed. Su Mu, there will be a day when you and I will fight again. Su Ting stepped out of the ascension pool, his eyes shining brightly, and glanced at Wang Lin. Su Ting's demeanor caused countless hesitant individuals to follow him into the ascension pool. Cries of pain echoed, and their cultivation levels increased. Terrifying streams of immortal energy emanated from the pool. One by one, they emerged, their faces a mixture of joy and fear. The feeling of possessing power and wielding immortal techniques left them with no regrets about their chosen path. Wang Lin calmly gazed at the ascension pool, his heart filled with complex emotions. He had seen the third gate. In the Thunder Immortal realm, he knew of the immortal Emperor Bai Fan. All of these things were shrouded in mystery. Cultivating immortality was certainly not a simple matter. He felt conflicted. Most importantly, Wang Lin noticed the old monsters sitting on their cushions. None of them paid any attention when the ascension pool appeared. This further solidified his decision. The main and deputy lay immortals, along with the 36 heavenly gang immortals, ultimately had 17 people who stepped into the ascension pool. Besides Wang Lin, those who didn't choose this path included Nangdong Han, Shen Gonghu, and Zhan Kongli, plus a dozen more. This is your choice. Don't regret it later. Yin Lazy glanced at everyone, then raised his right hand and pointed forward. Immediately, with a rumbling sound, the ascension pool flew towards the sky, disappearing without a trace. Invite the wind immortal stone, Yan Lazy whispered, his eyes respectful. As soon as he finished speaking, the clouds in the sky stirred, transforming into a dragon. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, enveloping everything around. Cultivators throughout the Luotia star domain watched this scene without blinking. A moment later, the dragon descended from the sky, spitting out a stone. The stone was only about half a meter in diameter, but its descent caused the ground of the late Immortal Palace to tremble. Immortal energy surged in all directions. The names of the Chief and Deputy Thunder Immortals, the 36 Heavenly Generals, and the 3 rewards were inscribed on the Immortal Sealing Stone. A glint flashed in Su Ting's eyes. He stepped to the side of the immortal sealing stone. He stared at the stone, then turned around and suddenly froze. He saw countless names inscribed on the stone. Each name radiated a powerful aura. Many of the names were even illustrious figures from the Luotia star domain. Therefore, he decided to raise his right hand, find a blank space, and write a name on it. A blue light flashed on the stone, shooting a powerful force at Su Ting, pushing him back. Su Ting sneered, his immortal essence rapidly circulating throughout his body. The dark energy still lingered on his forehead, a small amount merging into his fingertips, inscribing on the immortal sealing stone. Trying to complete his inscription, he felt his strength drain away, staggering back a few steps, his face pale. Wang Lin glanced at Su Ting. He realized the reason for his condition was that his primordial spirit had been split in half and absorbed by the wind immortal stone. Therefore, he felt a sense of unease. Yan Lazy nodded. Those who could engrave their names on the wind immortal stone all possessed astonishing cultivation. He felt satisfied with Su Ting, secretly thinking that this person would surely shine in the battle against the Alliance. After Su Ting, 36 Heavenly Gang Immortals slowly advanced. Except for Nangong Han, the six-fingered cultivator, and the big-headed pupil, no one else could engrave their names on it. Wang Lin was the last. His gaze was calm as he slowly approached the wind immortal stone. Looking at the names inscribed on it, he fell into silent contemplation. Wang Lin was inherently cautious. There were many reasons why he hadn't entered the Ascension Pool. Now, the wind immortal stone made him even more pensive. His pensive demeanor attracted the attention of the cultivators. Wang Lin's actions during the process of the immortal sealing ceremony had completely captivated everyone's attention. His failure to enter the Ascension Pool had already sparked much discussion. Now, seeing him standing silently before the immortal sealing stone only added to the commotion. It wasn't just those present. At this moment, throughout the entire Luotia star domain, any cultivator witnessing the scene through the sound transmission stone was calmly concentrating. They were all speculating whether Sumu would write his name on the immortal sealing stone or not. Most of them were unaware of the legend and history of the immortal sealing stone. After a moment of thought, a glint flashed in his eyes. Wang Lin raised his right hand, placing his index finger on the immortal sealing stone and drawing. Instantly, he felt an extremely powerful force pushing his hand away. Frowning, Wang Lin channeled his primal energy, raising his index finger again. This time, the recoil was even stronger. But the moment it touched his finger, Wang Lin unleashed a counterforce. Then, as Wang Lin manipulated his index finger, the counterforce grew stronger and stronger. Finally, a series of thunderous explosions erupted, and dazzling flashes of light burst forth. As Wang Lin's finger traced the final strokes, he felt a portion of his primordial spirit rapidly returning to his finger. However, just as the primordial spirit was about to merge with the wind immortal stone, Wang Lin suddenly raised his right hand, using the force emanating from the wind immortal stone to retreat several steps. Yan Lazy's gaze intently swept over Wang Lin. Clearly, he saw that Wang Lin's primordial spirit had not merged with the wind immortal stone. And even though it was also inscribed on the tablet, it wasn't Wang Lin and Sumu's names, but rather Mo Daozi's. Sumu is indeed from the Alliance star domain. He's not greedy in his work, only prioritizing caution. Yan Lazy withdrew his gaze. Now, this is the final reward for the main and deputy lay immortals and the 36 Heavenly Gang Immortals. Each of you 38 can make one request. The Lay Immortal Palace, the Xiang family, and our Gongsun family will do our best to help you fulfill it. However, anyone who intentionally causes trouble will have their reward revoked. Wang Lin's spirit trembled. He took a deep breath, quickly regaining his composure. He had come to participate in the Lay Immortal Palace's immortal conferment ceremony precisely for this final reward. Honor. Wang Lin didn't let anyone see his inner thoughts. In an instant, his eyes slowly calmed down. However, behind that calmness, a burning fire blazed. He wasn't the first to step forward, but waited until everyone had finished speaking before slowly walking out, bowing respectfully to Yan Lazy and saying, "This junior has a request." Yan Lazy glanced at Wang Lin and then said, "Sumu, state your request." This junior's request is to make a damaged nascent soul that has fallen into a deep sleep be able to condense its body and awaken, Wang Lin said in a low voice. His expression unchanged. However, His heart was pounding at this moment. Oh! Yan Leizi's gaze became focused. He pondered for a moment, then looked at the old man of the Xiang family and said, "This request isn't difficult." The Xiang family has long passed down the divine art of soul reception. It's said that this technique is incredibly effective and can certainly satisfy your request. Xiang Daoziu, what do you think? The old man of the Xiang family smiled. Since he greatly admired Wang Lin, upon hearing this, he chuckled and said, "From what you've said, the nascent soul must have been severely damaged and destroyed, leading to its delirium. This shouldn't be difficult. Bring out the nascent soul so I can examine it." Wang Lin remained silent. Li Muan was incredibly important to him, irreplaceable. She was also someone he had to protect for the rest of his life. After hesitating for a moment, he potted his storage bag with his right hand. Immediately, a sphere emitting a soft light flew out. During his 3 days of cultivation in the Thunder Immortal Palace, Wang Lin had secretly taken Li Muan's nascent soul from the heaven-defying pearl while no one was paying attention. He then used the heart-destroying Forbidden's technique to seal it, preventing the nascent soul from dissipating. All of this was in anticipation of this moment. His right hand grasped the sphere, his left hand lightly touched it, and the sphere bloomed like a flower, revealing a nascent soul sitting cross-legged inside. This nascent soul was indeed Li Muan. Her face was pale, and she sat cross-legged, her whole body feeling weak. It was as if a single gust of wind would cause her to dissipate and disappear forever. A faint light emanated from her, giving Li Muan a sacred aura, like a celestial fairy descending to earth and falling into Wang Lin's hands. Although she remained in a deep sleep, never awakening, she still exuded a gentle and kind feeling. Her countenance was delicate. She didn't possess breathtaking beauty or awe-inspiring arrogance, yet she completely captured Wang Lin's heart. Li Muan would forever remain in his heart. In the instant she vanished, she left behind only one sentence that echoed in his mind: "Heaven has decreed your death, but I must seize you." It was this one sentence that led Wang Lin to Luotia. It was this one sentence that brought him to the Luotia Palace. The moment Wang Lin took out Li Muan's nascent soul, Shi Zifeng's beautiful eyes, which had been fixed on Wang Lin, suddenly lost their focus. Her face was devoid of any expression, and her body trembled. She felt as if her heart had completely shattered. So, his efforts to achieve the #1 position in the Immortal Sealing Sect were all for this person. A single tear rolled down Shi Zifeng's cheek. She gazed at the nascent soul in her hand with a mixture of astonishment and sorrow. To be able to make someone love you like this, even if the nascent soul is injured and falls into a deep sleep, she would still be happy. Qing Shui looked at Wang Lin and the nascent soul in his hand, her eyes filled with sadness. Many years ago, he too had spent so much time protecting a woman. Only Qing Shui's eyes held a hint of worrying and pain. The old man surnamed Xiang looked at the nascent soul, his smile vanishing. A glint flashed in his eyes as he stared intently at Li Muan's nascent soul, frowning as he said, "How long has this nascent soul been dormant?" Wang Lin took a deep breath. At this moment, his composure, forged over 1,000 years of cultivation, was greatly weakened. He tried to remain calm, and softly said, "Nearly 700 years." The old man surnamed Xiang nodded and said, "To be able to maintain your nascent soul for 700 years without change, you must have put in a great deal of effort. But 700 years is too long. How could a cultivator's nascent soul last for 700 years? Not to mention the fact that it has no physical body, only the nascent soul remains. Moreover, the important thing is that this nascent soul is in a state of death. Sumu, change your request." The old man surnamed Xiang sighed inwardly. He deliberately wanted to help Sumu, which is why he asked him to change his request. The old man surnamed Xiang's voice was like a dagger piercing Wang Lin's heart. The pain was indescribable, as if the entire world had collapsed before him. Everything vanished, leaving only desolation. This agonizing pain nearly extinguished Wang Lin's life. In his ears, each word from the other party sounded like thunder. Is there really no other way? Wang Lin's eyes, filled with anguish, looked at Li Muan. "With my power, I cannot help you. She should have died already. But trying to keep her alive, whether for you or her, is a painful ordeal. The only thing I can do to help you is to send her into reincarnation." Wang Lin staggered back a few steps, his face pale, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He looked at Li Muwen, who was sitting cross-legged, and let out a mournful laugh. Scenes of their time together flashed through his mind. The overwhelming heartache was unbearable. Two streams of tears flowed down his face. In his life, he had only shed tears a handful of times. Looking at Li Muwen, a fire of defiance flared up in Wang Lin's heart. Heaven has decreed your death, but I must take you back, Wanner. This is my promise to you. Wang Lin raised his right hand and grasped Li Muwen's nascent soul. The surrounding seal contracted, transforming into a sphere. The old man surnamed Xiang remained silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "There are ways." Wang Lin was startled, as if thousands of lightning bolts had exploded in his heart. In an instant, all his attention was focused on the old man. However, this method comes at a higher price. The most important thing for this woman is her extremely short lifespan. If her lifespan can be compensated, there might still be a chance of survival. However, this divine ability, called the 7-star technique, I cannot perform. Only the ancestors of our Xiang family, who are still in seclusion, can perform it. Sumu, I must remind you, when performing the 7-star technique, your life force and hers are very close to each other. Only then will there be no repulsion. However, due to the transfer of life force, your lifespan will be reduced. Moreover, this reduction in lifespan may require you to lose 9/10 of your life force before she can recover. However, that's just a glimmer of hope. If it doesn't succeed, your lifespan can't be restored. You should think carefully. If you agree, I can take you to ask the ancestors once more. The surrounding space was completely silent. Only the voice of the old man surnamed Xiang echoed, striking everyone's ears. At this moment, throughout the Luotia star domain, all cultivators heard those words. Sacrificing most of one's life for a woman, is it worth it? That question lingered in the hearts of every cultivator. The old man surnamed Xiang was very fond of Wang Lin. Therefore, his words in front of all the cultivators contained no selfishness or malice. I agree. Wang Lin looked at the forbidden sphere in his hand, his gaze seemingly piercing through it as he spoke slowly to Li Muwen. His voice was slightly hoarse. His eyes seemed to be immersed in the forbidden sphere, gazing at Li Muwen. She seemed to have heard those words, trembling slightly as she tried to open her eyes. However, she lacked any strength, leaving only weakness and sorrow. Wang Lin knew that longevity depended on vitality. The stronger the vitality, the longer the lifespan. For cultivators, as their cultivation level increased, their vitality also gradually strengthened. Therefore, the higher the cultivation level, the longer the lifespan. The old man surnamed Xiang nodded and said, "If you agree, then after the Fengxin ceremony ends, come with me to Donglin Star." Something seemed to recall in Cheng Shui's eyes. At this moment, a hint of sadness appeared in her expression as she softly said, "Sumu, I'll go with you for a while." Wang Lin looked at Cheng Shui, his eyes filled with gratitude, and nodded. He knew Cheng Shui was worried about him on Donglin Star and was following to protect him. Next, the remaining people continued to make requests. Notably, Su Ting and Nan Gong Han both had the same request, to enter the immortal repository of the Thunder Immortal Palace to study immortal techniques. Finally, the immortal sealing ceremony ended. At the moment of its conclusion, the laughter of Feng Lazy echoed everywhere. His figure rose from the cushion, his robes fluttering in the wind, his eyes revealing a sharp glint, and he softly shouted, "Fellow duelists, help me open a passage to the Alliance. The great battle is about to begin." Feng Lazy flew through the air, his hands forming a hand seal. Immediately, a black light flashed from the top of his head. After appearing, the light instantly grew larger, transforming into a small continent. More than 10 small continents of the immortal realm instantly condensed in the sky, creating an unimaginable pressure. It caused the numerous cultivators in the Thunder Immortal Palace to look up and simultaneously channel their elemental power to resist. Looking around, the sky seemed to be divided into many small sections. Streams of light shone down from the points where the continental fragments met, illuminating the ground. This sight shocked all the cultivators in the Luotia star domain, their blood boiling with rage. In Yan Lazy's eyes, only the hatred of tens of thousands of years remained. At this moment, he took a deep breath, stretched out his hands, and waved them. Instantly, a deafening roar echoed across the sky, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Countless small continental fragments flew across the sky, slowly rotating under Yan Lazy's hands. At first, they moved slowly, but after a while, their speed increased, emitting sounds that reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. The sounds even spread far, penetrating the boundaries of the Laishan Palace, making them audible throughout the surrounding areas. Then, in the center of the moving continental blocks, a vortex appeared. The vortex was incredibly powerful, transforming into a whirlwind that shook the heavens and earth. The clouds in the sky quickly dispersed, as if torn apart by giant hands, revealing the starlight. Within that starry sky, the vortex created by the rotating continental fragments continued to expand. Finally, it almost completely enveloped the sky above the Thunder Immortal Palace. Within the vortex lay an unimaginable force. This force could instantly kill a Nirvana cultivator. Even a pure Nirvana cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. As time passed, this force grew stronger, condensing deep within the vortex. Loud rumbling sounds erupted again, like the pounding of a cultivator's heart. Each time it appeared, it shook the spirit of every monk in the Thunder Immortal Palace, as if a huge mace had struck their chest. It wasn't just them. At this moment, throughout the entire Luotia Star Domain, all cultivators heard those sounds. Each time the sound echoed, countless waves rippled across the sky. The vortex grew larger and larger, and the sounds emanating from it became increasingly powerful, indescribable, comparable to thunder. These sounds contained immense power, striking directly at the spatial wall. "Fellow Taoists, help me!" Yanlazi's white hair fluttered as he shouted loudly. The 11 old monsters sitting on their cushions all had glints in their eyes. Even Blood Godzi, who was inside, quickly flew up, stood in midair, and sat down cross-legged. They all unleashed their divine abilities, merging into the vortex, causing it to instantly increase in size several times. The sounds grew louder and faster. The vortex's rotational speed reached its limit, radiating an unimaginable force. It was like a mace relentlessly pounding against the void, attempting to shatter a wall. Lightning realm power, Yanlazi clasped his hands together, letting out a low growl. Instantly, from the 10 small continents, a thunder beast emerged. As soon as it flew out, it roared and transformed into streaks of lightning, hurtling straight into the center of the vortex. Boom! The sky trembled, and the swirling vortex expanded, revealing a starry sky. A chilling breath emanated from within the vortex, sending shivers down one spine. The surrounding old monsters clasped their hands together in a gesture of incantation. A flash of light appeared in Meng Yunji's eyes as he lunged forward. A white light appeared on his right finger, and he leapt into the vortex. He lightly pressed his finger, causing a shattering sound, like a glass pane being crushed. Meng Yunji quickly retreated, his face pale as he hastily withdrew. Immediately after him, Ancestor Shengong also stepped forward. He patted his forehead, and a small flag appeared. The flag quickly transformed into a faint streak of light and flew into the vortex. The sound of shattering glass echoed again. Blood God's son, his entire body blood red, rushed out and punched deep into the vortex. A blood red beam of light shot straight into the depths. The old man of the Xiang family and the man surnamed Gonsen also stepped out one after another. After them, countless other old monsters also attacked. In a short time, the vortex in the sky quickly grew larger, emitting continuous sounds. Finally, Yanlazi bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of primordial blood essence, which transformed into blood mist and dispersed, merging into the heavens and earth. Immortal realm land, creation of heaven and earth. Yanlazi's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared. In the starry sky, the 10 continents that had formed a vortex suddenly transformed into 10 figures. These figures were the souls of the continents sealed by Yanlazi. Upon appearing, they merged into the vortex. In an instant, an unimaginable force emerged. Even more terrifying was the fact that this force contained a ray of extreme power. This ray of extreme power was unleashed by the Qingshui Immortal Lord. The force, imbued with the red lightning of the extreme realm, furiously attacked, piercing deep into the vortex. Boom! The entire Lei Immortal Palace trembled, the heavens and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds shifted. All the cultivators in the Luotia Star Domain witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lives. Suddenly, a swirling vortex in the starry sky trembled. Deep within the vortex, a tiny crack was torn open. The crack, having just appeared, quickly widened. In an instant, it stretched to about 10 meters in length, resembling a terrifying scar. Black vortices surged from the edge of the crack, occasionally emitting streams of icy cold air. As the vortices moved, the crack rapidly narrowed. Having spent so much effort creating this crack connecting the spatial barrier to the Alliance star domain, how could Yanlazi allow it to close? He had waited for this day for a long time. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, his expression ferocious, his right hand forming a hand seal and pointing forward, shouting, "Defy heaven!" Within the vortex, a small piece of land quickly contracted and then, at incredible speed, flew into the mouth of the crack. At that very moment, the small piece of land instantly expanded. Amidst the deafening explosions, it resembled a patch struggling to resist. However, the strength of a single cultivator was no match for the narrowing of the rift. Thus, the small piece of land exploded and shattered. But even in its fragments, that brief moment created an opportunity. In the blink of an eye, numerous other fragments of land jumped inside, preventing the rift from closing. Not only that, after many fragments of land entered, the rift gradually widened, stretching for hundreds of meters. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Thunder Immortal Palace and the Luotia Star Domain were shaken. Everyone who witnessed this scene stood up. A wave of killing intent spread throughout Luotia. Outside the Thunder Immortal Palace, the armies of cultivators in the east, west, south, and north regions all rose to their feet, intently watching the image of the rift in the starry sky. A breath, unlike anything known to the celestial realm, emanated from the crack, giving Wang Lin a familiar feeling. That breath was the feeling of the Alliance star domain. Even within the crack, there was a space filled with stars, a space Wang Lin was very familiar with. But at this moment, a roar suddenly erupted from the crack. The roar was so loud, like the furious roar of an ancient beast. A huge arm reached out from the crack, grasping a piece of land. A loud explosion followed, and the land shattered. Not an ancient god. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He couldn't sense the breath of an ancient god from that hand. The hand didn't stop, quickly crushing the pieces of land. The 100-john-long crack quickly closed. At this moment, a vague shadow appeared in the swirling vortex. The shadow appeared in a bizarre way. As soon as Wang Lin saw it, his spirit was shaken. His pupils contracted. And it wasn't just him, even Qingshui's eyes flashed with cold light. The shadow that suddenly appeared was the very thing that had prevented Qingshui and Zhu Shenzi from fighting that day. It manifested itself eerily, its right finger pointing straight forward. A primal force emerged from the fingertip. The moment that finger was extended, Wang Lin was startled. It was as if everything around them had stopped moving, only that finger was still. As the fingertip entered the crack, the giant arm vanished. "You opened the spatial wall, violating the rules of the ancient immortal realm." The voice from within the crack spread far and then disappeared. "I wanted to see if the ancient immortal realm existed here." The shadow suddenly spoke, radiating an aura of majesty. "The Star Domain Alliance." Wang Lin looked up at the crack in the starry sky, silently gazing at the familiar image. He had left the Vermilion Bird Star a long time ago. The moment the path connecting to the Alliance Star Domain opened, a vast starry sky appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, in the Luotia Star Domain, all the cultivators gazed intently with covetous eyes. In the cultivation planets of the Luotia Star Domain, people could use the sound transmission stone to enter the Alliance Star Domain. The war between Luotia and the Alliance has begun. Yanlazi let out a long, resounding laugh that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The four great armies of cultivators from the east, west, south, and north will enter the Alliance. Within 3 days, they must capture 3 cultivation planets to serve as bases for our Luotian's conquest. Yanlazi's voice suddenly rang out, its sound spreading beyond the Leishan Palace. In the eastern star domain, over 10,000 cultivators watched the armored man intently. Instantly, they all transformed into streaks of light, flying straight into the crack in the sky. A wave of killing intent spread, flying along with the beams of light into the Alliance Star Domain. In the west and south, the army of cultivators followed closely behind. In a short time, the sky was filled with streaks of sword light flying into the Alliance. Lei Shan, the chief and deputy, 108 immortals, holding command banners, entered the Alliance. In the Lei Shan Palace, 108 immortals flew like lightning bolts into the wide rift in the sky. "Kill!" Someone shouted loudly, igniting the flames of war in the hearts of every cultivator. Luotia Star Domain. Open the teleportation array. The voice of Yan Lazy resounded again. Throughout the Luotia star domain, on the cultivation planets, the teleportation stones shattered, creating a gigantic teleportation array. The cultivators of the various clans, led by their elders, all entered the teleportation array. When they appeared, they were already beside the rift. The moment they emerged, everyone simultaneously leapt into the rift, their eyes filled with undisguised greed. More and more cultivators poured into the Alliance star domain. A catastrophe slowly unfolded. Yan Lazy let out a long laugh and entered the rift. When his feet appeared in the sky above the Alliance star domain, his eyes were filled with nothing but hatred. Zhang Xuanzi, I have returned. In the western starry sky of the Alliance star domain, a rift thousands of feet wide appeared. The Luotia cultivators rushed out, filling the starry sky. This was a war between two star domains, with no distinction between good and evil. From afar, a large army of cultivators from the Alliance star domain was passing by. They had just reached the standards of a 6th-level cultivation nation. At this moment, they are planning to go to the cultivation planet designated by the Cultivation Alliance to establish a cultivation nation. The scene before them caused the cultivators of the Star Domain Alliance to change color. Disperse, quickly retreat to Zhuangtang Star. The leader, a middle-aged man, shouted without hesitation. He then swiftly flew back. The cultivators of the Star Domain Alliance beside him, although their expressions had changed, their eyes remained somber, showing no sign of panic. This was the fundamental difference between the Alliance cultivators and Luotia. In the Star Domain Alliance, killing was commonplace. Anyone who had survived until now had reached a certain level of cultivation, and every one of them was a cunning individual. At this moment, they remained calm, not needing the middle-aged man's reminder to stop. Then they dispersed, fleeing on their own, completely disregarding the lives of those around them. Even some cultivators, despite fleeing, still had murderous intentions in their eyes, plotting to seize the treasure. All sorts of sinister thoughts flashed through their minds. The Luotia cultivators arrived, but before they could adjust, some cultivators noticed the scene. Immediately, several cultivators quickly flew out in pursuit. One of the Luotia cultivators unleashed a divine ability, causing a fleeing Alliance cultivator to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body weakened. Even his speed slowed, his eyes filled with despair. The Luotia cultivator laughed loudly and approached the Alliance cultivator. But the moment he got close, the despair in the Alliance cultivator's eyes vanished. He smirked coldly, waved his hand, and explosions rang out, accompanied by a mournful groan. Finally, the Alliance cultivator, clutching a storage bag, quickly flew forward. Behind him, the body of the cultivator Luotia exploded and vanished. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly everywhere. Wang Lin watched the cultivators pass through the crack, yet remained motionless. The old man surnamed Xiang looked through the crack, his eyes slightly cold. His body flickered slightly before descending onto a 1,000-foot-wide rock, saying to Wang Lin, "Sumu, follow me." Given your personality, you probably won't be among the first group to enter. As he spoke, a cloud suddenly appeared beneath his feet, and he flew away into the distance. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. In fact, that was true. Even without Li Muwen's involvement, he wouldn't have been the first to enter the Star Alliance. The battle between the two star domains required extreme caution. He turned to look at Qing Shui. Qing Shui stood up, approached Wang Lin, wrapped her arms around him, and followed closely behind the old man surnamed Xiang. Seeing this, MDN Vinti hesitated for a moment before looking into the crack. The old man surnamed Heining's cultivation was profound, so his speed was extremely fast. In just a few steps, he had left the Thunder Immortal Palace and was heading straight east towards the Luotia Star Domain. Then 3 slowly followed behind. Beside him, a black wind surrounded Wang Lin's body, keeping his speed from slowing down. Sumu, your cultivation to this point hasn't been easy. You need to think carefully. Besides, I'm pleading with you. Your ancestors may or may not agree to help you, so you must prepare yourself mentally. Along the way, the old man surnamed Aichang remained silent. It wasn't until several days later, when they were near the vicinity of Donglin Star, that he finally spoke. Senior understands, Wang Lin calmly replied. Hearing this, the old man surnamed Aichang said nothing more. Donglin Star in the Luotia Star Domain was famous for its mystery. Its location wasn't fixed at a peak, but rather moved within the eastern region of the Luotia Star Domain. The old man surnamed Xiang, while flying, took a red jade slip from his storage bag and investigated its location. One day, guided by the old man, Wang Lin could see a terrifying cultivation planet appear before him from afar. The planet was enormous, even larger than the heavenly fortune star. In addition, there were occasional large, dark yellow craters. From a distance, a powerful oppressive aura emanated from it. This was the Donglin star. Around it, dozens of other smaller cultivation planets moved around. Around Donglin star, the light of a formation occasionally flickered, indicating the existence of extremely powerful restrictions. Attempting to infiltrate without knowing the method would surely lead to death. The old man surnamed Xiang raised his right hand, making a gesture, and pointed forward. Immediately, a small cultivation planet circling Donglin star broke free from its gravitational pull and flew straight towards him. As they approached, a beam of light emanated from the small planet, transforming into a teleportation array. Qing Shui, Immortal Lord, Sumu, follow me, the old man surnamed Xiang said as he stepped into the array. Qing Shui and Wang Lin followed closely behind. In an instant, all three stepped into the array. A burst of light erupted, and the three vanished. They reappeared on Donglin star. A gentle breeze blew, giving them a feeling that although Donglin star had abundant spiritual energy, it was not stable. Standing on Donglin star, Wang Lin took a deep breath. The breath he had just inhaled was completely different from that of other cultivation planets in the Luotia star domain. The old man surnamed Xiang did not take Wang Lin and the other person to his family's residence, but instead flew straight west. To the west of Donglin star lay a region of countless hills and mountains. The ground was a deep red, occasionally dotted with severed limbs. From the sky, a hawk swooped down, tearing at a piece of rotting flesh before raising its head. Its eyes were gloomy, giving off a chilling feeling. The deeper they went, the fewer severed limbs they encountered. The continuous appearance of graves terrified Wang Lin, who, despite his calm demeanor, was inwardly horrified. Having cultivated the soul-refining sex techniques, he was highly sensitive to death energy. He looked around and saw that the number of souls here was immeasurable. Even the strongest of his soul banner couldn't compare to this place. If one absorbs souls here, it can instantly restore the soul to its original state. Wang Lin looked around. The journey was completely silent. The western side of Donglin star is a forbidden area. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. This is the secluded retreat of the Xiang family's ancestor. The old man surnamed Xiang spoke calmly, but Wang Lin could sense an indescribable reverence for his ancestor in his voice. Qing Shui slowly frowned, looking around without speaking. Slowly, the three of them ventured deeper into the western part of Donglin star. The color of the ground changed from dark red to black. Looking around, the dark black ground showed no sign of life. This place was like a land of death, its vitality completely suppressed. Walking here, Wang Lin immediately felt his strength diminish, as if his life force was being drained from his feet. If too much time passed, his life force would likely disappear completely. Completely devoid of any structures, it was just a flat expanse of land. However, something about this place made Wang Lin feel uneasy. It was as if an endless, deathly aura of heaven and earth permeated the ground. A member of the Xiang family, Xiang Yandong, requests an audience with the ancestor. The old man surnamed Xiang took a deep breath, his expression extremely respectful, and spoke in a low voice. The ground trembled, a tremor clearly felt by Wang Lin. Deep within the earth, there was a vibration. The ground shaking was caused by this vibration. The powerful vibration transmitted to the surface, causing the entire Donglin star to tremble. What is it? A calm voice instantly echoed through the heavens and earth. The sound seemed not to originate from the ground, but to transcend space and time from an ancient cultivation world. A faint pink light flickered in Qing Shui's eyes as he glanced down at the ground, his expression remaining calm. The war between Luotia and the Alliance has begun. This person is the vanguard. He was among the first to have something agreed upon by our Xiang family. However, the request he made is beyond my capabilities. I beg our ancestors to perform the 7-star technique, the old man of the Xiang family said respectfully. The moment Xiang Wendong finished speaking, Wang Lin felt an unimaginable surge of divine consciousness concentrating on him. Although terrified, he managed to stand still and calm himself down. He felt that the divine consciousness was incredibly powerful, yet it couldn't fully penetrate him. From his third eye, the primordial force still permeated his entire being. The divine consciousness swept over him and then withdrew. "Let him go down alone," an H voice said, causing the ground to tremble and a deep crack to appear. Xiang Wendong hastily nodded, turning to glance at Wang Lin. He was only half certain of success on this journey anyway. After all, his ancestor's temperament was unpredictable. Even though the Xiang family had agreed to this promise regarding the conferment of immortality, his ancestor didn't seem to care. Seeing his ancestor agree, Xiang Wendong smiled. "Sumu, you go down. I'll wait for you here." Wang Lin nodded, looking at Qing Shui. A pink light flashed in Qing Shui's left eye. "If anyone dares to harm you, the blood of all the clans on Donglan Star will flow like a river." Although the voice was cold, the killing intent within it caused Xiang Wendong to frown and give a wry smile. Wang Lin's eyes held a hint of gratitude. He hadn't been grateful to many people in his life: Sichuo, Zhouyi, Dunjia, and now Qing Shui. Wang Lin took a deep breath, clasped his hands in respect to Xiang Wendong and Qing Shui, then turned and descended into the crevice. The crevice was enormous. As Wang Lin fell, he saw only smooth, gleaming walls around him. However, there was not a trace of life inside, only a deathly atmosphere. The further he descended, the more intense the deathly atmosphere became. Finally, it almost completely enveloped him, as if it could materialize, making Wang Lin feel somewhat weak. He was like a flame in the wind, liable to be extinguished at any moment. As Wang Lin descended, he felt the death energy becoming increasingly violent. Waves of cold air penetrated his body. Anyone else would have frozen solid by now, their life force extinguished. But Wang Lin, having cultivated the life and death reincarnation Dao with the Yellow Springs Ascension technique, was very familiar with death energy. At this moment, his vital energy circulated, causing the yin-yang twin fish to appear around his body, slowly rotating. This pushed away the death energy clinging to him, preventing him from being severely injured. The chasm was incredibly deep, seemingly bottomless. Wang Lin's descent was rapid. After about half an incense stick's time, he still hadn't reached the ground. His expression remained calm as he silently channeled his vital energy, releasing the Tao of Karma to merge with his surroundings. After a while, the death aura grew thicker and thicker. Even the yin-yang twin fish were affected, their rotation speed gradually slowing down. At this moment, his body trembled and his feet landed on the ground. Before him appeared a pitch-black passageway, devoid of any light. Even with Wang Lin's cultivation, he couldn't see clearly. "Come here," an edge voice echoed through the passageway, carrying a strange feeling. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment before stepping into the passageway. The passageway wasn't long. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, Wang Lin reached the end. At this moment, the sight before him caused his pupils to contract. Human heads. Countless human heads. Ahead of the passageway was a vast, seemingly endless space, filled only with skulls and bones emitting a chilling aura. What truly terrified people was the sea of human heads. Even with Wang Lin's composure at this moment, he felt numb, recoiling 2 steps in fear. There were countless heads everywhere, too many to count. The sheer number was overwhelming. A thick, deathly aura swirled around the sea of heads. Wang Lin found it difficult to breathe, his eyes filled with terror. In the middle of the sea of heads, amidst the whirlwind, stood a platform made of human heads, upon which rested a coffin. The coffin, made of slightly decaying wood, emitted a frenzied, almost insane aura. "What is your name?" an age voice echoed from within the coffin. Wang Lin took a deep breath, trying to remain calm, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Junior Sumu greets Senior. You yourself want me to perform the 7-star technique?" An edge voice emanated an oppressive aura all around. "That's right." Wang Lin, maintaining his composure, spoke calmly. "I can help you, but the Xiang family's promise to you is not enough. I want half of your life force." The edge voice transformed into a divine thought, causing the surrounding death energy to instantly thicken. Even the sea of heads around him trembled as soon as the words ended. A skull suddenly emitted light from its eyes. The scene before him was bizarre. Before Wang Lin's gaze, all the skulls seemed to open their eyes, gaining sentience. Streams of light shone from their eyes onto him. As countless eyes shone upon him, the life force in Wang Lin's body immediately diminished. Half of his black hair turned snow white. Wang Lin's face, in an instant, transformed from a youthful appearance to one of rapid aging. In the blink of an eye, he had become middle-aged. A feeling of weakness he had never experienced before arose in Wang Lin's heart. His cultivation level didn't decrease, but that feeling of weakness persisted. Take the person you want to save. The voice of the Xiang family ancestor echoed. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then patted his storage bag. A ball of light enveloping Li Muan's nascent soul flew out. But just as the ball appeared and was about to fall into Wang Lin's palm, a powerful aura surged forth, sweeping the ball towards the center of the whirlwind. Wang Lin's eyes instantly vanished, forgetting the vast difference between himself and his opponent. His eyes immediately turned bloodshot, his third eye emitting a pink light. What do you want to do? Wang Lin roared, chasing after Li Muan. A cold snort echoed from within the coffin. Instantly, a wave of death energy enveloped Wang Lin. In a flash, Wang Lin seemed to go mad, opening his third eye without hesitation. A pink light appeared, shining directly into the death energy surrounding him. Immediately, the death energy dissipated, and Wang Lin, like lightning, rushed towards the sphere enveloping Li Muan. Impudent, I will take half of your life force and perform the 7-star technique. The aged voice rang out, causing Wang Lin to stop abruptly. He stared at the coffin, his eyes turning cold. Under the cover of death energy, the forbidden sphere enveloping Li Muan shattered. To Wang Lin's dismay, Li Muan's nascent soul remained intact, floating in the air. So her life force is gone. Her remaining in the world is merely a crippled nascent soul. No wonder she needed to come here for me to perform the 7-star technique. Wang Lin silently gazed at the coffin before him, saying nothing. But if I had used the 7-star technique at my strongest, it could have helped restore my nascent soul. Even awakening it would have been possible. But now, I'm only 3 parts certain. As he spoke, countless eyes from the sea of heads emitted beams of light. Instantly, waves of death energy appeared, swirling around Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin offered no resistance. The death energy surrounding him quickly drained away his life force. The loss of life caused Wang Lin's hair to turn white and fall out. His body withered, wrinkles appearing on his hands. His face, which had been that of a middle-aged man, rapidly aged. After a while, he had become an old man, though his features still retained a hint of their former selves. Wang Lin's eyes were weak. The feeling of his own weakness made him sense a force in the void calling him back. It was as if some force was calling, wanting to lead him. Having cultivated for 1,000 years, how could Wang Lin not know that this was the cycle of heavenly Tao reincarnation? His lifespan was running out, so the cycle of heavenly Tao reincarnation began to call. Just like Li Muan back then, when her lifespan was over, her spirit would be damaged and she would die. The death energy surrounding him absorbed most of Wang Lin's life force and transferred it to Li Muan. After circling around her, Wang Lin's life force, through some special method, merged into Li Muan's nascent soul. This technique is called the 7-day ritual. It's sustained for 7 days. If the nascent soul can endure for 7 days, it can awaken, the ancestor of the Xiang family said slowly. Wang Lin remained silent, astonished, looking at Li Muan's nascent soul, which showed no resentment or regret. Li Muan seemed to sense everything, her body trembling. The only difference is that the nascent soul's body has no tears, but it can transform into pain. The death energy surrounding Li Muan's nascent soul continuously infused life force into it, causing her to slowly become clearer. Time passed. The first day, the second day. But on the third day, as Li Muan's nascent soul gradually became clearer, it stopped because Wang Lin's life force had completely disappeared. It's a pity that the 7-star technique, originating from ancient times, is the #1 technique for defying fate and changing destiny. With it, even the dead can be resurrected, as long as there is enough life force. Using the 7-star technique to transmit life force cannot be accumulated. It only lasts for 7 days. Maintaining this day after day until the 7th day shows how much life force is needed. Your life force is only enough for 2 days. Even if I don't take half, it won't last until the 3rd day. Sumo, do you have anything else to increase your life force? The ancestor of the Xiang family slowly spoke. Li Muan's nascent soul, no longer absorbing his life force, began to dissipate. This time, the rate of dissipation was even faster than before, as if it could vanish at any moment. Continue to drain my life force, Wang Lin said, his gaze filled with affection. She had waited for him for 100 years simply because of a promise. For 1,000 years of cultivation, only she had entered his heart. But it was only after she left, alone in his loneliness, that he realized he had also noticed her. He gazed at Li Muan intently, his eyes filled with love. At this moment, a distance stretched between them, like two sides of a river, one side him and the other her. Between them lay 1,000 years of longing and waiting. However, no matter how turbulent the river, it could not erase the unwavering gaze of their waiting. In his ears, a mournful melody seemed to echo. The music acted like a bridge, allowing the two to sense each other's presence. A deathly aura enveloped Li Muan and Wang Lin. Life force flowed from Wang Lin's body and merged into Li Muan's nascent soul. Even if it meant sacrificing 100,000 times his own life force to save Li Muan's, Wang Lin wouldn't regret it. He silently gazed at Li Muan, smiling affectionately. His face aged, becoming wrinkled. The loss of life force made his body feel as if 1,000 years had passed in an instant. Within Wang Lin's body, life force was dwindling. This rapid absorption made Wang Lin feel the call of the heavenly Tao even more acutely. He sighed, and a dense surge of life force suddenly erupted from his body. This outburst radiated life force in all directions, causing countless heads around him to flash with a dark, ominous light. Inside the coffin, the ancestor of the Xiang family was stunned. Beside his coffin, a corpse resembling a stick of firewood suddenly appeared. A cold light flashed the moment the corpse's eyes opened, shining upon Wang Lin. In the Alliance Star Domain, on a cultivation planet, Wang Lin's true form was hidden within a cultivation sect, acting like a low-level disciple. At this moment, he sat cross-legged, his life force rapidly dissipating. However, the true form made no attempt to stop this dissipation, silently gazing at the sky. His eyes, usually icy cold, now held a tenderness similar to that of his clone. From the true form, life force, through a special method, flowed into the clone's body and then into Li Muan's nascent soul. Slowly, Li Muan's nascent soul became increasingly clear. Time passed slowly, the 3rd day, the 4th day. By the 5th day, Wang Lin's main body no longer had any light. His pink hair had turned pale. The massive depletion of his life force was unbearable even for a body with an ancient god physique. After the 4th day, Li Muan's nascent soul became clear. Her nascent soul was brimming with vitality, and the death energy had completely disappeared. However, that vitality, without Wang Lin's life force, could not stabilize, let alone awaken. 4 days was the limit. Wang Lin could not surpass the 5th day. I can only do this much. Your life force is insufficient to revive your nascent soul. The ancestor of the Xiang family calmly looked at Wang Lin before lying back in the coffin. A wave of death energy rose, pushing Li Muan and Wang Lin out of the passage. During this process, Wang Lin's hands immediately formed a series of hand seals, each sealing an enchantment enveloping the nascent soul, slowing down the rate at which that last vestige of life force was dissipating. The moment they emerged from the rift, 2 pairs of eyes focused on Wang Lin. At this point, Qing Shui saw Wang Lin and remained silent, lost in thought. As for Xiang Wendong, as if he had anticipated this situation, he merely glanced at Wang Lin and then looked away. Wang Lin carefully placed Li Muan's nascent soul into his storage bag, looked at Qing Shui, and calmly said, "Senior brother, let's go." Qing Shui sighed softly, then flicked his sleeve, sending Wang Lin flying away. Xiang Wendong watched Wang Lin disappear, smiling and muttering, "Sumu. Although I plotted against you, I didn't hide anything. With your intelligence, you must have already figured it out. Helping you recover your nascent soul came at the cost of countless life force. Therefore, we each other nothing." In the starry sky, Qing Shui and Wang Lin flew like 2 comets. "Senior brother, you know about that thing too." Wang Lin suddenly spoke while flying. He potted his storage bag, and instantly, the heaven-avoiding crown flew out before him. Qing Shui stopped, glancing at the heaven-avoiding crown. A pink light flashed in his right eye. After a moment, he said in a low voice, "I've never seen this thing before, but it has a dense concentration of immortal energy, so it's definitely an artifact from the immortal realm. Moreover, it contains a special force, like some kind of rule. This thing must be used for healing, right?" Hearing that even Qing Shui didn't know about the thing, Wang Lin sighed inwardly, put away the heaven-avoiding crown, and said, "It is indeed used for healing, but I don't know the method. Qing Shui didn't ask further, only gazing into the distance. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, Sumu. Although you didn't enter the Ascension Pool, you still passed the test. This time, my journey to the Alliance is fraught with danger, and I'm afraid I can't let you accompany me. Therefore, in the Alliance's star domain, you must rely on yourself. Wang Lin nodded, but inwardly he felt an indescribable unease as the call of the heavenly Tao became increasingly clear. Summoning wind, transforming rain, and scattering beams into soldiers. You have already mastered summoning wind. I will now impart the remaining two immortal techniques to you. Qing Shui said, closing his two fingers and pointing them at Wang Lin's forehead. Instantly, a stream of immortal essence flowed into his head. At the same time, all the information related to transforming rain and scattering beams into soldiers appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Qing Shui's action was an act of inheritance. Inheritance is completely different from teaching. Only a master-disciple relationship can perform such an inheritance. This way, they could avoid wasting time taking a roundabout route, allowing the recipient to understand most deeply. Looking at Wang Lin, Qing Shui sighed inwardly. Initially, his feelings for Wang Lin were merely a repayment to his master. Although his master had only joked back then, after he awoke, this was the only way he could repay him. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to Wang Lin, focusing solely on his master. Wang Lin's failure to enter the Ascension Pool disappointed Qing Shui, leading him to decide that their paths would end. From now on, there would be no further connection, and he would wholeheartedly search for the cause of the collapse of the immortal realm and the reason for his own madness. But seeing Wang Lin accept this fate for a woman, sacrificing all chance of survival, brought back memories for Qing Shui. Looking at Wang Lin, Qing Shui saw his former self, and a pang of pain shot through his heart. He could never forget waking up to see a pool of fresh blood and his lover with her eyes closed. At that moment, his heart was completely broken. The sadness in Qing Shui's eyes, no longer about repaying her master, was replaced by a hint of tenderness. You haven't entered the Ascension Pool, so you can't fully unleash the power of the immortal techniques. I have nothing to give you except a wisp of immortal essence to help you perform the techniques. Qing Shui didn't take the immortal essence from Wang Lin's body. Instead, Wang Lin channeled it into a particle of immortal energy, which then fell into his primordial spirit. This immortal essence is limited. Consider it a small gift from me. And there's the Huanyu star. These two are different but can be combined to perform the techniques. In the Star Alliance, as long as you don't get involved in the battles of cultivators with great divine abilities, you can protect yourself. At this moment, Wang Lin's mind was still filled with the power of Huanyu and the divine ability of scattering beams to form an army, immersed in constant transformation and enlightenment. Qing Shui pondered for a long time, looking at Wang Lin with a distant gaze, and slowly said, Your vitality has been greatly depleted. I cannot help you with this. The divine abilities I cultivate are all combat techniques, not meant for recuperation. Only back then in the Thunder Immortal realm, my master taught me the devouring divine ability. You have witnessed this divine ability firsthand, and now I will pass it on to you. After saying this, Qing Shui placed his right hand on Wang Lin's forehead, and everything related to the devouring divine ability surged into Wang Lin's mind. This technique is extremely harmful. Back then, when my master taught it to me, he was very hesitant. If you learn it now, you must avoid using it indiscriminately unless absolutely necessary. Qing Shui sighed, looking at Wang Lin's aged face, and withdrew his right hand. Meanwhile, an extremely sinister symbol appeared in the painting, a symbol filled with the stench of blood, and its mere appearance caused the heavens and earth to transform. In an instant, almost all the dust was quickly blown away. Your life force has been severely depleted. This symbol can only offer a little more protection. Qing Shui raised his right hand, and immediately a red symbol directly imprinted itself on Wang Lin's chest. It flashed briefly, then disappeared. Wang Lin's body trembled violently. In an instant, his aged complexion quickly recovered. After a while, except for his gray hair, his appearance had returned to its original state. Finally, the damage to his life force was no longer visible. It was completely concealed and protected. This symbol has no restorative effect, nor can it be used on the nascent soul within your body. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been in this state. Qing Shui turned and headed towards the starry sky, his figure gradually fading away. Junior brother, from now on, handle things properly yourself. The methods of restoring the extreme realm and the heavenly tribulation are related. However, if your cultivation hasn't reached the shattered nirvana state, don't rely on the extreme realm, you must avoid it. Qing Shui left. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he regained his composure. The scene still echoed in his ears. He watched Qing Shui disappear into the distance, then pondered for a long time. "Thank you," Wang Lin said softly, a feeling he couldn't express in his heart, and turned to leave. He didn't use the crack in the Thunder Immortal Palace to enter the Star Alliance, but instead merged with the heavens and earth, finding the nearest abandoned cultivation planet and carefully examining it. After confirming everything was safe, he sat down cross-legged, creating a cave dwelling. His divine consciousness spread out, and Tower Mountain stepped out from behind, sitting cross-legged at the cave entrance to guard it. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and immediately the forbidden spell ball sealing Li Muan flew out and landed neatly in his palm. Looking at the forbidden sphere, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a sorrowful expression, his left hand gently stroking it. Immediately, the forbidden sphere opened layer by layer, revealing Li Muan's nascent soul, still possessing a glimmer of life. "Wonder, if I could use all my remaining life force to exchange for a chance of survival for you, I would gladly do so." Wang Lin's tone was calm, yet it revealed a heart-wrenching pain. Li Muan's nascent soul trembled. She no longer had the strength to awaken. But at this moment, two streams of tears rolled down her body. Being a nascent soul, it didn't have tears. As soon as the tears rolled down, they instantly vanished, not a single drop falling. However, they transformed into a profound sorrow, pervading everything around her. Wang Lin gazed at Li Muan in astonishment. A light flashed between his eyebrows, and the heaven-defying pearl gradually condensed. He placed Li Muan's nascent soul into the heaven-defying pearl. But Wang Lin trembled when he discovered that within the heaven-defying technique, Li Muan's life force was unexpectedly still fading away. It gradually dissipated, yet continuously. A bitter expression appeared on Wang Lin's face. He pondered for a moment, then decided to pat his storage bag. The heaven-avoiding coffin immediately materialized, stopping before him. This object resembled a crystal coffin, emitting bursts of starlight, appearing extremely dazzling. From within the heaven-defying pearl, he took out Li Muan's nascent soul. His hands trembled incessantly. He had made his decision, but now he became pensive. To let go or not seeing Li Muan's nascent soul rapidly dissipating, Wang Lin grabbed Li Muan's nascent soul and pulled it into the heaven-avoiding coffin. Upon entering the heaven-avoiding coffin, the nascent soul, which had been sitting cross-legged, immediately changed its posture and slowly lay down. Wang Lin stared intently, forgetting everything around him. Only Li Muan mattered. As soon as Li Muan lay down, a strange power emerged within the heaven-avoiding coffin, spreading and enveloping the entire coffin. At the same time, Li Muan's nascent soul immediately trembled, unexpectedly showing signs of collapse. However, at this moment, a trace of life force surged out from within Li Muan's nascent soul. The signs of collapse slowly dissipated. Finally, multicolored light appeared in the coffin. At this moment, Wang Lin's mind underwent a dramatic transformation. He took a deep breath, regained his composure, and understood that if Li Muan had no life force at all, placing her in the heaven-avoiding coffin would inevitably cause her to collapse. This coffin seems effective for those who still have life force, even if only a little. Wang Lin gazed intently into the coffin, where many lights flickered. Immediately afterward, a red thread emerged from Li Muan's nascent soul, moving rapidly and forming the basic outlines of Li Muan's body. Next, the multicolored light in the center, with countless stars condensing, formed a skeletal frame of a girl from the shape of silk threads. Even with the naked eye, one could see Li Muan's body solidify in just a few short breaths. She lay silently in the coffin, as if in a deep sleep. Even her breath seemed to exist. Wang Lin looked at this scene, unable to hold back his tears. Wonder. Just a glance, but it held so much meaning for Wang Lin. 3 days later, Wang Lin took Li Muan out of that abandoned cultivation planet and went straight to the Thunder Immortal Palace. Wonder, let's go home. In the starry sky, Wang Lin's words, filled with deep sorrow, echoed, yet offered no solace. In the Star Alliance, within a short half-month, a bloody storm had erupted. Starting from the west of the Star Alliance, the army of cultivators from the Luotia Star Domain invaded, wreaking havoc. attacking and occupying a large cultivation planet, causing cultivators inside to flee. It seemed everything was nearing its end. The Cultivation Alliance remained inactive, showing no signs of warring, seemingly just watching. This also aroused suspicion among the cultivators of Luotia, who couldn't determine the Star Alliance's attitude. Even people like Yanlazi were filled with doubt. If the same thing had happened in the Luotia Star Domain, the Leishan Palace would have launched a counterattack, absolutely not allowing the enemy to penetrate deep inside, occupy a base, and wait for an opportunity. If it were in the Cultivation Alliance, even a cultivation planet of level 7 or higher would have intervened regardless. In the Star Alliance, the cultivators of the Luotia Star Domain, who occupied all the 6th level and 7th level cultivation nations, seemed to have lost half of their power. They couldn't find them. This scene was truly bizarre, further increasing the suspicions of the Luotia cultivators. Although, at first glance, the Luotia cultivators appeared extremely proud, the uncertainty of the enemy's warfare methods made many of the veteran cultivators in the Luotia Star Domain feel uneasy. But that wasn't the most important point. The crucial point was that the fierce fighting in the Star Alliance over the past half-month had shocked a large portion of the Luotia cultivators. Their methods of killing were incredibly cunning, their use of magical artifacts unpredictable, and so on, all of which resulted in significant losses for the Luotia cultivators. If the two sides had been evenly matched in terms of cultivation level, the Luotia cultivators would undoubtedly have been defeated. This further terrified some of the Luotia cultivators. The remaining Alliance cultivators were all decisive killers with extremely rich combat experience, even giving the Luotia cultivators the feeling that each of them came from the Eastern Forest Star. At this moment, in the western part of the Alliance Star Domain, a relatively desolate planet suddenly emitted an overwhelming aura. Immediately afterward, the entire planet resounded with deafening explosions, the sounds echoing wildly and continuously. Fortunately, there were no inhabitants on the planet. Otherwise, with such a violent explosion and tremor, no one would have survived. The ground shook, rivers and seas churned, and death seemed imminent. From within the planet, a prolonged, hearty laugh echoed, accompanied by even more violent explosions. "I'm out of seclusion. That little lady, Feng Longxing, made me wait. She even forced me into seclusion for such a long time, making me flee here and there, to a place where even birds wouldn't defecate. I'll get my revenge with interest." An extremely arrogant voice transformed into a roar, spreading across the heavens and earth. At the same time, a figure suddenly rushed out from within the planet. This person's clothes were tattered, their skin dark and extremely dirty and disheveled, but their eyes shone like the sun, radiating a strange, chilling light that intimidated the souls of others. As this person charged out, a roar followed, and a colossal force appeared on the planet. Seemingly unable to withstand it, a large part of the planet immediately collapsed. "I can't remember how long I've been imprisoned this time. For me and my group of princesses, after so many years, they must all be dead by now." This time, the old man was truly enraged. He had cultivated continuously to the early stage of pure nirvana, and now he was going to become a king on Fenglua Star. He cursed loudly, seemingly wanting to unleash all the malice he had accumulated over the years. Within the starry sky of the Star Alliance, Wang Lin, with his white hair, coldly gazed ahead, slowly advancing step by step. His steps weren't fast, but each step created ripples swirling beneath him, traversing an immense distance. Looking at the somewhat familiar starry sky around him, Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He had been gone for a long time when he left. He was only at the peak inquiry stage, but upon his return, he was already at the nirvana stage. Tia Yunzi, Lingchan Huai, Wang Lin have returned. A glint of light shone in Wang Lin's eyes. In his storage bag, he still held the key to the underground cave dwelling in the demon spirit land, which he had carefully guarded. Back then, Wang Lin's cultivation was nothing special in the Star Alliance. The highest level he had encountered was only a 7th level cultivation nation. But now, he was a Nirvana stage cultivator, respected even by some old masters in the Luotia Star Domain. This time, upon returning to the Star Alliance, he could stir up a storm if he wanted to. However, Wang Lin was very clear that the Star Alliance was not like the Luotia Star Domain. It was far more profound. This war between the Luotia Star Domain and the Star Alliance must be handled with caution. We cannot easily get caught in the middle. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he decided that his first priority was observation. After returning to the Star Alliance, Wang Lin's cautious nature from back then resurfaced strongly. Deep down, he knew that the cultivators of the Star Alliance, especially the old masters with cultivation levels from the peak-seeking realm and above, were extremely cunning. Not to mention those with cultivation levels comparable to his own. If he wasn't careful, he feared he would be dragged into the conflict without even realizing it. This wasn't the Luotia Star Domain, where cultivation was based on clans. It was a ruthless world of cultivation, where the strong devour the weak, and natural selection prevailed. However, with my current cultivation level, after merging with my true form, I won't need to fear anything in this Star Alliance. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. After returning to the Star Alliance, Wang Lin immediately contacted his true form to ascertain their exact location. As he walked forward, Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out, filling the surroundings. Not long after, his expression changed slightly. Along the way, he had been constantly searching for uninhabited, desolate planets. Now he had finally found one. Ripples appeared beneath his feet, and Wang Lin's body merged with the heavens and earth, disappearing. When he reappeared, he was on an uninhabited, desolate planet. The spiritual energy on this planet wasn't abundant, but the ground was covered with lush vegetation, teeming with life. Looking around, this desolate planet was completely covered in trees. Previously, when he learned that saving Li Muan required expending his life force, he unhesitatingly chose to exchange it for the 7-star technique. After waiting for 100 years, this was his only chance. He couldn't give up and wanted to see if he would succeed or fail. Success meant that although Li Muan wouldn't be resurrected, she would have a body and hope. Although Wang Lin's life force would be largely depleted, he had other plans for it. Even Qing Shui didn't expect Wang Lin to have such a trump card, revealing a talisman that could conceal his life force. At this moment, except for his gray hair, Wang Lin's appearance showed no signs of aging. However, if he were to break this talisman, he would now look as weathered as a 1,000-year-old old man. The feeling of the heavenly Tao's reincarnation summoning him became even more pronounced. Yet, Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. His body flicked, and he stopped on this planet overflowing with life force. In the blink of an eye, as Wang Lin's feet landed, he took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the ground. Behind him, Tower Mountain stepped out, sat cross-legged beside him, his eyes flashing with cold light as he intently watched the surroundings. If there was even the slightest disturbance that could harm Wang Lin, he would immediately take action. Taking another deep breath, Wang Lin raised his right hand and formed a hand seal, and immediately a black light condensed on his index finger. This black light was not dense at first, but after a moment, it possessed a kind of power that could intimidate people's hearts. The annihilation finger. Wang Lin looked at the black light on his index finger. Years ago, after seeing the third step, he analyzed that prolonged use of this technique would not benefit his return to his original essence, so he abandoned it. But after hearing Xiang Yandong say that saving Li Muan would require a large amount of his own life force, Wang Lin immediately remembered the annihilation finger. This divine ability employs an extremely domineering method, devouring the life force of all things for its own use. After merging with the entire body, it transforms into a sharp strike, causing all life force to dissipate. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with brilliance. His right fingertip slowly pointed downwards, suddenly pressing down on the ground in front of him. In that instant, a black light formed a circle, spreading outwards in all directions from Wang Lin as the center. Almost immediately, the black light filled the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles, enveloping the earth. Within this area, 1,000-year-old trees gradually withered, their leaves quickly drying and cracking, finally turning into dust and disappearing with a thud. Even the fallen leaves vanished. Only a cloud of white mist, dispersed by the collapse of the trees, remained. Suddenly, it condensed towards Wang Lin. Not only the towering trees, but even the grass on the ground withered instantly when the black light swept through. All their life force drained away, turning into white mist that condensed towards Wang Lin. Almost in an instant, within a 1,000-mile radius, all living things perished, only life force rising. Looking down from high in the sky, this bizarre phenomenon was immediately apparent. Far away, on a semi-desolate planet, the spiritual energy on this cultivation planet was not dense. Outside the cultivation planet, several streaks of sword light flew. Standing on each streak of sword light was a cultivator. Their faces were grim, cold light flashing in their eyes. As they circled the planet, their divine consciousness constantly spread out, meticulously observing their surroundings. A constant oppressive aura emanated from them. The cultivators on these streaks of sword light did not have high cultivation levels, only at the nascent soul stage. But the killing intent emanating from them was extremely profound. While circling the outer reaches of the planet, although their divine senses were spread out to observe the surroundings, a hint of worrying could be seen in their eyes. Not long after, a beam of sword light flew out from the semi-desolate cultivation planet. Standing atop this beam of sword light was an old woman, her face wrinkled, but clearly showing that she had been exceptionally beautiful in her youth. If Wang Lin had seen her, he would certainly have found her somewhat familiar. The old woman's expression was also sorrowful. Immediately after she flew out, cultivators approached her, respectfully saying, "Greetings, Senior Aunt Baizu." The old woman nodded slightly, looking at the distant starry sky and saying, "Be careful. If anything unusual happens, report it immediately. With the war raging, our vermilion bird star is too close to the cultivators of the Yanli Luotia star domain. It's extremely dangerous." The old woman sighed inwardly, about to speak further, when her expression suddenly changed drastically, her eyes flashing with starlight as she stared intently at the starry sky ahead. The old man's transformation immediately drew the attention of the surrounding cultivators, who all looked up. Upon seeing him, their faces instantly turned pale, but a surge of overwhelming killing intent immediately condensed in the distant starry sky. Sword light roared, forming a group of several hundred cultivators, charging straight towards the vermilion bird star. Leading the way was a large-headed boy. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, treading on the starry sky, a foolish smile on his face. This large-headed boy had long since spotted the semi-desolate cultivation planet. Based on what had happened in the past few days, he knew that a cultivation planet of this level would correspond to a level 6 cultivation nation. With his cultivation level, he didn't even bother to consider a level 6 cultivation nation a threat. Not to mention the hundreds of cultivators from the Luotia star domain behind him. They were mere planet hunters. His true mission was to be the vanguard cultivator entering the Southern Alliance to investigate the situation. As the distance slowly shortened, the old woman outside the vermilion bird star's face darkened, and without a word, she immediately retreated. Following her were the surrounding cultivators. These people all displayed their fastest speed, and amidst the whistling sound of swordlight, they flew into the vermilion bird star. Seeing this scene, the big-headed boy burst into laughter, his idiotic expression becoming even more pronounced. Not only him, but even the cultivators of the Luotia star domain behind him laughed heartily. In their eyes, this level of cultivation planet was simply too weak. Any random yin void cultivator entering this cultivation planet could wipe out the entire planet. Immortal envoy, let my brother and I handle this planet. Behind the big-headed boy, a middle-aged man stepped forward. This man's cultivation hadn't yet reached the yin void realm, only the great perfection of the peak-seeking stage. After stepping out, he looked at the large-headed pupil with extreme reverence. Beside this middle-aged monk, another person emerged, their appearances quite similar. The large-headed man glanced at the vermilion bird star, his eyes revealing contempt. With his cultivation level, destroying this planet would be very simple. Hearing this, he opened his mouth and said, "I'll give you the time it takes for one incense stick to burn out. Kill all the cultivators here for me." The two brothers laughed heartily, one of them saying, "Immortal Master, rest assured. A cultivation planet of this level doesn't need the time it takes for one incense stick to burn out. Half that time will be enough." After saying that, he, with a wicked smile, moved forward, transforming into a shooting star, hurtling straight towards the vermilion bird star. Behind him, his brother also showed a murderous expression. The two moved at extremely high speed, instantly breaking through the layer of strong winds outside the planet and directly plunging onto the vermilion bird star. Chuitai stood atop Vermilion Bird Mountain, his gaze like lightning. And boundless, frenzied aura surged through his body. Before him, a long, slender sword fluttered. He stood silently on the mountaintop, his expression resolute. Behind him stood a group of cultivators, silent and upright. Among them were many whom Wang Lin had met years ago. Now, hundreds of years had passed, and their cultivation had all advanced. The old woman, Bai Zhu, also transformed into a beam of sword light and descended from the air. As an elder of the human immortal Tao, Vermilion Bird Star was her home, and she wanted to protect it no matter what. Notably, among them was an old man with a dignified and refined demeanor, wearing a yellow robe and carrying a long sword on his back. He was relatively far behind, clearly not yet qualified to stand at the head of the group. If Wang Lin had seen his appearance, he would have certainly recognized this person as the former sect leader of the Hengyu sect, the true immortal Huang Long. At this moment, his expression was extremely serious, showing not the slightest hint of falsehood. However, a flicker of thought occasionally appeared in his eyes, but no one could discern it. Taoist Wang Lin, you have ceded the title of Vermilion Bird Sun to me. I have sworn an oath to stand or fall with the Vermilion Bird Star. Today, facing a great enemy, even if I am torn to shreds, I will not retreat a single step. Behind Chuutai were two peak-level cultivators. Both were elderly. If Wang Lin were here, he would certainly recognize their identities. The two glanced at each other, sighed, and a look of determination appeared in their eyes. There was no escaping now. This was no ordinary battle, but a war between two star domains. They had, of course, been informed of this by the Cultivation Alliance beforehand. Facing all of this, they also had backup plans, otherwise, they would undoubtedly die. In a place on the other side of the planet, Yan Kwezi, who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, opened his eyes. His appearance had aged considerably, and the runes on his forehead flickered continuously. After standing up, he took a step forward and appeared in midair, gazing into the distance. Behind him, a group of immortal tribe members had also gathered, their expressions extremely solemn. At the same time, on Vermilion Bird Star, several cultivators who were detached from worldly affairs also came out and looked up into the sky. A heavy pressure spreading throughout the heavens and earth. Under this pressure, it was as if countless mountains were falling from the sky, capable of crushing anyone. Inside the Cloud Heaven sect, Sun Tai, already advanced in age, had gloomy eyes and an aura of death swirling around him. His lifespan was nearing its end, and he stood struggling in the Cloud Heaven sect square, staring into the void, unable to utter a word. At this moment, all the cultivators present on Vermilion Star looked up at the sky. The cultivators of the 5th, 4th, and 3rd level cultivation nations all wore solemn expressions. A life or death crisis, a catastrophe that would destroy Vermilion Star, descended from the sky with two shooting stars. Those two shooting stars were none other than two brothers from the Luotia star domain. The moment these two brothers arrived, they burst into maniacal laughter. This laughter was extremely arrogant. They truly had the right to do so. Their cultivation at the great perfection of the peak-seeking realm on Vermilion Star was absolutely among the top-tier powerhouses. Moreover, there were two of them, thus forming an extremely powerful force. Even a cultivation planet of this level still has many cultivators. In our Luotia star domain, this planet is basically uninhabited. The Alliance star domain is nothing special. Amidst this maniacal laughter, a person frantically unleashed their full cultivation power, their divine consciousness sweeping across the entire Vermilion Bird Star like a storm. In that instant, the powerful cultivators of the Vermilion Bird Star, including Chuutai, Yan QZ, and several other peak-level cultivators, immediately flew up from the ground, preparing for a great battle. But just as the divine consciousness of that Luotia star domain spread out, the moment it swept over Yantia sect, he felt as if he had been electrocuted. It was as if more than 10,000 thunderclaps struck simultaneously in his ears, turning into a deafening roar, almost causing him to lose his balance and tremble violently. His eyes suddenly widened, revealing disbelief, and even a surge of frantic fear spreading throughout his body. This is... On the mountain gate of the Cloud Heaven sect stood a colossal statue. This statue was none other than Wang Lin. The statue was incredibly lifelike, perfectly capturing Wang Lin's entire appearance, especially the icy eyes, which possessed a hint of divine aura. Seeing his cousin's expression, the remaining Luotia cultivator immediately focused his consciousness on the statue on the Cloud Heaven sect. He trembled violently, his fear intensifying 100-fold. Demon Taoist, Sumu. In an instant, both men's scalps tingled, their hearts pounded, and they exchanged terrified glances, each seeing the panic in the other's eyes. The name of Demon Taoist Sumu was truly renowned in the Luotia star domain. especially his achievements in the Immortal Wine technique, obtaining the true Great Thunder Immortal, and commanding 3,000 cultivators. Such prestige and aura were not easily attained by ordinary people, let alone these two brothers. Even the patriarchs of their clans would show respect upon seeing the demon Dao Sun. Even the big-headed boy leading the vanguard would likely be greatly shaken. The two men inwardly groaned, their killing intent and arrogance completely gone. Their hearts were filled with terror, forcing them to flee for their lives without hesitation. They clearly understood the meaning of the 5 words demon Dao Sun Sumu in the Luotia star domain. It represented slaughter and bloodshed. Opposing this man would undoubtedly lead to death. The junior disciple of Qingshui Immortal Monarch, a top-tier Thunder Immortal, the #1 among the young cultivators of the Luotia star domain. Hunted down by countless cultivation families and the Yao family, yet suffering severe losses, demon Dao Sun Sumu. Any single title could send these two brothers to their deaths countless times over. At this moment, they didn't even have the presence of mind to ask questions. Their souls were completely lost. Their only thought was to leave quickly. With their keen eyesight, they certainly wouldn't be mistaken. That statue was indeed Sumu. Even with their immense courage, they wouldn't dare provoke Sumu. As for why Sumu's statue appeared here, and why it was clearly being worshipped, they didn't want to know, nor did they wish to know. In fact, they were filled with immense regret. If they had known this earlier, they would never have rashly intervened. This kind of thing had undoubtedly offended Sumu. The brothers' swift departure surprised the cultivators on Vermilion Bird Star, especially Chuutai and his group, who had been preparing for a fierce battle. This unexpected turn of events left them stunned. Not only them, but even the immortal tribe's Yan Kuezi was surprised, his gaze fixed on Yan Tianzong. In the Vermilion Bird Star, Yan Kuezi could be considered the most qualified, having advanced considerably in cultivation after hundreds of years of seclusion. Just now, the divine consciousness of the two cultivators from the Luotia star domain had swept over Yan Tianzong, revealing such a scene. Yan Tianzong, what could possibly scare to peak-level cultivators into fleeing? Moreover, judging by the expressions of these two powerful cultivators, they were practically running for their lives. Yan Kuezi witnessed the extreme panic of the two powerful cultivators, his heart filled with astonishment. His divine consciousness swept across Yan Tianzong, suddenly focusing on the enormous statue of Wang Lin. Or could it be Yan Kuezi's eyes widened in disbelief? Chuutai also noticed this. A seasoned veteran like him was extremely perceptive, and after a moment of contemplation, he realized something was amiss. Several streams of divine consciousness quickly spread, focusing on Yan Tiasect. Sun Tai looked at the statue of Wang Lin, his eyes gleaming with excitement, muttering, "Benefactor, it must be because of you." Meanwhile, the two brothers from Luotia star domain, filled with panic, immediately flew out of Jukyu star and saw the large-headed boy and a large group of cultivators in the distance. The large-headed boy, who had been closing his eyes, now opened them wide, frowning as he calmly asked, "What's wrong?" On that desolate planet where Wang Lin was sitting, a 10,000-mile radius was a barren wasteland, cracked everywhere, all life force devoured by Wang Lin. His body was rapidly transforming. With the continuous absorption of boundless life force, his appearance gradually returned to its original state, quickly replenishing his body's vitality. Opening his eyes, a lightning flashed in Wang Lin's gaze. He took a deep breath and muttered, "Relying on the annihilation finger to restore life force also has its downsides." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin stood up, took a step, and left this desolate planet. The mountain tower beside him also flickered, merging into Wang Lin's body and disappearing. Vermilion bird star ripples appeared beneath Wang Lin's feet, merging into the heavens and earth in the starry sky. Outside the Vermilion bird star, the question from the big-headed boy fell into the ears of two cultivators from the Luotia star domain. "Immortal Master, we saw statue on this cultivation planet suppressing their panic." One of the two cultivators immediately spoke. "I told you to go plunder the planet, not to look at a statue." The big-headed boy directly interrupted him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Although he still wore a foolish smile, a murderous intent flickered within. The other cultivator was about to speak further when his cousin pulled him aside, respectfully saying to the big-headed boy, "Immortal Master, you'll understand why we had to return once you see for yourself." After saying this, he no longer looked at the big-headed boy but pulled his cousin back into the group of cultivators. The large-headed, gloomy-looking man glanced at the two of them, then strode straight towards the vermilion bird star. He disdained entering a cultivation planet like this. Along the way, whenever he encountered a semi-abandoned cultivation planet, he would immediately leave after slaughtering the cultivators under his command. In his eyes, only a 7th-level cultivation planet was worthy of him displaying his divine abilities. Unfortunately, I haven't encountered a 7th-level cultivation planet yet. I want to see what this abandoned cultivation planet has that could drive away to peak-level cultivators. With a cold snort, the large-headed man's divine consciousness spread out before he even got close. His cultivation had reached the early stage of nirvana, yet he chose to enter the ascension pool, transforming his mental state and obtaining immortal essence. He secretly performed several immortal techniques, and the power of this technique greatly surprised him. At this moment, his consciousness spread out, transforming into a storm that swept across the entire vermilion bird star in a short time. His consciousness was so powerful that its descent instantly triggered an unprecedented storm on vermilion bird star. Many mountains collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the Yangtze and Yellow rivers seemed to boil, raising towering waves. All the cultivators on vermilion bird star felt a terrifying sensation, as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on them. This consciousness then surged forth, transforming into countless thunderous roars, echoing wildly, forming a deafening sonic boom that made vermilion bird star feel as if it were facing the end of the world. The raging consciousness transformed into a massive black cloud, covering the heavens and earth, fiercely pressing down. Several cultivators at the peak-seeking realm immediately trembled violently, their primordial spirits seemingly on the verge of collapse. The cultivators in the transformation realm immediately spat out fresh blood, their bodies instantly becoming weak. The cultivators in the core formation realm trembled, cracks appearing in their golden cores. Their faces turned pale, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Those in the foundation, establishment, and chair refining realms directly vomited blood mist from their bodies and fell to the ground. If cultivators suffered like this, what about ordinary mortals? All the ordinary mortals on vermilion bird star instantly fell unconscious, their minds filled only with a deafening roar. At that moment, vermilion bird star fell silent. This big-headed boy didn't want to kill any mortals. Otherwise, a mere sweep of his divine consciousness would instantly annihilate all living beings. Under this divine consciousness, only a few people still struggled. Chiwetai, possessing the Azure Dragon bloodline and inheriting the peak-seeking star, instantly emitted a burst of azure light from his body under the roar, transforming into azure scales. A powerful aura erupted from the old man's body. Above his head, a 100-foot-long azure dragon materialized, roaring directly towards the horizon. All the runes swarmed over young Kwezi's body. His face was pale, and veins bulged on his face. At this moment, he felt as if he were facing the entire heaven and earth. It was as if a force within his consciousness wanted him to submit. He had never experienced such a feeling before. It seemed as if this force originated from a deep imprint in his soul. Although young Kwezi was old, he roared in anger, and immediately a phantom image of a giant hand covering the sky materialized in the void. A powerful aura surged wildly within his body. Under this terrifying pressure, he was breaking through. A cold snort echoed from the air, and the sound instantly caused a thunderous explosion. The earth trembled, and the heavens and earth seemed to reverse. Young Kwezi's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. All the runes surrounding his body instantly collapsed. A tragic smile appeared on his face. The collapse of the runes wasn't due to the opponent's force, but rather to a mental force that subdued his own. The large-headed boy's expression was calm, his hands clasped behind his back as he slowly descended. A gentle breeze blew, but 100 yards away from his body, it immediately changed direction, as if trembling and daring not to approach. His cultivation was so powerful that even the cultivators on Vermilion Birdstar couldn't imagine it, and as the large-headed boy descended, it continuously dispersed. All those people on this abandoned planet are a bunch of trash. What use is it to keep you here under the heavenly Tao? Fortunately, you've met me, so I'll grant your wish. After saying this, the large-headed boy raised his right hand and casually pointed into the distance. In a short time, this single gesture unleashed a dense surge of immortal energy, transforming into a golden beam of light. The immortal energy surrounding this golden beam contained a terrifying divine technique. In the distance, the Azure Dragon conjured by Chiwetai was instantly pierced by this immortal technique. its mournful roars echoing around it. This azure dragon guarding the vermilion bird star carried a hint of unwillingness as it shattered. Chiwutai's body trembled, spitting out fresh blood, but his eyes were still filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, the big-headed boy's body paused slightly, his divine consciousness deliberately searching for that statue. He saw a gigantic statue inside the mountain gate of a sect. The moment he saw this statue, even with the big-headed boy's composure, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes revealing fear. His body trembled, almost instinctively retreating several steps, his heart pounding, his face changing instantly. He never expected to see the statue of Sumu here. Sumu's actions were a nightmare for him. Under the power of the thunder technique, he had absolutely no power to fight back within the one-line heaven, and was instantly doomed. To this day, it still sends shivers down his spine and shakes his mind. Even after that, when he entered the ascension pool, he didn't dare provoke Sumu at all. Every time he thought of this person's incredibly powerful divine abilities, he trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, taking a deep breath, his body flashed, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was outside the Cloud Heaven sect. He stared at the statue of Wang Lin. The more he looked, the more terrified he became. The more he looked, the more his mind was shaken. The demonic Das Sun Sumu. The big-headed boy's face turned pale as he stared at the statue. He was absolutely certain that this statue was Sumu. After all, he had died at Sumu's hands once, and Sumu's appearance was etched into his memory. Staring blankly at the statue, the big-headed boy naturally understood why the two Luocha cultivators had been so terrified that they fled. Sumu's reputation was truly immense. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel the urge to retreat. Tai Yin sat cross-legged at the foot of the statue in the square, staring intently at the big-headed boy, constantly sneering. Above, Yan Kuezi, who was already severely injured, now had a glint in his eyes. His divine sense observed that the other party was also standing stunned in front of the young man Wang Lin from back then. A look of terror appeared in Yan Kuezi's eyes. Could it be that the Luocha cultivator knows that young man Wang Lin? But even if they knew each other, they shouldn't have such an expression. Could it be a hunt arose in Yan Kuezi's heart that he himself found extremely absurd? Chiwutai felt the same way. At this moment, he was severely injured, but because he was protecting the vermilion bird star, he would do anything to fulfill the oath he made to Wang Lin years ago. If the vermilion bird star remained, he would remain. If the vermilion bird star was lost, he would perish. Meanwhile, the large-headed boy stared intently at Wang Lin's statue, his mind shaken. He was truly terrified of Wang Lin. Standing here, facing that gaze, his hair stood on end, as if he were facing Wang Lin in person. Instinctively, he retreated several meters, his expression gradually turning grim. It's really not worth provoking Sumu for the sake of a discarded cultivation star. However, there is a statue of Sumu here, and it seems to have existed for hundreds of years. This Sumu is not from the Luocha star domain. He is from the Star Domain Alliance. That's right, that's it. The big-headed boy was terrified. He felt he held a great secret. He could even use this secret to ruin Sumu's reputation, or even cost him his life. The big-headed boy laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with malice. Taking a step forward, he went directly to the statue, raised his right hand, and slammed it down fiercely, shouting, "Break it for me." He didn't dare provoke Sumu, so he could only vent his anger this way. Just as his hand pressed down on the statue, Tai Yin, who had been sitting cross-legged beneath it, stared at the big-headed boy without any fear. Blood still trickled from his mouth as he coldly said, "You will surely die if you destroy the statue of Lord N." The big-headed boy paused slightly, his gaze fixed on Tai Yin. He had already realized that his opponent's lifespan was nearing its end, and that he was clearly on his last legs. He sneered, "Don't even think about destroying this statue. Even if Sumu himself came here, I wouldn't bat an eye." He raised his right hand, intending to strike, but at that moment, an endless wave of icy coldness surged forth. A voice as cold as winter snow suddenly echoed across the vermilion bird star. "Say that again." The icy chill of this voice could freeze the heavens and earth. Sumu! The large-headed boy felt as if he'd been struck in the head. His face instantly turned pale, and without hesitation, he quickly retreated. His face was devoid of color, his soul was scattered, and his mind was violently shaken. "I can't fight. Retreat quickly." While retreating, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and, without thinking, unleashed the blood escape technique, which had already damaged his cultivation. He had developed an intense fear of Sumu in the first line of heaven. Benefactor. Taiyan's eyes revealed the pent-up excitement of hundreds of years as he gazed at the figure before the statue, tears streaming down his face. Wang Lin! Yun Quezi gasped. Wang Lin! Chi Wutai's eyes widened in horror. Wang Lin! At this moment, every cultivator observing this scene was completely shaken. Wang Lin was truly the ancestor of the vermilion bird star. You can't escape! Wang Lin's eyes blazed with overwhelming killing intent as he took a step forward. The large-headed boy's pupils widened in terror, blood gushing out, his entire body instantly enveloped in bloodlight, transforming into a blood shadow in an instant. Retreating at an unbelievable speed, the speed of the blood escape was silent and imperceptible, yet several times faster than lightning. With just a slight retreat, he was almost out of the vermilion bird star. But in the blink of an eye, as Wang Lin stepped out, ripples appeared, and his figure instantly vanished, merging into the immortal realm. He was much faster than the blood shadow, directly appearing in front of it. Simultaneously, as Wang Lin's figure reappeared, his right hand, imbued with the yin-yang twin fish, fiercely struck forward without hesitation. This palm strike, though hitting the void, still produced a thunderous sound. This strike, imbued with Wang Lin's Tao and Yuan force, transformed into an explosive storm. A deafening bang shook the heavens and earth. The blood light surrounding the big-headed boy's body instantly collapsed. His face turned pale. Although the divine palm strike hit the void, it strangely split into two streams of black and white energy. The white energy leapt into the void, strangely entering the big-headed boy's body, directly attacking his primordial spirit. In his entire life of cultivation, the big-headed boy had never encountered such a terrifying divine ability. The white energy unexpectedly shattered within his body, causing his entire immortal yuan to disintegrate. But what truly made the big-headed pupil gasp was the dark energy. The dark energy swirled around his body, instantly causing wrinkles to appear on his skin, and a large amount of his vitality drained away. This transformation caused the big-headed pupil to tremble violently. Besides having his divine ability destroyed by Wang Lin, a powerful force emanated from the void, striking his body. He was like a shooting star plummeting from the horizon, instantly crashing to the ground. This scene was witnessed by the still-conscious cultivators on Vermilion Bird Star, causing them to become agitated. Some of those whose consciousness had been shaken by the big-headed pupil also gradually awakened. It's unclear who started it, but streaks of sword light flew out from various sects, heading straight towards the battlefield. Gradually, more and more cultivators transformed into streaks of sword light and flew towards them, among them Chi Wutai, Yan Qzi at this moment. Not far from where Wang Lin and the big-headed boy were fighting, there was a mortal imperial city. An old man with white hair and dim eyes, obviously injured by the big-headed boy earlier, was still struggling to spread his divine consciousness to closely observe the battle in the void. He was in a secret chamber, and in front of him was a yellowed paper painting. On this painting was a benevolent old man, and beneath the painting was a spirit tablet with the inscription, Wang family, ancestor Wang Zhuo's spirit. Speaking of the big-headed boy, he felt an extremely powerful attack coming towards him, his whole body making banging sounds as he was rapidly hurtled towards the ground. In his panic, the immortal energy in his body spun rapidly, and he quickly pointed his hands at various points on his body. Finally, when his body was struck hundreds of feet deep into the ground, he roared in anger, his hands forming a hand seal, pointing forward. Immediately, an boundless surge of immortal power erupted from his body. This immortal power was extremely dense, forming a large net in front of him. Immortal technique, Heavenly Spirit Net. Under the big-headed boy's furious roar, the net in front of him expanded in the wind, instantly growing to 100 feet in size and reaching towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained icy, his eyes revealing a chilling intent. Without stopping, he approached the large net formed by the condensed immortal power. His body flicked, ripples appeared beneath his feet, and in an instant, he vanished. The big-headed boy's face turned pale, his eyes revealing extreme fear. He had felt something was amiss just now. His blood escape was the fastest divine ability in his family, a technique that, at the cost of self-inflicted damage to his cultivation, surpassed even instantaneous movement. Many times before, he had been in life-threatening situations, but he had escaped thanks to this blood escape. But now, Sumu, using some unknown divine ability, had unexpectedly surpassed his own speed in an instant. This scene left him utterly bewildered, unable to think clearly. Seeing his opponent use this same divine ability again, the hairs on his body stood on end. His entire body's immortal energy surged, erupting from within. Suddenly, a large cloud of white mist erupted from the big-headed boy's body. As soon as the mist left his body, it transformed into a whirlwind, fiercely howling and sweeping around him. Wang Lin's figure materialized, his right hand transforming into a sword, flashing downwards. More than 10 slaying demon techniques merged into one, striking directly at the vortex of immortal energy, creating a resounding roar. The big-headed boy broke out in a cold sweat, his body trembling violently as he recoiled. He was terrified by Wang Lin's ghostly, almost supernatural movements. And that wasn't even considering the fact that Wang Lin hadn't yet unleashed his terrifying Heavenly Thunder Divine ability. Thinking of the Heavenly Thunder Divine ability, the fear in the big-headed boy's eyes intensified. As he retreated, he anxiously shouted, "Sumu! I haven't killed anyone here. Why are you being so aggressive?" Wang Lin's expression was cold as he stopped. The big-headed boy's face lit up with joy, and he immediately dashed towards the horizon, shouting, "Sumu, fellow Taoist, you and I are not enemies." This was my recklessness. I'm leaving now. His heart pounded incessantly. This was a life-or-death situation, and he secretly vowed that if he escaped, he would definitely run straight back to the headquarters of the Luotia Star Domain in the Star Alliance and expose Sumu's identity. "Sumu, I will remember this hatred. This time, I will make you utterly disgraced in the Luotia Star Domain. By then, seniors like Blood God's son will hunt down traitors like you, and I will see how you can escape. Even your senior brother Qingshui won't be able to protect you then." The big-headed boy gritted his teeth, but dared not show any emotion. His speed was incredibly fast, instantly soaring to the horizon. He was nearing the lair of strong winds. If he could just get outside, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of cultivators, Sumu would absolutely not dare to attack again. A cold smile appeared on Wang Lin's face. He knew exactly what the big-headed boy was thinking. At this moment, he raised his right hand, and a sudden, bell-like sound rang out. Simultaneously, the illusory image of the ancient god's cauldron instantly materialized outside Wang Lin's body. The moment the ancient god's cauldron appeared, Wang Lin calmly said, "Swap positions." In an instant, the fleeing big-headed boy's body was enveloped in a dark light. This light appeared so suddenly that the big-headed boy was stunned. But immediately, his eyes revealed overwhelming terror. His body instantly vanished, and his position was swapped with Wang Lin's, reversing the order of heaven and earth. "I told you I was here. You can't escape." In midair, Wang Lin advanced toward the big-headed boy, the cold light in his eyes intensifying. The big-headed boy felt a bitter pang in his heart as he followed Wang Lin's every step. A feeling of irresistible madness surged from the depths of his being. In his eyes, Wang Lin, walking towards him, had transformed into a colossal figure reaching to the heavens and earth. His spirit trembled, and he gritted his teeth fiercely, his eyes flashing with ferocity. He quickly retreated, his hands forming a hand seal, and he softly chanted a strange ancient incantation. A wave of ominous energy immediately swept across the heavens and earth, filling everything. "Sumu, this is your doing." The incantation in his mouth subsided, and countless semi-transparent runes flashed out from the air. These runes all emitted a gloomy aura, and after appearing, they moved at incredible speed, not to attack Wang Lin, but to quickly penetrate his body. A painful groan escaped from the big-headed boy's mouth. He knew that all his magical treasures and divine abilities were useless in front of Wang Lin. He was especially uneasy because the other party hadn't yet unleashed the Heavenly Thunder Divine ability, and his mind was filled with fear. It was as if everything had been anticipated by the other party. All his resistance seemed insignificant and negligible in the other's eyes. This feeling made his scalp tingle, and he even considered surrendering. However, he was unwilling to give up. At this moment, he wanted to unleash his most powerful immortal technique. As these runes entered his body, the large-headed pupil's body immediately withered, as if all the essence of his flesh and blood had concentrated in his head. His already small body now displaying this bizarre divine ability, became even smaller and thinner, resembling a skeleton. But his large head grew even larger, a terrifying sight. The enormous head made this boy's appearance extremely ferocious. The blue veins stretching from his neck upwards resembled wriggling worms, a truly terrifying sight. Any mortal seeing him at night would surely be scared to death. This big-headed boy didn't have much hair to begin with, but now, as he unleashed his bizarre supernatural power, the hair on the top of his head peeled off, leaving him completely bald. A long, sharp scream rang out, and the big-headed boy clasped his hands together, simultaneously pointing them above his ears. His eyes widened, staring intensely at Wang Lin, and he ferociously shouted, "Immortal demon technique, muscle movement." The moment this scream rang out, a series of loud bangs erupted. Countless blue veins on the enormous head of this pupil twitched, unexpectedly bursting out from the scalp in an instant, transforming into venomous green and pink snakes that quickly intertwined, stretching endlessly like a fleshy club striking directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. The reason he didn't unleash his great divine power was because this big-headed pupil had another purpose. If he unleashed his great divine power, killing this person would be too easy with his cultivation level, but it would also cause him too much harm. Moreover, this person had another identity, the 36th Heavenly Gang Immortal. Wang Lin didn't want to sever ties with the Luotia star domain yet. Killing an ordinary cultivator wouldn't be a problem, but killing a heavenly immortal, especially with hundreds of cultivators from the Luotia star domain outside the Vermilion Bird Star, would be unwise. However, given Wang Lin's temperament, if someone provoked him, he would definitely not let them go. He already had a plan to achieve both goals. The big-headed boy had gone mad. In the past, the big-headed boy had experienced countless tragedies. When he was born, his body was small but his head was large, so during his childhood he was often the target of ridicule from his peers. If that were all, besides his physical deformity, he was also born stupid, with a perpetually foolish smile on his face. His mother hated him intensely and often ignored him. During his childhood, he endured all kinds of contempt, humiliation, and insults. However, he didn't deeply feel any of this. He always wore a silly grin all day long. His talent was insufficient for cultivation, and at 15, he was expelled from his family, never even recorded in the family's genealogy. But no one expected that after 500 years, he would return to the family. His appearance hadn't changed much from that year. He still maintained that foolish smile, but his cultivation had reached the peak of the questioning realm. This display immediately earned him the family's respect, and from then on, he was listed among the family's elite. Another 1,000 years slowly passed, and this big-headed boy's cultivation suddenly increased dramatically, reaching the peak of the young true realm. His childhood experiences had distorted his personality. Over these 1,000 years, he had tortured many people to death within his family. Regardless of gender, they all died tragically. He carried out these acts with extreme caution. If he didn't act, that was one thing, but if he did, he absolutely guaranteed that no one could find any trace of him. But 30 years ago, during an act of torturing someone to death, he was finally discovered by his family, who could not tolerate him any longer. A grand ancestor with early-stage nirvana cultivation personally hunted him down and killed him. In this battle, all the clan members believed he was on the verge of death, but in the end, he unleashed his cultivation, reaching the nirvana stage. More than 10 years ago, he had broken through to the nirvana stage, but had remained hidden. Now, his cultivation exploded, and he fought a battle with the ancestor. In this battle, the ancestor died, and the big-headed boy was severely wounded and fled. Since then, there has been no news of him. It wasn't until the Immortal Sealing War that this person reappeared, causing a storm in the clan. Recalling his own life, the fierce glint in the big-headed boy's eyes intensified. With a roar, his enormous head, along with its interwoven tendons, lunged forward, carrying a violent aura that seemed to tear apart the heavens, charging straight towards Wang Lin. Simultaneously with the overflowing immortal energy, a surge of demonic energy was also hidden within. In the blink of an eye, as they lunged towards Wang Lin, they suddenly exploded with a loud bang. The countless interwoven tendons that formed the phallic-like structure instantly shattered, transforming into countless thin threads that formed a net and spread towards Wang Lin. In Wang Lin's calm eyes, he coldly opened his mouth and spat out an object. That object was the immortal seal. Upon appearing, the seal immediately emitted a dazzling golden light. In an instant, over 100,000 golden talismans materialized, forming a golden vortex that swept straight forward. Interwoven veins instantly spread out, wrapping around the immortal seal, but the golden runes also rushed out, frantically entering these interwoven veins. Each contact formed a seal. Especially the golden runes that incorporated the cultivator's primordial spirit were extremely ferocious, creating a resounding rumble as they descended. Each seal was 100 times stronger than ordinary seals. Almost instantly, as the golden vortex engulfed everything, the entire body of the large-headed boy also emitted golden light and was completely sealed. A piercing scream rang out. The big-headed boy's eyes glowed crimson, and he immediately thrashed about, creating a series of banging sounds as countless runes crumbled. At this moment, Wang Lin's body moved. His right foot stepped forward, ripples appearing beneath his feet. After taking 2 steps, the void beneath his feet seemed to shrink. It was as if this entire world could be reached with just 1 step, shrinking the earth into inches. With the next step, Wang Lin appeared beside the big-headed boy. His right 2 fingers formed a sword finger, and his Dao concept and Yuan force merged, instantly manifesting the yin-yang twin fish. With this single finger, black and white energies swirled around, directly piercing through layers of golden seal runes. These runes instantly gave way as Wang Lin's fingers advanced, causing Wang Lin's 2 fingers to glow brightly and press down on the big-headed boy's forehead. A look of terror flashed in the eyes of the big-headed boy, and without a second thought, he retreated. Compared to Wang Lin's speed, his movements were far too slow. At this moment, he felt a burning sensation in his forehead, and a tremor erupted from within his body. The black and white energies swirled around his entire body, causing the big-headed boy's enormous head to instantly collapse and shrink rapidly. However, the interwoven tendons that stretched out also contracted rapidly. He directly spat out a mouthful of immortal blood, not just randomly, but aimed directly at Wang Lin's body. Each drop of blood contained a dense concentration of immortal energy. If these drops of blood landed on Wang Lin, his body would instantly disintegrate. After all, this big-headed boy's cultivation was not ordinary. He was at the 2nd stage of the Nirvana realm. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of alteration. The moment the fresh blood approached, he softly murmured, "Fix." Using his early-stage Nirvana cultivation, the power of the body-fixing technique far surpassed anything he had ever done before. Remarkably, the moment Wang Lin unleashed the body-fixing technique, the immortal essence left behind by Qingshu within his body rapidly rotated. A stream of immortal essence energy quickly shot out from his body, merging with the heavens and earth. This instantly elevated the body-fixing technique to a level Wang Lin had never reached since learning this immortal technique. With this single word, "fix," all the fresh blood instantly stopped in midair. Not only the blood, but even the large-headed pupil, whose eyes were filled with fear, remained motionless. Throughout, Wang Lin remained calm, his body flashing to the side, dodging the blood, but his attack was like a lightning bolt, striking the forehead of the large-headed pupil. The big-headed boy's body was directly thrown into the air, blood gushing from many places. Even at this moment, the power of the body-fixing technique hadn't dissipated, and Wang Lin took another step to pursue. But at this moment, his expression changed slightly. Above the starry sky, streaks of sword light roared towards them. It was indeed hundreds of cultivators from the Luotia star domain outside the Vermilion Bird Star who had sensed something was wrong and rushed in. The entire group of high-level cultivators broke through the strong winds and charged straight down to the Vermilion Bird Star. Their appearance immediately created an unimaginable pressure. The cultivators on the Vermilion Bird Star had never seen so many powerful cultivators before, and they were all stunned. The moment the Luotia cultivators descended, after witnessing the battle between Wang Lin and the big-headed boy, their faces all changed drastically. Wang Lin's body didn't stop. He continued to pursue with all his might. His right hand patted his storage bag, and immediately the immortal treasure heavenly tiger banner, bestowed by Yanlazi and representing his status as a genuine thunder immortal, was released. The banner flashed, instantly emitting an earth-shattering tiger roar. Simultaneously, purple clouds surged above it, transforming into a ferocious tiger that roared towards the hundreds of Luotia cultivators. I will spar with you. You all guard outside. Anyone who disobeys will be beheaded. Wang Lin didn't turn around, charging forward with all his might, but only placed his hand on the forehead of the large-headed boy. With a loud bang, the boy's body plummeted from midair to the ground. A deep crater appeared in the ground, and the surrounding earth trembled. Hundreds of Luoxia cultivators in the air immediately reacted quickly, retreating without hesitation, lamenting inwardly. If they had known this would happen, they shouldn't have come to watch. Two great immortal elders were fighting. They clearly had no right to participate. With someone leading the way, all the cultivators cautiously retreated, flying out of the vermilion bird star one after another, not daring to interfere further. This reversal of events made the cultivators on Vermilion Bird Star understand. Vermilion Bird ancestor Wang Lin held an extremely high position among these Luoxia cultivators. Wang Lin descended to the ground, looking at the large-headed boy in the deep pit. The power of the body-fixing technique had already dissipated. The boy's face was pale, his body covered in blood, and his eyes looked at Wang Lin with extreme fear. Wang Lin coldly looked at the boy, raised his right hand, and a flash of green light immediately appeared. Suddenly, a massive thundercloud appeared in the sky above Vermilion Bird Star. Numerous bolts of lightning flashed, seemingly controlled by someone, swiftly escaping the thundercloud and heading straight towards Wang Lin's right hand. In an instant, a lightning ball condensed in Wang Lin's right hand, emitting a booming sound. Countless arcs of electric light radiated outwards, as if Wang Lin had grasped all the thunder of heaven and earth. The moment he saw this lightning, the big-headed boy's body trembled uncontrollably, a scene that made him shiver like a leaf flashing through his mind. At this moment, he was truly terrified. Brother Su, I have been cultivating for nearly 2,000 years. Let's take things slowly. As long as you don't kill me, I will agree to all your requests. The pupils in the big-headed boy's eyes contracted as he looked towards the lightning ball, speaking bitterly. He wasn't truly foolish. In a battle with Wang Lin, from beginning to end, the opponent hadn't unleashed any powerful divine abilities, clearly indicating he wasn't entirely intent on killing him. Perhaps he could truly escape this predicament. I need a servant, Wang Lin said calmly. The large-headed boy remained silent for a moment, then said, I entered the ascension pool. My realm of consciousness has vanished. I cannot project my Tao thoughts. No need. I have a spell. If you willingly submit, it will be harmless. But if you harbor other intentions, this spell will dissipate, and you will instantly lose your life. After saying this, Wang Lin raised his right hand, and a strange ancient seal condensed in his palm. The immortal beings in his body immediately spun, and a stream of immortal power surged out, merging into the seal through Wang Lin's right hand. A golden light flashed, and a pale yellow seal appeared from Wang Lin's right hand. That year, from the jade slip of Immortal Emperor King Lin, besides the method of refining immortal guards, there were also some spells for controlling seals. However, Wang Lin had tried these spells before, but their effects were not as powerful as those recorded in the jade slip. Even Li Yuan's slave seal was briefly mentioned in Immortal Emperor King Lin's jade slip. After Wang Lin analyzed it, the meaning remained unclear. It wasn't until he learned of the existence of immortal essence that he understood. This type of sealing spell required an immortal to perform it. Without immortal essence, its full power could not be unleashed. At this moment, mobilizing the immortal essence in his body to form a seal, the imperial seal suddenly flashed, and he immediately imprinted it on the forehead of the big-headed boy. In that instant, Wang Lin felt that with just a thought, he could kill this big-headed boy. He pondered for a moment, knowing that this sealing technique was different from the immortal guards. It's quite obvious that, in the presence of Immortal Emperor Qinglin, the Immortal Guard puppet technique is a type of divine ability that imitates ancient gods, while the sealing divine ability is a strict method to control servants. The nature of these two is very different. Immortal Guards focus on physical strength, with divine abilities being secondary. Once successfully created, they will never betray for life unless the caster willingly releases them. The sealing divine ability, however, is not perfect. No divine ability can last forever. Over time, for various reasons, it will inevitably be broken. Wang Lin was very clear about this. The seal pressed down on the forehead of the large-headed boy, causing his entire body to tremble, and all his immortal essence instantly circulated. Unexpectedly, a seal identical to the original one materialized on his primordial spirit. He took a deep breath, a bitter smile on his face, and respectfully stood to the side, whispering, "Greetings, Master." Wang Lin carefully observed the large-headed boy, calmly saying, "Go out and arrange for those Luotia cultivators, and you stay here." The large-headed boy hastily bowed, sighed, and leapt up, soaring straight towards the horizon. Wang Lin looked at the familiar ground around him, his eyes revealing a look of reminiscence. This was his birthplace, his homeland, the place where he first embarked on the path of cultivation, leaving him with many memories. Having left this place hundreds of years ago, his return now filled Wang Lin with mixed emotions. It was a very complex feeling, difficult to describe. "I wonder who among those people from back then I will still meet." Wang Lin's expression darkened. Behind him, a phantom figure flickered, and Tower Mountain stepped out, standing behind Wang Lin, silently. Wang Lin gazed at his familiar homeland, his melancholy growing stronger. Not long after, a large-headed boy descended from the sky, standing behind Wang Lin, his expression calm. Several streaks of light roared across the sky. In the distance, two streaks moved at the fastest speed, almost instantly approaching. These two streaks of light were Chu Wutai and Yun Qzi. Filled with melancholy, Wang Lin took a step forward, his entire being vanishing from the spot, leaving only a divine thought transmitted into the ears of Yun Qzi and Chu Wutai. Lingering in their minds, "I want some quiet time." The moment this divine thought entered their minds, Chu Wutai, suspended in midair, suddenly trembled. The thought was faint, yet it caused a violent tremor in his heart, as if he were facing the entire universe. His heart not only instantly filled with reverence, but also with a complex mix of emotions. "I never imagined that after hundreds of years, he would become so powerful." Chu Wutai, being a vermilion bird son, quickly suppressed the tremor in his heart, sighed inwardly, and bowed respectfully to Yun Qzi before turning and leading his people away. The complexity in Yun Qzi's eyes deepened. Wang Lin's divine sense also caused a great shock to his mind. Recalling that young man from back then, he now saw him reach an unimaginable level. He sighed, as if seeing again the figure of the young man who had paid for his drinks in the tavern years ago. Recalling the rivalry with the Vermilion Bird Son, the war between the Immortal Tribe and the Vermilion Bird Kingdom back then now seemed like a fleeting breeze, truly insignificant without a word. Both Chu Wutai and Yun Qzi sealed off the news of Wang Lin's return. Except for a few monks who remained clear-headed before the battle, the vast majority of people were unaware that Wang Lin had returned to Vermilion Bird Star. The reason they did this was because they detected a hint of melancholy in Wang Lin's divine consciousness. He needed peace and quiet and didn't want to be disturbed. Many days later, on a winding road, Wang Lin looked at the familiar scenery around him and slowly walked forward. He didn't walk quickly, and his whole demeanor exuded a sense of solitude. The sky was darkening, casting a long shadow of him on the ground. The setting sun illuminated Wang Lin, revealing a profound loneliness. From afar, Wang Lin didn't look like a young man, but rather like a weathered old man who had wandered far from home for many years. Behind him, Tower Mountain and the big-headed boy followed silently. Tower Mountain's expression showed no change whatsoever. His duty was to protect Wang Lin. If anyone harbored ill will towards Wang Lin, he would be the first to strike. In contrast, the large-headed boy remained silent, his heart filled with complex emotions, his thoughts constantly shifting. Wang Lin walked slowly forward, everything around him appearing strangely familiar. In his memory, this main road was originally a small path leading to his hometown, but now, with the vicissitudes of life, everything was no longer his. As he continued walking, the melancholy in Wang Lin's heart deepened. Vaguely, he gazed to the very end of the road. There stood a colossal city filled with bustling sounds. Above the city gate was a sturdy sign bearing 3 large characters, Huangzhou City. From a distance, Wang Lin stopped, gazing back in astonishment. The scene of his hometown from years ago flashed before his eyes. The voices, gestures, and smiles of his parents overwhelmed his mind. Change a hint of sorrow appeared on Wang Lin's face. The city before him made all his memories vanish. A series of hoofbeats and wheel tracks echoed from behind as Wang Lin, lost in thought, caused the ground to tremble slightly. Soon after, a convoy of horse-drawn carriages slowly approached. The convoy was quite ordinary. Several horsemen led the way, quickly moving forward, followed by several carriages. In front of one of the carriages sat a white-haired old man. His temples were prominent, his eyes like lightning, clearly indicating he was a martial arts master. Occasionally, the old man would raise his whip, increasing the carriage's speed. As he passed Wang Lin, the old man casually glanced at the three of them before averting his gaze and continuing onward. Wang Lin's expression was complex. After the convoy passed, he continued slowly forward. Inside the city gate, guards were responsible for checking the road permits. Without a permit, entry was impossible. Naturally, this didn't bother Wang Lin. He passed the guards and entered the city unnoticed. After entering, the surrounding streets were bustling, with shops and stores packed together, creating a noisy atmosphere. With a sense of solitude, Wang Lin walked slowly. The scene before him felt strangely unfamiliar. Everything has changed. Wang Lin stood before a shop, a dazed expression in his eyes. He remembered that there used to be an ancient pagoda tree here, with a large rock beneath its branches. As a youth, he often sat here reading. He also remembered the person who changed his life, his fourth uncle, who gave him hope of cultivating immortality, the day he sat on that rock, gazing blankly at the azure sky. At that time, he desperately wanted to know what the outside world was like. Looking at the shop, Wang Lin fell silent. Hundreds of years had passed in the blink of an eye. For a cultivator, it might not take long, but for a mortal, it's a period of upheaval. Perhaps because he'd been standing there too long, a shop assistant inside frowned and came out, about to scold him. But a glance at the burly man behind Wang Lin, Tashan, startled him. A man as imposing as Tashan was rarely seen in this place. His gaze then fell on the second person, a large-headed boy. The boy's appearance was bizarre and terrifying. Just a glance was enough to make the shop assistant's face turn pale. He took 2 steps back, looked at Wang Lin, and tried to compose himself, saying, "Young man, we sell jade artifacts in our shop. If you want to buy something, please come inside. If not, please leave. What are you doing standing here?" Wang Lin disappeared without a sound, reappearing inside the city walls. At this moment, the sun was setting, and darkness enveloped the land. Wang Lin observed everything, especially the tombs built by later generations. He knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Father, mother, Taiju has returned." Tears streamed down Wang Lin's face. His eyes were filled only with longing and pain. This moment felt eternal, time slowly slipping away. This was the first time Tower Mountain and the big-headed boy had come to this place. Tower Mountain remained as cold as ever, but Big Head, observing everything, showed a complex expression in his eyes. He didn't know where this place was, but judging from Wang Lin's actions, he knew it was Sumu's ancestral home. Big-headed boy in his life had never known familial affection, but in this silence, he couldn't help but recall his own childhood. Wang Lin gazed at the ancestral tablet for a long time before slowly standing up and looking into a familiar space. The room before him seemed to transport him back 1,000 years to the place he cherished and deeply remembered. Pushing open the gate to enter the courtyard, a creaking sound echoed. Under the moonlight, everything in the courtyard remained unchanged. The dining table was still there, only the people were gone. In Wang Lin's ears, he seemed to hear voices from 1,000 years ago. "Taiju, how do you read this book?" "Taiju, you must study hard. Next year is the county's big exam. Whether you have a bright future depends on the results. But don't be like me, staying in the village your whole life. Oh, all right, you nag me every day. Let me say it, our Taiju will definitely pass the exam. Taiju, your fourth uncle, is a good man. These past few years, thanks to his help, the wooden statues your father made have been able to sell for money. If you have a bright future, don't forget to repay your fourth uncle." Pain filled Wang Lin's mind as he walked step by step into the courtyard. The door opened, and although Wang Lin still appeared to be a young man, he resembled an old man who had been away from home for a long time, constantly touching everything around him. He felt the walls, and childhood memories flooded his mind. The pain in his heart intensified, and the longing for his parents overwhelmed him. Leaving Tower Mountain and the big-headed boy waiting outside, Wang Lin sat alone in the house, savoring the atmosphere of family, forgetting the entire cultivation world, focusing only on his happy childhood and the joyful memories of serving his parents. Complete silence surrounded him. In that silence, Wang Lin's body and mind underwent a cleansing. He sat silently, childhood memories flashing before his eyes. He sat silently in one place, his face sometimes showing joyful smiles, sometimes sorrowful grief. He could only recall scenes from his childhood and present alone. He found joy in solitude. He smiled, but without uttering a sound, a mixture of sadness and happiness. Two streams of tears flowed down his cheeks and fell to the ground, leaving traces. The moonlight gradually faded, and the sun on the horizon slowly began to rise, dispelling the darkness and casting its light upon the earth. It was as if time had changed, and light continuously shone throughout the imperial city. The rays of light shining through the window jolted Wang Lin out of his memories. He took a deep breath, stood up, glanced around, and went outside. The tower mountain remained motionless after a night. As for the big-headed boy, the complexity in his eyes deepened. The past night had brought back memories of his childhood, the humiliation that had tormented him, leaving him with an inexplicable pain and a sense of helplessness. What he thought about most was his mother's hatred. His mother's eyes flashed before his eyes. Recalling everything made him feel heartbroken, but now everything had faded considerably. Wang Lin and the other two didn't conceal themselves, attracting the attention of the patrolling soldiers. Exclamations of surprise echoed. Outside the city walls, a troop of soldiers, as if facing a formidable enemy, immediately surrounded the three of them with a chilling aura of killing intent. At the same time, 10 people of varying cultivation levels, the lowest being Foundation Establishment and the highest even reaching the God Transformation realm, quickly approached from all directions. Their divine senses rapidly spread out. Audacious madman, you dare to trespass into the ancestral home of the imperial family. Do you know this is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of your family? A grave crime. Angry shouts echoed from outside the city walls. Sword light flashed in the sky as a group of cultivators advanced, their expressions filled with rage. Anger. In Wang Lin's eyes, they weren't feigning anger. They were genuinely furious. The 3 of you were able to enter the Wang family's ancestral hall undetected, so you must be cultivators. Regardless of your sect, didn't your masters and elders tell you that no one except members of the Wang family is allowed to set foot inside? The speaker was an old man standing among the 10 cultivators, his cultivation having reached the nascent soul realm. Tower Mountain remained calm, not even glancing around. The large-headed boy closed his eyes, saying nothing. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from his parents' tomb, looked up at the 10 cultivators flying in the air, and slowly said, "Who built this tomb?" Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it resonated in the ears of the surrounding cultivators, as if making them feel compelled to comply. This sudden feeling caused the cultivators' expressions to change drastically. The nascent soul cultivator turned even paler. His cultivation had reached the nascent soul realm, allowing him to sense the profound meaning, but a single sentence from the other party had terrified him. It was as if some force compelled him to respond. Failure to answer immediately would result in his annihilation. Almost instinctively, he retreated several meters, loudly saying, This place was built by the royal family, the ancestral home of the royal family. The Vermilion Birdstar's ancestor also lived here when he was young." He paused, looking at Wang Lin, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't recall when he had met him before. The royal family. Wang Lin silently glanced at his parents' tomb, then turned and ascended into the air, taking Tower Mountain and the big-headed boy with him, intending to leave. But at that moment, a series of thunderclaps suddenly erupted in the distance, and a large mass of dark clouds surged towards them. Simultaneously, an angry roar emanated from the clouds. "How audacious! I can't believe you dare trespass into the ancestral home of the royal family. The Xuandao sect of Zhao Kingdom has guarded this place for generations, and your actions show you have no respect for our Xuandao sect." From within the clouds emerged a figure with white hair and eyes flashing with a sharp glint. A wave of early-stage nascent soul energy immediately permeated the surroundings. The cultivators all around, upon seeing the old man, immediately bowed respectfully, clearly indicating his extremely high prestige. Xuandao sect. Wang Lin's gaze softened slightly as he nodded slowly, saying, "Your cultivation has reached the nascent soul realm. Your rank in Zhou Kingdom has reached the 5th level of cultivation." The old man, initially furious, was stunned, frowning and shouting, "I reached the 5th level of cultivation in Zhou Kingdom 300 years ago. All the cultivators on the Vermilion Birdstar know this. Who are you?" Although he said that, at this moment, he felt a sense of familiarity when looking at Wang Lin, as if he had met him somewhere before. A fifth-level cultivation nation. Wang Lin lowered his head and glanced at the ground, his eyes revealing joy. He remembered that back then, Zhou Kingdom was only a third-level cultivation nation, and he never imagined that in a few hundred years it would reach the fifth level. Withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin carefully looked at the old man, and at this moment, he also noticed some clues. He smiled slightly. From the old man, he vaguely detected an extremely faint aura similar to his own. He remembered that when he was in Zhou Kingdom during the nascent soul stage, he had left behind 10 spirit seeds. Obviously, this old man was one of those 10 people. Have you Xuan Dao sect been guarding this place for all these years? Are all the cultivators here disciples of Xuan Dao sect? Wang Lin asked with a smile. The old man frowned, carefully observing Wang Lin and the other two. For some reason, his anger had been suppressed. The people before him seemed to give him a very friendly feeling. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. It's not just our Xuan Dao sect. Disciples from other sects come to guard the entire Vermilion Bird Star from time to time. Those who come to guard this place are either individuals with great contributions from their sects or those with exceptional talent, who are being priority cultivators being groomed for training. Guarding the Wang family's ancestral hall is a glorious undertaking for all cultivators on Vermilion Bird Star. For some reason, the old man before Wang Lin described it in such detail that even he didn't understand the reason. Hearing the old man's words, Wang Lin's gaze swept over the cultivators on the ground. These people all possessed exceptionally good aptitude. With his experience, Wang Lin could tell from the old man's eyes that what he said was clearly true. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin sighed, a hint of emotion in his voice, and said, "Thank you." He then waved his sleeve, and instantly a surge of power transformed into countless points of starlight, falling into the bodies of the surrounding cultivators. Each person received one, even the soldiers holding weapons standing on the ground had starlight entering their bodies. The cultivators were shaken, immediately feeling a surge of heat within them, and a strange expression appeared on their faces. "You!" The old man, Ying Bian, looked at Wang Lin in astonishment, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity. "You did very well. It wasn't in vain that I gave you the spirit seed back then," Wang Lin said, then turned and flew away. Tar Mountain and the big-headed boy followed behind, the three slowly disappearing into the horizon. Spirit seed spirit, the old man trembled violently, and upon thinking of the other's identity, his face, which hadn't shown such excitement in hundreds of years, cried out, "Wang family ancestor." As soon as those words were spoken, the minds of the surrounding cultivators were instantly shaken. All of them showed disbelief and excitement, staring in the direction where Wang Lin had disappeared. He is the Wang family's ancestor. The people who have guarded the Vermilion Bird Star for countless years have come to surround the Wang family's ancestor. Walking amidst the vast expanse of heaven and earth, Wang Lin pondered for a moment. He understood why everyone treated him with such respect. It was undoubtedly due to Zhou Wutai's intentions. In fact, as Wang Lin suspected, the great-ear cultivator Zhou Wutai was deeply grateful for Wang Lin's decision to relinquish his throne to him years ago. However, Wang Lin's departure prevented him from repaying the favor. Zhou Wutai was fair in his dealings with those who wronged him, and he deeply cherished Wang Lin's kindness. Therefore, he looked after and helped any descendant of the Wang family, or even any cultivation sect left behind by Wang Lin in Zhou Kingdom, to grow stronger. With Zhou Wutai's status and the support of Juquzi on Juque Star, it was easy for him to create good fortune and high status for the Wang family's descendants. With his assistance, Zhou Kingdom gradually grew stronger, eventually reaching the 5th level of cultivation. All of this naturally became known to others because the events inside the Vermilion Bird Tomb transcended time and were passed down through generations. After Zhou Wutai revealed the protector of the Vermilion Bird Star, the Vermilion Bird Star ancestor became famous, and everyone implicitly acknowledged him. Zhou Wutai's actions, besides being a form of repayment, had a much deeper reason. His cultivation hadn't reached the peak-seeking realm, making him the weakest among the Vermilion Bird Sons of his generation. Unable to subdue everyone, he resorted to revealing Wang Lin's actions to gain influence. Wang Lin pondered over everything that had happened. Although he hadn't guessed everything, he had a rough idea of 5 or 6 parts. He sighed inwardly. Regardless of Zhou Wutai's true nature, since he had helped him so much, he felt he needed to repay him. Flying through space, Tower Mountain and Big Head followed behind. Tower Mountain remained as cold and aloof as ever. As for Big Head, seeing Wang Lin return to his hometown, he thought even more of his own family. He could see that the cultivators here truly showed respect to Sumu from the bottom of their hearts. Big Head could imagine that with his current cultivation level, if he returned to his family, although he would also receive respect, that respect would be extremely fake. Suddenly, a city appeared on the ground, resembling a giant dragon lying sprawled, enveloped in a strong aura of royalty. The city walls were made of black stones, and even above them, several formations and restrictions were fluctuating. Before even getting close, Wang Lin realized that the city contained extremely powerful and numerous formations and restrictions. If all of them were activated, even a peak-level cultivator would surely die. Except for the territory occupied by the Immortal tribe, this place on the Vermilion Bird Star is also home to the largest imperial capital within the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, the Great Dynasty. Having built its nation over 437 years, it has become the strongest empire, possessing the most powerful forces in the human world besides the Immortal tribe. The Wang royal family has a long history, with over 400 years of development resulting in a vast army. Even martial artists are willing to contribute, further enhancing the dynasty's prestige, and there is a large number of cultivators. Furthermore, with the support of the Cloud Heaven sect and other sects in Zhao Kingdom, the Wang clan enjoys extremely high status. Wang Lin's divine consciousness permeated the entire Vermilion Bird Star, sensing an alluring bloodline, and he immediately sought it out. This city before him is where the Wang family bloodline is most concentrated. His divine consciousness swept across the area, but he couldn't find any trace of Wang Zhu. With a sigh, his body flicked and disappeared, reappearing inside the imperial city. Looking at the bustling crowds and luxurious buildings, Wang Lin gradually frowned. The entire city was excessively extravagant, the ground paved with the famous and expensive King Hua stone. His divine sense swept across, and it seemed that every street in the city was like this. And that wasn't all. Even the trees were covered in silk, appearing dazzling but actually defiling the auspicious atmosphere. Wang Lin, having cultivated to this level, could naturally sense that the entire city was filled with feelings of sorrow, grief, and anger. Living here for a long time would inevitably lead to an abnormal personality, and even a shortened lifespan. The entire atmosphere was one of resentment and anger. Back on Kingling Star, Wang Lin had been targeted by someone plotting against him, and now, seeing the overwhelming resentment in the city, his brows furrowed even more. His divine consciousness spread out. In most areas of the Vermilion Bird Star, the level of resentment was inconsistent, with the source of this angry resentment only filling half of the star. From villages and settlements, especially those inhabited by mortals, resentment continuously flowed out and lingered in the cities for a long time without dissipating. Particularly in the northwest, thousands of miles of land were covered with corpses, and most of the resentment originated there. If other cities had extremely dense resentment compared to this, the resentment in the air above the capital had transformed into a demonic fire. This kind of resentment could only be detected by someone with cultivation reaching the level of Wang Lin, who was extremely careful. Without sufficient cultivation, it was impossible to sense even a trace of it. Foolish. Wang Lin walked along the city streets with a somber expression. He was pleased with the prosperity of the world, but this prosperity, which also fueled hatred, would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the Wang family's future. Their current wealth was meaningless. After a while, the sound of galloping horses suddenly echoed ahead. The pedestrians ahead scattered in alarm. Wang Lin also retreated a few steps, his gaze fixed on them. He saw several tall, powerful horses galloping at high speed. Riding on their backs were several young men, followed by a large number of servants. The servants were on foot, but their speed kept pace. The young men on horseback were all impeccably dressed and handsome, but their deep-set eyes were filled with a dark aura. This aura wasn't thick, making it difficult even for a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage to detect, yet Wang Lin could see it clearly. In the sky, two streaks of sword light roared, and to cultivators, both at the Foundation establishment stage, were clearing the way for the group of young men. If it were just a display of power, it wouldn't be anything special. What made Wang Lin frown was the iron chain dragging behind the young men. The chain bound a person with disheveled hair, whose features were unclear, but judging by their build, it was probably a man. Dragged along the ground, their clothes were torn, leaving a long trail of blood behind them, as if someone had used a brush to paint a gruesome picture of blood. The people who ran past left behind echoing laughter. The martial artists quickly followed, but the two cultivators in the air didn't even glance at them. After they passed, a troop of soldiers immediately appeared to wipe away the bloodstains. Only after all those people had left did the surrounding crowd dare to whisper amongst themselves, "Oh, how pitiful! I wonder who would be so blind as to provoke the 16th prince. They'd probably be dragged around the city for a while before they die." No, that's not it. In the great dynasty, the royal family is like heaven itself. All the immortals are on their side, so who would dare provoke them? Don't even mention it. I heard that a few months ago, the National Preceptor observed astronomical phenomena and discovered a malevolent star appearing from the northwest. Therefore, the court massacred over 100,000 civilians in that area. I heard that the place is still littered with corpses. This is unspeakable. Brother Li, it's better if we speak less, lest we bring trouble upon ourselves. Wang Lin's expression grew even more somber. He had clearly seen that the young man in the ornate robes possessed the Wang family bloodline. "Bring that person here to me, Tower Mountain," Wang Lin calmly ordered. Without saying much, Tower Mountain immediately turned and disappeared. After about half a moment, he returned, leading the young man in the ornate robes. The young man's eyes showed fear mixed with anger as he repeatedly cursed, "How dare you? You dare to capture me? What sect do you belong to? Do you know who I am?" "I am a member of the Wang family." Tower Mountain coldly approached Wang Lin and threw him forcefully with his right hand, causing the young man in the ornate robes to fall to the ground. This scene immediately caused a commotion among the surrounding crowd, their bodies trembling. Almost without hesitation, they quickly dispersed from the area, their eyes showing fear. The young man got up, staring at Tower Mountain, secretly terrified, but not showing it outwardly, shouting, "I am a member of the Wang family. You dare to harm me, no matter what sect you belong to, you will die." Wang Lin's expression was icy cold as he stared at the young man in the ornate robes. A dark aura suddenly appeared on the young man's face. The aura transformed into a snake with its mouth wide open and tongue flicking towards Tower Mountain. This scene was imperceptible to anyone whose cultivation hadn't reached the second level. They could only sense a sudden surge of chilling energy emanating from the young man's ornate attire, causing a tremor in their minds. Just then, shouts echoed from the distant streets, as if a troop of people was about to appear. In an instant, two groups of figures flew swiftly from the front. One group consisted of servants, the other of martial artists, all radiating killing intent. "Capture that traitor!" shouted several young men on horseback among the charging group. "Assassins, protect the prince!" The two streaks of sword light flew straight towards Tower Mountain. The two cultivators gritted their teeth and attacked. They hadn't noticed anything until now, only realizing the prince was suddenly gone.